What's going on, Illumineers? Welcome back to Versus Games Oviedo. I am one of your hosts, Willobeez, and today I do not have a bald co-host, unlike the last two times. I have with me ColorIsLaw. Color, welcome to Versus. Good to have you in the booth.
I'm glad that the requirement was not to be bald. That's pretty good for me.
Yeah, we need full heads of hair. Sorry, Gabe, but we're happy to be here. We're excited. This is going to be core constructed today. We actually have the players already sat down at the table, so we're ready to get rocking and rolling. I'm sure you guys are as well. Starting off, we've got Dulcho and Nathan. Okay,
let's go.
Nathan, a prominent player here in, well, really the Lorcana community in general, but definitely in Central Florida, making a lot of waves. Excited to see what this player is going to be playing today. Typically, we see him on some aggro strategies. You know Nathan.
Do
decently.
Does Nathan have a name that we perchance go,
Purple Band.
There we go. Okay, I don't know if anybody knows this, but if you ever see me in real life and you don't use your Discord/online name, I won't know you. So this is Purple Pansy. And actually, I had the pleasure of watching this Illumineer kind of test their deck last night for, I think, maybe the first time ever.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
I was like, I've been watching you play this for 15 seconds and you've been playing it for 20 seconds. How are we doing with this? No, it was not that bad. I am absolutely being very I'm just getting distracted by the cards in
we're off to the
their
races.
hands. Oh my goodness.
So it looks like the players are going to take their altar, or maybe looks like they already did. So we're getting right into it. Now we are in core constructed for the brand new format. All right, Wilds Unknown set 12 is here, and we're starting off with some Ruby on one side of the table. Gotta hope we're going to see some Amber potentially paired into that, because Toys is real, and it's here in this set. So starting off with the Tinkerbell, let's see what Nathan is going to be playing, as I do see Amber and Ruby in Nathan's hands.
Oh, yes. This is a Mirror of Sorts, as we see the Ducky go down into the Inkle. That is one of those new toys as we play a turn 1 Woody. Hopefully we can get that next little Bullseye out on turn 2, and that will be a good curve, because Bullseye does say that he costs 1 less if you have a Woody or a Jessie in play. But we have a mirror here, but it doesn't look like a normal mirror, because we see the Scrooge McDuck, Ghostly Ebenezer come on down.
Yeah, this is going to be super interesting to start off the day with a mirror. And of course, pun intended, these decks seem to have some brand new toys in them. So we've got that Woody waiting for a friend. Going to be hoping to get that Shift Woody down. I believe it's that Jungle Guide eventually. But for now, we're going to have to wait a little bit. I think we do have the Jungle Guide in hand. Now, we have some options here. We can go for this Ham, which is a little bit of ramp. But it looks like
we have the Bullseye. Let's go. This is exactly what you want to do, because Bullseye is very, very good at singing our brand new song, which is a Randy Newman song that I definitely know, but that can also come down. Yep, there we go. It's also there as we ink the Maleficent Dragon. So this is the exact curve that I think we are definitely looking like. And it is very surreal to see an Amber and Ruby mirror right now. I still don't think I'm over that, as we go ahead and boost the Scrooge, which does give him +1 willpower and +1 strength for each card under him, which is a monster of a problem later on.
Now, Dalcho does elect not to get the lore with the Tinkerbell. This Tinkerbell does, challenge back for 3. So would be able to banish anything in the challenge on Nathan's side, but he decides not to. So I'm interested to see what we're planning to do. Seeing this Jessie come down, this card has been so very impactful just from the start of this set. Jessie, of course, able to give -1 strength every single time you play a character with 2 costs or less. So really could end up making a difference here. Gonna be interesting to see how fast Dalcho wants to get this Jessie off the board.
And also, too, whenever she quests, if you have 2 or more toy characters in play, you can draw a card. So we do have those 2 toy characters already on the board there. We opted not to shift the Woody. You did say we had the Jungle Guide in the hand. However, we wanted to make sure we're going to get the value off of Jessie and Woody. And this is going to be an explosive turn as we see a boost and pass over here from our left side Amber Ruby hero.
Yeah, this Ghostly Ebenezer, this Scrooge, definitely starting to get stronger and going to continue to get stronger every single turn. Now, one thing that I'm going to be interested to see these players navigate here, Color, is the lack of exert effects inside of this color pairing. So what's happening now may be an example of what we're going to see for the rest of this matchup, because now normally, right, when you pair something like Amber with Amethyst, you have those things like Elsa or other cards that can exert their characters to allow you to challenge. You don't have that here. So it's going to be interesting to see when we quest versus when we don't.
Well, definitely questing with that Jesse there to get that value. We're going ahead and draw a card. Now, we do know that we have the Woody shift available to us, that jungle guide, potentially, maybe not, maybe I hallucinated it, but we do have a Kud et a Moody in our hand, which Bullseye is a 3-cost character. Even though we played him for 2, we're going to go ahead and have him sing that, give us -2 on the next character that we play. But also, because we sang the song, we paid 2 less for a card, which now triggers Jesse to give something -1.
Yeah.
And this deck has so much synergy. Everything that you do will trigger one thing and here and there and the other thing. And my favorite thing in this game is game action. So this is looking a little rough. I mean, and oh yeah, we draw a card with a Kud too, because why wouldn't we?
Yeah, this deck can do some very powerful things, and you're absolutely right. So even singing the Akud, like you said, is going to count towards playing a card. And so because of that, we get that trigger. And then here we go. We're shifting this Woody Jungle Guide, able to shift it, yeah, for nice and cheap. Now this Woody, when he quests, you can draw a card. So we're going to get that draw. And then you may play a character with 2 costs or less for free. Now, something people forget as well is your toy characters get +1 willpower. But right now, we've drawn our card. We're going to be hoping to play another character for free from our hand to once again color trigger that Jesse. So this is going to be potentially disastrous for Delcho if we could do some exerting. But like I mentioned, right now, we can't really exert anything. All we can do is use this to protect our characters in the clapback.
Yeah, I definitely love that, though, because, yes, we are able to get that several triggers from Jesse there, reducing the strength of that Scrooge or Ebenezer over there. And at the same time, we're just playing things out of our hand, which every single time we do. And by the way, the Jingle Joe, this is a card that made me laugh so hard last night.
Love this
he
card.
said that he had to include this because why would I play a toy deck if I wasn't going to play Jingle Joe in it? He does say if a character was banished this turn, chosen character of yours gets evasive until the start of your next turn. And that is hilarious because you're thinking, like, that's actually a terrible card. But in this meta, with all the evasives running around, it's hilarious and it has a lot of utility, but I'm just like freaking out because I'm looking at how many cards are on the board right now here, Willow.
Yeah, there's a ton of board. This board state is getting super, super wide for Nathan. Now, again, normally you're like, well, hold on a second. Looking at things like the Liquidator, looking at things like this boosted Scrooge is dangerous, right? To have all these powerful characters, important characters exerted for Nathan, but this Jesse is giving minus to all these characters, so the trades are not going to be in Delcho's favor. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how he navigates this. We do see that we have a Horseman in hand, but that's only 1 card to start. So what are we going to elect to do here?
We got to get the Woody out of here with that Horseman. Get on out of here. Now, that is the one drawback from our Jungle Guide here is he is a 1/5, so he has the ability to get destroyed by pretty much every single strength removal card in the game. And the Horseman is an amazing one at that because it will come down, banish the Woody off of its trigger, and then buff up every single other character next to it by 1 strength, allowing us to favorably trade our, well, some of the things in here.
Some of the things.
Because a lot of the things have minus strength, so it didn't negate one of the Jesse triggers, but we do have a ton of Jesse triggers stacked up on pretty much everything. So we did go ahead and decide to take off -1 strength off of pretty much all of the characters over there. So the Horseman giveth and taketh, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing. So the great thing about this Scrooge, which we were looking like we were thumbing up at first, maybe going to change our minds and use the Liquidator instead. But yes, Jesse is minusing its strength, but it's not minusing its willpower. So this Scrooge can definitely punch up, so to speak. Starting with that Della's Moon Lullaby, gonna give minus to the Bullseye, so we can potentially get that out of here, because that 4/3 stat line would normally be pretty punishing, but thanks to that Della's, not gonna be too bad to challenge into.
Yep. And we do have the Jesse reduction, but it doesn't matter because we got the plus from the Horseman, which now gives the plus to the Tinkerbell and the Liquidator because we are taking out characters left and right here. That Horseman was exactly what we needed to get back into this game and maybe clear up the board just a little bit, make it a little bit more fair.
Yeah, for sure. I understand wanting to quest with that Jesse to get that card, especially if we potentially have another one in hand. But one thing I have learned from playtesting in this meta is that Jesse is so crucial to this game plan. If you do not have to exert her, or if there is a way you can protect her with something like this Jingle Joe, even something like the Rex, it's going to be crucial because keeping that Jesse, she really can be the difference maker. Now, how is Nathan going to navigate through this that the Jesse is gone? We will see.
Definitely here as we go ahead and reduce the cost by one. And I see the card that Nathan was talking about so much last night. We ours have that Sid toy surgeon in our hand, but I don't think we're going to be able to do that right now. Maybe we see a little bit of a laugh coming over there from the other side. So are we just going to go for it? Are we going to do the responsible thing and play the baby head, which is another wonderful card draw engine in this deck, which says whenever a character, not toy, whenever a character is banished, on your turn, you may draw a card. So it synergizes perfectly with that Sid Toy Surgeon. I don't even like amping that card up. That kid freaks me out to no end. But at the same time, it's such a beautiful card because it works with that baby head. And these are so weird. This is a new set, you guys. I'm saying words that I just feel like a crazy person for saying. But we want to draw cards, all right? And that's what baby head is going to help us do as we take some favorable trades and go ahead and gain some resources.
Yeah, so really nice to be able to play that baby head there because now we challenge in with that Woody. Of course, if you see the shift, you want to keep it, but you also have to play to your outs. We don't have the shift, so this is our least important character on the board. So we're able to take that Scrooge out, draw a card, and now this Jingle Joe does get an activation to give something evasive. Presumably gave it to that ham since it's going to be the one that's exerted. We also use this Jingle Joe to banish. Color's going to laugh
Every time.
Jingle Joe, to banish that liquidator as well. Now, listen, I'm no lore guide, but I don't think Jingle Joe gets to activate if he banishes himself. So I think we only have one thing evasive there, and that's going to be that ham.
Yeah, it does say the your other characters, I do believe, or other chosen character. Wording matters, people. That's why we have lore guides, and we do see Adela's Moon Lullaby coming on down and being able to give something. It's going to be the baby head that -2, because if we draw anything, we do have Firefly Swarm in this format now. We also have more Headless Horsemen, which you can't play, but you can look at that 3 ink over there. That's a perfect amount for the Firefly Swarm, and it is a targeted removal. Getting that baby head out of here as a 3/3 and now being a 1/3 is a very important thing. Like you said, cutting off that card draw, but just getting we're passing.
Yeah, I mean, not much that we can do. The ham is evasive. We don't really want to quest this horseman because we could lose it super easily. So Nathan feeling pretty good, at least in terms of his board. But one thing I've just noticed, Color, time has been flying by, and we've got 0 lore for both of these players. So
Oh
both
my.
of these players doing a lot of control right now. But we want to see how we win the game, right? We want to push that lore objective, starting
Nah,
with
let's
the
just make
ham.
game actions and draw cards. Let's go as we have Sid, Toy Surgeon, coming on down to banish our own Janie pterodactyl doll thing. And it does say when on your turn, whenever you banish this card, they lose a lore and you gain a lore. But then because of Sid's ability, you gain 2 lore whenever a toy is banished on your turn as well. So that net us 3 lore while subtracting. So, 0 lore pretty much because, we're at 0. But now we should be at 3. Look at us. We are gaining
And
lore in a new, weird way.
And we also drew a card. So we got to draw a card because of that baby head. One of our characters was banished.
Synergy.
Yeah, so we're continuing to refill our hand. We're gaining lore now. Hopefully the players will remember to update that in just a second. And then we put an Aladdin down. This Ruby Aladdin, gonna be able to give your reckless characters the ability to quest, essentially, is what that card does. But right now, oh wow, up to 7. Okay, there we are. With the lore. But right now, this Aladdin not going to be able to do something as we continue to leverage this ham. This ham's going crazy.
Let's
Pseudo
go.
ramp is a must here as we see yet another Woody come down. This one's going to allow us
Look
to
us to the
search.
top 4 cards of it. It's basically like our Ariel Spectacular Singer of old. We look at the top 4 cards of our deck and we go ahead and put a toy character into our hand, which is just, you were talking about earlier, how you're like, oh, the Jesse is so integral to this, matchup, being able to reduce strength and everything else like that at drawing a card. There is a ton of card draw in this deck between the baby head, between the Akud, between the song that I will remember by the end of this day.
You've got a friend in me.
And we're canceled. So now we have that. that all to our advantage. So this deck is so relentless, and I don't know if the way that we have our other Amber and Ruby deck over on the other side, Delcho's side, that it has as much advantage as card advantage as we have over here with the toy synergy.
Yeah, it's looking really really good for Nathan right now. And we are up to 7 lore already. We're not even going to mind losing this ham at this point. We've done so much. I would even argue that we've done enough.
Oh
Um
dear.
being able to find that Ohana means family, it feels nice, but we had to pay, full price for it. We've only got 4 ink left, maybe 5, if we're able to ink something. So I'm having trouble seeing a world where Nathan is
Mm.
not able to push himself over the finish line here, even if it's a little bit slow going.
Yeah, definitely one of the things you need to look out for. I mean, we have this toy synergy. It is a new deck. We don't, it should be fast, but at the same time, there is a lot of a control aspect to it. So that is going to run us down. Like you said, we are 7-0 lore. Now, this is probably it being a new deck. It also being a new deck that I don't feel like they would probably, be throwing into the mirror. Like, like if I were testing this deck last time, I don't know if I would have been like, listen, I think I need to hit the mirror.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And here we go. This Woody Jungle Guide gonna go ahead and shift, gonna get a quest in. So once again, we get to draw a card, and then we are gonna get to play a character for free for
Free.
free 99. Here we go. We got this wind up frog
Wind
coming
up frog
down
that
here.
yeah, it does say that I do believe this is the wind up frog that you can play if the toy has been banned. You can play it for free if the toy has been banished.
Right.
But the thing with that is it's a little interesting to me because now we have the ham that's going down there. We also have the wind up frog. There is another character that says I think it's the ducky that does say you can
Yes,
play that one
yes.
for free as well. So there are a lot of free. They printed the word free on these toys a lot, you guys, and it's freaking me out because this wind up frog is a new little guy that ends up in the inkwell, but when he comes out, it is insane. So
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's interesting to see what's going on here on Nathan's side of the board because one thing you want to know, this is a mirror, but on Dalcho's side, we have not seen a lot of toys, which actually is working in his favor because we have this Sid Phillips on the other side of the board. Because Sid isn't just when your own toys are banished, it's when toys are banished, period. So right now, Delcho not having toys on the board, kind of saving him from allowing Nathan to continue to run away from the game. The only way that Nathan's going to be able to gain that passive lore off of that Sid is by banishing his own toy characters. We get this Webby Diary established, and that is going to synergize nicely with boost characters, which we probably have a lot of in our deck. Hello, we've got a shift. Haven't seen this Tinkerbell
Tinkerbell does say
in a
whenever
while.
you play this character, you are able to exert a character with 2 cost or less. So now our poor little wind up frog that was just gonna go ahead and get us 2 lore is now exerted and a prime target. Now, do we take the Woody? Because now, of course, that is a 5/3, and that is the perfect amount to go ahead and take care of the Woody, which was giving everything +1 willpower, making it a little bit more difficult to take out. But this little wind up frog might never get to see his questing days as we try to sit here and decide if it's worth it. And let me tell you, it is. You do not want me banishing this frog on my turn.
Yeah.
That's 2 lore regardless.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct. I think the Woody Jungle Guy definitely want to get that out of here, but this wind up frog gonna be the next best target. We do have the Jesse back on the board now, so we're gonna have to be careful how we navigate this though, because if our characters just aren't straight up banished, they are probably going to be minused in their strength a lot. And that is one of the benefits of having this Jesse, is that we can kind of, if we can play enough characters for 2 costs or less, we can just quest out here without even caring about banishing the characters on the other side, because you can't challenge back if you have no strength unless you have some rush characters. So interesting to see what Nathan's going to elect to do here.
Yeah, definitely. As we see a second Sid in hand, which is actually hilarious. Now, we do know these are new cards, these are new toys, pun intended. Are we going to do the responsible thing? Are we going to do the hilarious thing? And what is it? We go ahead and play another Jingle Joe, which, okay, of course, we do say, hey, listen, when I played this, I'm going to -1 strength this Hercules over here. I'm also going to be able to potentially quest. We could throw some things in. Now, if we do throw some things in, I know that we would have loved to be able to get the 2 triggers from the baby head, but instead what we'll do is throw the first baby head into that Tinkerbell, getting rid of that 5/3 character and drawing a card from our second baby head. And I know we would have loved to do the greedy thing and been able to, like, I don't know, throw the Jessie in or something, but she, like you said, she is too important to our strategy to just draw 2 cards off of, because that minus effect is so, so strong. As we take Sid here on a quest, gaining 2 lore and getting up to our 16 lore lead.
I'm happy to see that we went ahead and quested with this Sid. I know Nathan had been choosing not to quest with it for a little bit, but I think it's important. I think, when we're this close to closing out this game, this Sid putting us up to 16, we've still got unexerted characters on our board. I think we just need to go ahead and do it. And honestly, I mean, yeah, even something like this Horseman in hand, great removal for our other characters, but not going to do anything to this Sid. So I think we're feeling pretty comfortable in this spot.
Jingle Joe, no. He had his day. But it wasn't today, as he goes into the discard, banished by this Headless Horseman, Terror of Sleepy Hollow, and we are going to go ahead and elect to challenge it and get rid of this Sid. It is, because of the Horseman, it does buff that up, which is actually the
Yes.
perfect negate to that Jesse's ability because of the Horseman. So it is kind of interesting to see that push and pull from the mirror here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I
Too many
totally forgot
Sids.
that could happen, but we have another Sid in hand. We've actually got 2 Sids in
Yep.
hand, and regardless, we can actually think, can we win the game
I
right
think we
here?
can
We
just win the
just
game.
quest out for 2, and then we
And then
play
play
the
the
Sid.
Sids.
And Nathan is new to this deck,
Come
so
on, guys.
give him a second, okay? He's gonna find it, and it
Yeah.
looks like he found it. So this first game gonna be going to Nathan, but I feel like
I mean, yeah, I was sitting there. We saw the line. You saw the line again. Like you said, it's completely new, but that is so funny being able to, like, quest out, draw the Sid, and go, wait a minute. Do I just win? Oh, sick. Let me just do that. And then we'll go on to game 2.
And this is interesting, so at first we thought this was going to be a true mirror of mirrors, but what we've ended up finding is that these decks, while they are the same ink colors, are built very, very differently. So Nathan gonna be playing with a lot of the new toys from this new set, Wilds Unknown. His opponent, Delcho, however, gonna be playing a strategy that is more similar to what we saw last set in Winterspell for Ruby and Amber. Things like that Webby's Diary, things like that Aladdin. I think we had the Scrooge's Counting House as well, the Ebenezer, the Scrooge Ghostly Ebenezer, like all of these boost things synergizing with that Webby's Diary to draw cards is, I would argue, a completely different build than what this toy deck is trying to do. So while it's a mirror, they absolutely have different win cons and objectives, and it's going to be interesting to see if Delcho is going to feel more favored here on the play, as these things typically go.
Yeah, this is definitely built as a very, very kind of control deck where you're sitting there with, you have the removal, you're leaning into the Ruby. And this is definitely with the addition of the toys. And I'm sure if we looked at the list, the amount of new cards in Nathan's list has to be, I'm going to go ahead and say, like 54 new cards, because we're really just using the Akud. And I think that's might be the only non card that we're using
Yeah,
from Wilds Unknown. We have
we
Angel and Akud, so
Angel,
my bad.
Akud, Horseman Strikes, and I believe that's it.
Yeah.
So everything else is brand new cards, which I think is so awesome to see. Wilds Unknown, one set before the next rotation for Disney Lorcana, bringing in some incredible power, some incredible synergies, lots of tribal decks being around. I won't be surprised if we see dwarves out there. I won't be surprised if we see even more toys in even different colors. So it is, a lot of people are saying it's the wild, wild west out there. And I believe it, because we've got woodies to boot,
Yeah.
and snakes in their boot.
Yeah.
I'm
One
excited
might
to
say it's a
see.
little unknown out there as well.
Whoa, it's getting wild.
I got her.
And it's unknown what we are going to see for the rest of this day. So we want to say, while they are shuffling up, thank you to everybody for rocking with us here at Versus Games in Oviedo. We appreciate you all being here. As Gabe always says, there's a lot of places where you could be watching Lorcana today, and we appreciate you choosing to watch it with us. This is going to be core constructed format. I know a lot of players are also interested in Infinity at this time. So if you're somebody who's not going to the DLC and wants to know what's good with core, we are shaping the meta right here in real time as we get going to game number 2.
You're like, as Gabe always says, and I kind of clinched because I was like, oh, it could be anything. It could be anything as we go ahead and ink an Ariel Ethereal Singer. Okay. To then play the Tinkerbell, but we do look like it. We have our underdog angel in our hand. We have the right amount of cards as well as we go ahead and ink the pterodactyl. No, just kidding. It's a wind-up frog, and we go ahead and play that angel. Now, that angel does have underdog and the ability to go ahead and sing a cood on its turn because the sucker costs enough. It costs so it's a
Yes.
singer 3. It's a 2 cost, but you can play it if you went second. This card is nuts, and especially with her patent pending song that goes along really nicely. It's almost like they made those cards to go together, Willow.
Yeah, absolutely. This underdog angel could be huge for Nathan here because we did see that he has the Akud in hand. This is going to allow him to cheat out some very powerful characters very, very early. Now, we don't have the dream like shift line with the Woody's Jungle Guide. We'd have to wait a little bit longer to do something like that. But I have no doubt that we're going to be able to make great use of this. So we draw our card first. Sequencing's important. Let's see, what can we cheat into play here?
I mean, a lot of things. We could just go ahead and play out our hand at this point, but we are going to exert 2 to go ahead and play a
There
Woody. And we look at those
it is!
top 4 cards. Yes. And we'll be able to get a toy. And spoiler alert, there is pretty much oops, all toys in this deck. So we'll have the pick of the litter here as we do potentially get this bullseye. Yes. That is a
Nice.
very good card. I mean, he is a 4/3 stat line. And by the way, he costs 1 less if there's a Woody in play. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but that's a Woody right
That
there.
might just be a Woody there. Feels really, really good. Nice start from Nathan here. We're going to have our shift line available to us right away. We don't even have to take the shift line, though. If we don't want it, we can continue establishing our board. We don't even mind if we lose this angel in a challenge, for example. This Akud is just getting us off to such a nice start. Delcho not going to be happy to see this on the other side, but he does have that Scrooge Ghostly Ebenezer of his own. Let's see what he goes for here.
Why does Nathan look stressed right now? Because listen, as we ink a Scrooge's counting house, my goodness, that's another card with Webby's diary. When you're able to just go ahead and boost that and then boost that and boost that, this deck can go off to the races, but it is looking like maybe this Boosty Boys deck is not, well, okay, Webby's diary, that's pretty good. But we are going to go ahead and pass. We are setting up here. Now, I do believe that we talk about play draw disparity quite a bit in this game, and then we're about to just blow that out of the water if we go ahead and sing. There it is, Willow. What's the song?
You've got a friend in me.
Oh,
Let's
you two, we are
go.
so sorry.
The new-
Just sing it off key enough to where it's not going to get us. But that card lets us look at the top 4 and put 2 toys into our hand, which
Let's
is
go.
so much
And
card
I
advantage.
believe we're looking at 2 baby heads right now. I can't quite see what the other 2 cards are, but we've got 2
Baby
baby
head,
heads, so we might be thinking about it.
Do it. We love the card
And we
advantage.
do it.
Let's go.
But Color, this is
I
dangerous
know it's
because
bricked, but it's
they
fine.
are uninkable. Now, we did see Nathan's hand is nice and healthy on inkables right now, but also, to be fair, these baby heads are like, other than the Sid, of course, some of the most expensive cards in Nathan's
Oh yeah, the
deck.
top end of this deck is quite uninkable. As I was noticing that he was playing it last night, as we do see the bullseye come down, I kept seeing, I was like, your hand is completely bricked with like 4 and 6 drops. What are we doing? And he's like, yeah, the uninkability of this deck is probably about 14, is what he was saying. But at the same time, they're all very high costed uninkables,
Yeah.
which makes it a gamble. But at the same time, a Cood now reduces the cost.
Yeah.
Woody puts 2 costs out for free. There's a lot of ways to get free. The little frog, the little wind-up frog comes out for free. The other one can be reduced for how many toys that you have in your Churnaduck is what we were calling him last night. As he does get a reduction for each toy card in your discard. So the fact that this deck is super uninkable is actually mitigated by the amount of free that it has available to it. And the card draw is very just off the charts for a strategy like this right out of the box.
Yeah, out of the toy box, some
Ah.
might say. No, but you're absolutely right. I mean, the thing though about these baby heads, like we said, it is the top end of those uninkables. You get a
My
friend
God.
in me. Coming back
So
again.
much card
Um,
advantage. Like we went second, but did we? But did
but
we?
did we? So the baby head gonna be uninkable, gonna be a little bit high cost, but also it's not gonna synergize well as we see those Jessies. Oh, one of them's a Woody, but Jesse's gonna be a nice pickup here. The Shift Woody gonna be another nice pickup as well. But sorry, I'm gonna finish my point.
So
Uninkable,
exciting.
yes, but also negative quote unquote synergy because it's not those 2 or less. So Nathan picking those baby heads up is good insurance for later, but also might force him to ink some cards that are going to end up being helpful later on. So we will see. But of course, we're going to go ahead, shift this Woody, and do all of the nice, good things first. Going to get to play a card for free here as well. So let's see what we elect to put down. I'm liking the ham. Ham's good. Nice little ramp there.
I know. More free, more reduction, more getting us to
Free,
where
free,
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 free.
free.
That's what I said. I was like, you guys, take a look at this next set during spoilers of Wilds Unknown. If you see free printed on a card, you will be terrified of it by the end of this. And we did and the amount of cards that we have in hand, the amount of stuff that we have on the board, the amount of advantage and synergy. I love this. I hate decks that are just oops, all good cards. This is my own personal bias coming in here. I love cards. When I do something, I got 40 triggers I got to worry about, and they're between me and my deck, and you just get to watch. That's what I'm here for. It's diabolical, but I love it.
Absolutely. Now, Dalcho staring down the face of a very, very wide board here. Gonna have to navigate through this. Does have things like the Headless Horseman in hand, so we can see what he can make happen. But one thing I did notice in his hand that he's gonna be building towards, and he, of course, we elect to get the Shift Woody up on out of here. He's gonna be building towards color that Raging Storm. I did see it in hand. Now, this again is completely different from Nathan's build. Now, the reason why that's significant, last game, you pointed out, color, that Dalcho was kind of running away with it in terms of the ink disparity here. Now we know that's because he does have access to that board wipe. So if Dalcho can stall long enough, and if Nathan is not expecting that board wipe, maybe he does dump out his hand, but before he can get, triggers and synergy off of the baby head to draw cards and stuff, things like that, that's on your own turn, right? So if Dalcho is able to banish everything on Nathan's turn with that board wipe, and Nathan has no cards, he may be able to rebuild and win this game, but it is going to take time to do so. And looking up here, the clock is a little bit against us. These players only have 20 minutes, and we're only in game 2. Now, this is a new set. Sometimes these things happen, but it's going to be interesting to see if we have time to finish a game 3 at all.
Nah, we're gonna Sid soon. Eventually,
Color's so excited.
We're Sid. We're gonna play Sid. Now we're gonna play the baby head. Just kidding. That's exactly. No, I'm serious. That is what this deck is about, Willow. We have built toys into a deck. They gave us toys, and you can pair them with Emerald, right? And if you pair them with Emerald, let's go fast. Let's play all our toys. Let's play with them. If we put Ruby in it, we are banishing toys to gain lore. That's what we're doing. We're toy surgeons here. We're gonna banish every single toy. We're gonna stick a little, was it M80 rocket on it? Like, oh my god, that kid was insane. That kid was insane. Listen, it was in the movie. I'm not making this stuff up, you guys.
It's true. It was in the movie. It was in the movie. We're stating
he hooked a rocket to my man Buzz, and we all just had to play him as a card now and pretend like it's not a little scarring. But again, that Raging Storm. I'm terrified. Willow, you have me so scared right now. Nathan's scared right now. Look at us all.
The thing is, Nathan does have a little bit of time on his side. We're only inking up to 6 this turn. So we have some time before that board wipe. But because Nathan, I would assume, isn't, thinking that there's a board wipe in this deck, he's kind of going a little slow to quest here. Like, he's protecting a lot of these cards, which on the surface is pretty good. But knowing what we know as casters, you might just want to be going full in, as much questing power as possible.
Now, it is a little scary. We do have the Horseman on the board, and there's not a good way of getting rid of that. But we do have a Webby's Diary. No, that's going to be so... I mean, yay for Delcho there. We have so much card advantage now. Every time we boost, we will be able to pay 1 to draw a card, and now we'll be able to pay 2 to draw 2 cards. So we are getting over to this turn. We don't see the Sid. We do see the baby head, so you're kind of right here. Now we are going into this ink turn to where it's not this turn, it's next turn, because 7 is so much sooner than 8 ink, as we have found out with our board wipes in this game. But we are going to go ahead and exert the Woody here immediately to maybe do some shenanigans. Is this a Sid? Is this a Sid? It is a Sid! We have the Sid! I'm so excited! We will banish our Woody, which makes you banish one of your characters as well. And then when a toy is banished, I do get the ability to get to lure and draw a card from the baby head as well. So we are off to the races. We're doing what this deck wants to do. Now, we didn't exert, so we're not able to banish our characters. Where's the Lonely Grave, Willow?
Where's the Lonely Grave indeed? So we use that ham ability to exert to pay 1 less for that Sid. We went ahead and quested with that Woody and then banish it, gain some extra lore. But again, and we quested with our Angel as well, but we didn't quest with our Woody or our Bullseye. So this could be the juiciest Raging Storm of all time, color, because if we don't get our lore, we're going to lose it all.
Yeah, I am worried. You're worried. They're worried. We got to banish our own toys. If you banish my toys, I don't get anything out of it when you're a sadistic little toy surgeon like Sid. You know, you got to what? This is so messed up. I cannot. Actually, the implications of this card is actually like kind of freaking me out. So let me just focus on this game right here. Well, we got two Webby's Diaries. That means that we're able to pay two after we boosted the Scrooge to then draw two cards. So we have plenty of card advantage as we are going to go ahead and potentially challenge into this ham and get that off of the board. No, we're not. Yes, we are.
We're thinking about it. We're taking our time because we're going to lose this horseman no matter what. But I don't think Dolcho should care too much about that because we do have this Raging Storm ready to go. And I think that that's ultimately going to be more important than even like I believe in Ohana Means Family in hand. Even things like this Scrooge McDuck, we could use it to then use the Ohana, but why? We just need to get everything out of here. Like, I think we should have just taken the quest because we know we're board wiping anyways. If we don't want to take the quest, we should have just challenged him with the Angel. Not to take anything away from this player. I'm sure he's got his own plans, but I am seeing on this board, we need to board wipe next turn. Why not stop Nathan from getting as much lore as possible by banishing the other exerted character in that Angel?
Now we are. Oh, just kidding. We had a second Sid. So now you have to get rid of your Scrooge, all of those things. There's an enchanted
Now we
Raging
know the
Storm.
Raging Storm is
Yep.
there.
And I do know there's one in the hand, one in the discard, and one left in the deck. Now, I think we're just going to get going here.
We don't care, Color. We're going to keep playing characters with this Akut. There's no way Nathan is not looking at the amount of ink that Delcho has across from him. I think playing out any characters right now is not going to be showing respect to that Raging Storm and is potentially going to be walking into a really big mistake here.
Oh, we're going to play Bouncing Ducky. No, he doesn't know. Somebody go tell him, but you can't.
Oh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Oh,
he's
no.
going to lose it all. He's not going to get to draw. No, he's going to. Oh my goodness, this is potentially disastrous for Nathan here. I mean, he's taking his time. I want him to look over and realize
1 ink. Ha ha ha. Okay, it's 8.
Okay,
8's the problem. We realize it. All right, we're going for the quest. We're taking it all the way.
We still played out more characters than I would have liked. Like I kind of understand this Sid, but it's also a big fest.
We're at 17. Look how many cards we have in hand. We are good to go.
2 cards? 2 cards?
No, probably. Listen. Okay, listen.
It's a juicy board wipe, is all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's wrong.
Look at him. Look at him smile.
Right.
He's like, okay,
Up
listen, dude,
17.
I got so many cards in hand. He's like, do you have it? And he's like, bro, I've had it. I've been having it. All of the toys, Raging Storm.
His head. He knows. He knew it was coming.
Raging all the way into the discard. Raging all the way into the discard.
Okay, one of them draws a card, though.
As we have the Pterodactyl Janie doll coming down, which is hilarious, but then again, it's not going to really help us here. Oh,
Let's
no.
get as much lore as possible. Come on. That's one that'll put us up to 18 if we can't banish it.
Oh, it is a baby head. So
Do it again.
think we are just going to go ahead for we're going to go for that.
Sure,
we're just going
sense.
to, as we draw another Horseman Strikes. Oh my goodness. Now that does say that you can banish a character with evasive and draw a card. Now you do not have to have a chosen character for that ability. So he did pay 3 to just draw the card, but then he just drew another Horseman Strike. So that's actually the worst timeline. And we will pass here with our 1 character. That is a 1 strength, 1 willpower character that can happen to get banished by a dragon. Holy crap!
Dragon is awesome. That's so awesome, and we don't get the lore. Now, here's the thing. The reason why I was saying, obviously, Nathan is at 17 lore. He could have played out those characters, but imagine he still had the Bouncing Ducky and the Sid in hand on this clapback turn, plus the Janie doll Pterodactyl. We could have just won the game with the Pterodactyl and Sid in the same turn had we shown that patience. So it's not that Nathan is, in a terrible position, but that's why I didn't think it was correct to play into that Raging Storm. But things happen. We've still got this on the board, and if we don't have another Maleficent Dragon to get rid of this wind-up frog, it's just getting dicey, right? It's just getting dangerous. So let's see what we can do. We start by playing the Scrooge, boosting it to start drawing some cards.
Yeah, so we can go ahead, pay 1 for the first Webby's Diary, draw a card, pay 1 for the next Webby's Diary, and draw a card. And let me tell you, I don't know what it is about that Maleficent Monstrous Dragon banishing a 1-cost 1/1 toy that just sent me into another space of living. I mean, I'm on another plane right now as we go ahead and play another really impactful Horseman.
Let's go, Dolcho making the dream run here. He might be able to do it, okay, depending on how much removal. But one thing he certainly has is a whole lot of card draw. But this Woody gonna be potentially absolutely huge here because this is gonna allow us to start, hopefully, flooding the board with multiple threats a turn, so that way it's hard. Because right now we're only seeing one target removal coming from Dalcho's side. So we need to ink a card. We need to play another card. We need to not just let him banish one thing a turn, Nathan.
Nar! As we see him pass the turn going on over here. Now, we do know that the Raging Storm was actually up and underneath one of the boosted characters, and then he played a Raging Storm, and there's actually only one left in the deck. Now, of course, Nathan doesn't know that. We know that. But that Raging Storm literally could be under that Scrooge for all we know. So the chances of a board wipe are low, but they're not zero. But look at how many cards Delcho has in hand from that Webby's Diary. There is so much ability to rebuild and answer and answer and answer. And like you were saying, if we're just playing one toy a turn, we're just going to be able to bust that board up and not let you get, you're just going to get stuck at 17.
So one thing I want to say is not only do we have so many cards in hand for Delcho, we also have so much ink available to us. Hello? Is this the Elsa? Is it the Ice Artisan?
Ice Artisan coming in, being able...
Ice Artisan coming in. Now this makes sense because this does synergize
exert effects
with locations. So this Elsa, if you don't remember, when you play this character and whenever you play a location, you may exert chosen character with 3 strength or less. Now this is the exert effects that I was talking about this deck needing. Now we did see one Scrooge's Counting House go into the discard. So there are locations. How many more can we find? And if we can find a location, she's also going to quest for 4 color. Okay, and we're already up to 7 for Dalcho. Meanwhile, banishing everything that Nathan is establishing on his side of the board. So Nathan might be in trouble here because next turn we could potentially quest for
15 if we have a location.
If we can find that location. Now, how do we search? How do we find that location? There's no way. Oh, just kidding. We've got a boost character, and then we've got 2 Webby's Diaries on the board, plus the draw that we already do at the start of our turn. Delcho might just be making the biggest comeback here.
Absolutely.
Nathan at 17. He's got to start realizing we need to see 2 characters a turn. Can he do it?
Well, he does have a Ducky in hand, so we will be able to play that bouncing Ducky by taking out all of those characters out of our discard, putting them on the bottom of our deck because it does give a cost reduction of 1 for each toy in your discard. So we can go ahead and put the cards underneath. It costs 6, so we're going to have to go find 6 toys, put them on the bottom of our deck, and then be able to play, hopefully, another thing out of our hand. Now, we did go ahead.
Yeah, I want to know how much cheaper we were able to make that Ducky. We did have to put all of our toy characters onto the bottom of our deck, which is good because now we can potentially, find them if we can dig them up back to the top. This is good, though. We've now put the exact amount of lore in play that we need to win this game. So if Delcho cannot remove both of these characters, Nathan is going to win the game. But let's see what Dalcho can do in order to make this happen as our timer is ticking, folks. Dalcho gonna be hoping for the draw here. Nathan gonna be pushing for the 2-0 victory. Let's see what we're gonna do.
We ink him out, he's shark, and now I mean, if my eyes deceive me, I do believe that's a trials and tribulation, but that was a little bit of an insane thing as the ethereal voice Ariel does come down. We go ahead and boost her, then we'll be able to draw if we sing a song. But also, we will be able to boot. That is Trials and Tribulation. That is. That does give -2 to all of your characters. There's -4 to a chosen character. That card. Who plays that card? Delcho, what are we doing?
This guy.
That is -4 to your... oh, my goodness. That does give -4 to chosen character, as that Ducky is a large boy. But now he's not. He's a 1/5. And we are able to Sisu. Daring Visitor.
Oh, my goodness.
That Ducky. That's crazy. This is insane.
We have not seen this card at all 2 games. And now it comes out right when we need it or most. We're going to go ahead and get the Jessie off the board as well. This is insane. Now we have a location on the board. We have the Elsa Ice Artisan that we can potentially move to this location. Gonna be allowing her to quest. Here we go for 4. Okay. Then at the start of on our next turn, we have all of this lore available to us. Has Dalcho done it? Are we gonna have to see a 5-minute game 3?
Oh, we have a
sit in hand.
Do we have a
hand? How much ink? I don't think we have enough. We're scoping it up.
No.
Dalcho gonna take the win.
Because I was about to say there, oh my gosh, that was a most insane game. Because if we would have had a Pterodactyl Janie doll, we could have played the Pterodactyl Janie doll, played the Sid, and won the game off the top of the deck. But we didn't have it as we go ahead and go to game 3 with I don't know, 10
5
minutes left in the round?
less than 10 minutes. Listen, here's the thing I wanna say about this. Delcho, if they had more time on the clock, is actually in such a favorable position. I understand everybody wants to, pun intended, play with all the new toys of this set, and I don't blame them. The toys are amazing. But if you're looking to win tournaments, Color, if you're looking to spike an event, as the people say, you are actually going to be in a favored position not playing toys because, as we've seen, when Nathan had those toys along with the Sid Phillips on the board, anytime he could challenge into his opponent's toys was gonna banish them. So Nathan is probably gonna be able to win games just off of that. Dolcho not having toys in his deck, so when Nathan is banishing characters, not being able to gain lore from your opponents as well. Because think about it, if you challenge with a toy into a toy on your turn, you're getting 4 lore color
Mhm,
because that's
mhm,
2 toys that are banished.
mhm.
The toy does not have to be your own character. So Dolcho not having toys, potentially being the difference maker in this quote unquote mirror match here. Now, we only have 6 minutes on the clock. Both of these players are going to know that. I want to see them pick it up because I do believe that we can declare a winner. Nathan's goal going to be drawing as many cards, playing as many toys for free. Delcho's is going to be a little bit slower here because he's got the control build. Can Nathan pull it out?
I know that's kind of what you were saying too. We have the ability to throw down a lot of low costed cards, and I think at this point we might need to just go ahead and forego that Sid plan unless we are able to go ahead, build a wide board, hold everything up as much as we can, and just kind of hope upon hope. But this is a deck that is going to get destroyed by its own mirror Ruby characters because that horseman has been putting in so much work. Every time we see a Woody come down, it's immediately gone. And as well as I was sitting here looking at this list, Delcho has a 61 card deck. So I don't know if he's going to be completely disqualified for that or no, I'm just kidding. So this is an interesting list. I am looking now. I don't want to like give too many details. I know this is the very beginning, but at the same time, there are some interesting inclusions here that are one ofs because when I looked down and I saw that this was a 61 card deck, I was like,
Oh, yeah,
well,
we get
what was the
invested.
61st card? Well, it could have been the Ice Artisan. It could have been some other cards that are just kind of ridiculous. So this is a deck that is really leaning on it being able to draw a ton of cards to be able to get to these one of resources as we see a Tinkerbell come down in the face of a pterodactyl Janie doll into the face of we're just gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're just gonna go wide with these toys. We're not
Oh,
doing the
yeah.
broken powerful opening, but at the same time, if we go wide enough and fast enough, just kidding, Scrooge's Counting House is a beast of a card.
I like seeing this Scrooge Counting House come down because it's going to stop Nathan from questing and force him to challenge into that location if he wants to keep this game as long as possible. Now, we see Nathan's potentially going to ignore it, but he didn't quest either. So, curious to see how both of these players navigate the speed at which they want to play this game while still making the best plays every single turn. Not always easy to do.
Yeah, no, unfortunately too, because there's not a great way to banish your own characters on your turn, you're going to have to start turning things sideways. And it seems as though Delcho has recognized the weakness of this deck is like, hey, if I just don't turn sideways, you can't get rid of your characters. As we do go ahead and sing an Akud et Amudi, which lets us draw a card as well as giving us a 2-cost reduction onto our next character, which was Babyhead. Which, at this point, are we going to do anything with this wind-up frog? It is a 2/1. It's just a little guy, but it's got 2 lore on it, and
I
we already have our bullseye already headed sideways, so I think
Yeah.
that's a great turn
I
for
think
me.
we do just need to go ahead and start questing if we're Nathan. I think the against control, the name of the game is go fast, get underneath them. Don't let Delcho ink up to that 8 or 9 ink where he can start really controlling the game, whether it be through things like the Raging Storm and Maleficent Dragon, or even just playing down multiple threats a turn. So starting off, we're gonna sing this
Oh,
Della's
no.
Moon Lullaby to give minus because I'm seeing multiple relevant cards in hand. One of them being this Sisu, which is going to come down and banish that baby head. That feels really good. Such an integral card to get up on out of here. You got to imagine this
Oof.
Tinkerbell going to go for the bullseye instead of the wind-up frog, probably just because of that willpower there.
And the bullseye is the perfect singer for You Got a Friend in Me and
Absolutely.
for the other Akud song. As we do see, now we're just kind of drawing some cards here.
And
We
we're
did
hard
have to
casting, yeah.
play the Akud right off the top. We just had to hard play that, as you said, to go ahead and play a free angel now. We do see another Akud in hand, which could potentially ramp us to something a little bit bigger next time. but this does seem, if we are going to fire on all these cylinders with our little Sisus and our horsemans and everything in between, this game might be already well controlled, losing that baby head in the way that we just did.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I want to point out, these 3 lore that Delcho has is from this location. So like I'm
Oh
saying,
yeah.
this location is doing the questing for us. We
Eh.
also get this Webby Diary down. So now we're ready to start. We have our engine online. We've got a location to draw us cards. We've got boost characters. We've got or excuse me, to gain us lore. We've got the Webby's Diary to draw us cards. And look at this evasive. Also gonna be some
Jingle
protection here.
Joe, where you at?
On the other side, Nathan, while he is seeing a lot of Akuds, he's not seeing the synergies that he has in the previous 2 games. So, Angel's gonna sing this "You Got a Friend in Me." We're gonna be hoping to find some impactful toys here. Ducky gonna be a little bit of an expensive one, considering we haven't really seen that many toys. Color
Mm-mm.
Ham, nice for some ramp, but I really think we want to start seeing things like the Jessies, the Woody Jungle Guide. We want to see more. I just don't think Nathan's deck is firing off on all cylinders the same way that Dalcho's
One,
is.
two, three. But we do have the Akud as well. So we were able to two reduce from that, the two reduce from the toys in our inkwell, plus the ink that we had available to us,
Very
which
nice.
then goes up. So the Akud did kind of ramp us into that Ducky, which is going to be a little bit more harder to get rid of. But we did see the trials and tribulations, what gives you -2 or -4,
Minus
making
4.
making that Ducky look real silly
Get
last
it up
turn.
on out of here.
God.
Sing the trials and tribulations. Play the headless horseman. Let's do it. Just kidding. He doesn't have it in hand. One thing he does have in hand, though, is that Firefly Swarm, which you did point out. Curious
Yup.
to see when he's going to deploy this. This right now, without putting cards into our discard, could hit this wind-up frog, so we don't even have to deal with it. If we are able to find a song to give reduction, we can get rid of that Ducky as well. So might be saving that for extra insurance.
Absolutely. And I mean, if we are able to go ahead and play something, banish a character, and then all of a sudden that Firefly Swarm turns into a literal Dragonfire for
Yes,
three ink.
absolutely.
Because it does say whenever you banish a character, or if a character is banished on this turn, you basically just banish it instead. It's crazy. It's crazy.
And look at the clock. That is gonna be
Oh!
time in the round. You know what they say, folks. Active player. You are turn 0. And then you get 5 additional turns. Yeah, Nathan gonna be turn 0 here. Don't think we're gonna be able to close it out
Wait a minute.
regardless.
Hey, we're turning sideways. We're zooming, grooving, and that's a lot of characters as we go ahead and sing. What was it, like our 4th Akud at Moody?
Yeah, hold
Just
on.
go ahead, getting 2 reduction, being able to play the Jesse, into an ink, into please just play out your hand. I mean, actually, no, we're waiting. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So I mean, you're trolling if you if you board wipe now because we are in turns, you guys. But we do have a lot of ink. We do have enough cards in hand to be able to control this board. But basically, we're playing the game. I'm not going to let you win if you don't let me win.
Yeah, I mean, both of these players gonna want to be trying to get as close to 20 as possible. But I think at this point, Nathan's trying to get to 20 and Dulcho's trying to go for the draw. I love seeing these situations because it does force you to play a little bit differently when you don't have, time. You don't have as many rounds as you would like. So Nathan here identifying, you know what? I just got a quest. That's what we see happen there. Who cares about the synergies? Who cares what I draw into? Just get my lore. Dalcho, on the other hand, saying, you know what? I want to draw. I don't want to be
I
with a
like
loss after this first round. So we're doing some thinking, seeing what we can do here. We mentioned we have the Firefly Swarm in hand.
Mhm.
Besides that, I don't see any targeted removals. So what we have on board, besides drawing into something with the Webby's Diary, is what we're going to have available to us.
Now we do see we are at 10 lore over here on Nathan's side and 7 on Delcho's side. And again, these characters quest for quite a bit. But at the same time, we do have 3 challenging characters available to us now. The Ducky is a 5/5 at this point in time. I'm not seeing any reduction coming in from Delcho's side, like you were saying. But we have a 1/1, a 2/1, a 2/2, and a 5/5. So some of those will be very easy to get rid of. But we do know that the Sisu Daring Visitor is a 1/1 as well. So any challenging that she's going to be doing will be a trade.
Now, one thing I'm interested in is I do believe we boosted the Aladdin to draw with the Webby's Diary,
Hmm.
but we can still boost both our location and the aerial ethereal voice and then still have ink available to play the Firefly Swarm. I know we probably don't want to spend all of our ink. Actually, that's not true. We could do one of those things and
Right.
still have ink to play the Firefly Swarm. If you want to just dig a card deeper, I don't know, maybe we have some songs that would make this Firefly Swarm a little bit better depending on what we could target.
I was about to say, you could literally just throw you could actually just throw the Sisu into the little pterodactyl Janie doll over there. I mean, it will trade. You could take care of
Oh
that
yeah,
one. That wasn't,
perfect. Yeah, you
and
want to
then
get the
you do
2 R
just go
off.
ahead and play to get rid of the bouncing ducky or one of the Jessies as well. Because, you know, again, if a character has banished on your turn, you are able to then pay 3 and just banish the character instead. But we do know that we have to challenge with this reckless character here. So we'll probably go ahead and take out potentially, I would say, the pterodactyl Janie doll, because there's so much synergy if we do draw a Sid at this point. So I think that's the most dangerous one. I think we're just basically sitting here. Now we are in time, so we can sit here
Yeah, we
and
could
go
think all
ahead
day
and think
long.
about for the rest of the day. We shouldn't, but we
So
could.
here's the thing I'm thinking about as well. We need to get 2 cards into our discard pile in order to make this Firefly Swarm a Dragonfire, right? So we are gonna need to banish. Well, potentially one of the ways we can do that is to get this Aladdin banished into our discard, but if we're going to do that, we would need to challenge into the Ducky, but that's not going to take out the Ducky. So that's what we're kind of thinking about here is like, how do we get one of these characters into the discard pile? It's going to be a double trade into the Ducky. You would have loved to find one more way to get a card into the discard so you could target the Ducky with the Firefly Swarm. Not going to work out though. Instead, we are just going to get a Jessie off the board. We've done well though. Okay, we've gotten multiple 2 questers off of the board. On Nathan's side, he's only going to be able to quest for 3, especially with what he has in hand. Starting with this Woody, we're going to start looking for things. Oh, there are 2 Sid Phillips colored. That would
Oh,
have been the dream.
no.
But they are going down to the bottom. He is a toy surgeon, not a toy himself. Not going to work out here. I think that might have been the difference maker to help Nathan
Yeah.
close this out. And I don't know if it's going to be possible anymore.
Basically, that's they give it and take it. And everybody knows that anybody we've ever played, an aerial spectacular singer, anything of the like, we're like, oh, sick, let me just shift my best 4 cards to the bottom of my deck. And that's basically kind of what we did here, unfortunately. Pay 3, put the best 4 cards on the bottom of my deck is essentially where we went, but that's okay. I'm not bummed at all about aerial spectacular singer. That's an infinity thing. And today we are here playing core.
Now, I believe this next turn is going to be Nathan's last turn, 14, 15, 16, 17, and he would only go up to 18 unless he is, well, he doesn't even have enough ink to play a Sid, or he could. So we would need, I think it's like Sid or Bust at this point, and we know that 2 of them are down underneath the deck. So a little bit of a Hail Mary here going to need to happen for Nathan in order to fully get to 20, because I just don't think it's going to be able to happen. Dalcho, of course, going to want to be banishing as many characters as possible as well to make sure that it absolutely cannot happen. But I think at this point, we are just playing for the draw on Dalcho's side. I don't think that there's any way that he could get a huge burst of lore. Now, let's see.
We have to have the Sid, but I don't think we can play it.
We do not have the Sid. Even if we did, we would have to ink a card to do it. Singing,
Is that
and
the Sid?
there's the Sid,
No!
the next card.
Not the Jingle Joe.
I haven't even do the full math. I don't even know if it actually would have worked out, but it would have got him as
Oh, absolutely,
because
you could banish the pterodactyl Janie doll, and you get 2,
yeah,
and then you they lose one.
even the Woody to, yeah. So could have happened, but unfortunately the top decks weren't there. It was the next card.
It was the next card.
It was the next.
You never look.
But
Yep.
Not gonna happen here. Gonna end in a draw. It looks like heartbreak for really both of these players, but especially for Nathan being so close. But hey, we're down, but we're not out, right? That's not going to be a loss on either of these players' records. So could potentially
Wait a minute.
see
There's
them.
still, is this, I was going to say, is it pass and then, okay, pass. So this is turn 5. Okay.
Yeah.
As I was about to
this
say,
is the
so he's going
last.
to take his turn and then we'll see. And he's like, I would just play Raging Storm and then just, for the vibes. But here we are. We're going to go ahead, play it all out, quest our turn, do some stuff, and pass it back. And that will probably definitely be a draw. Unless Delcho loses his mind and just says, hey, dude, you got it.
Yeah.
We're just going to Raging Storm for the vibes. Let's go. Delcho is a gamer, and I appreciate it as we go 1-1 into round 1. You guys, They're toys. You play with them. Play with them a little faster.
Hey, it's a brand new set. When it's a brand new set, you are gonna be, taking a little bit of time. But that is time in the round,
Yep.
okay? So we're gonna have the next round up very, very quickly. We are shaping the meta in real time, as I like to say. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna take a very quick break, and then we will be right back on into the action. See you soon. And welcome back to Versus Games Oviedo. You've got me, Willobeez, and Color is Law
Mhm.
in the booth. We are your casters for this event, and round two is actually already ready to go. So we
Oh.
are playing core constructed format. As a reminder, we've got Davis, we've got Alyssa. Let's see what we are going to see on this board. Now, Color, give us some fun lore about
Ooh.
Alyssa here.
I'm so excited because Alyssa here won her round 1 against Jonathan Williams.
That's
So
right, Dragon, John Z.
yeah, and they were like, let's get the person that beat him up here. And I was like, you know what? That's actually a hilarious idea. And they were like, she's playing, and I was like, get her on
Get
in
her on
here.
instantly.
And when you see the deck she is playing, you're gonna realize beat John Williams. Awesome tattoos. It shouldn't matter, but
I
it
know,
does.
she looks
And
awesome. She
deck
looks so cool.
choice as well. I was like, if we could get her up here all day as we ink a Negaduck to play a Mr. Incredible. He's
It's
a
already
1-cost
spicy.
2/2. He's a hero. He's a super. He's a brand new card, and a Mowgli's going to go down to the inkwell. But Willow, what does this mean for us as we see a Amethyst and Amber deck on the other side?
Amethyst, Amber versus Ruby and Amethyst. Amethyst mirrors, but we're pairing it a little bit differently. Hello!
Woman, where is my super suit? It is here. It is on the board. It says when you play this card, if you played a super, something else happens. Doesn't matter. You gain a
you
lore.
gain a lore if you played a super this turn. And then for the rest of the time, she can exert it to pay 2 to draw a card if she played a super character. So this tells me we're going to see some super characters in this deck.
Absolutely. Ruby and Amethyst near and dear and close to my heart, as well as other people's, but it is changed a bit since the days of old as we ink a Cheshire Cat and play a Cheshire Cat, which, you know what? If I had that card back in the day, those mini surfers wouldn't have done as much damage as they did. But it is so good to see that color pairing back and at it here in core. As a Dale spiked suit comes down. Now, this card is a heater coming out of Wilds Unknown. It is a 0/4, and he says your characters, including himself, challenge with their willpower instead of their strength. So even though he's a 0/4, he will challenge in as a 4/4.
Yeah.
Willow is a 2/2, and Louisa over there is a 3/3 instead challenger 2. But we are going to play another super suit because we don't care.
Love it.
We gotta
love
back
it.
up.
Hey, it's uninkable. We got to get it up on out of here sometimes. Just get it on the board. Alyssa doing some setup here. So this is an interesting matchup. I'm curious to see how it's going to play out, right? Because Davis already establishing that Dale, allowing this Elsa,
Oh,
hello,
by the way, it's a 5/5
to
because of
challenge for
Dale.
5,
I'm so
super,
sorry.
super powerful. You gotta love to see it. Now, bold quest here because this Mr. Incredible does have a shift, so we could lose that Dale. But you know what? To be fair, sorry, I forget the Dale's ability already. We would just be banished anyways. Hello!
Let's go, Dash
Bar!
rushing on in and doing what he does best, taking out that Dale now. Here we go. It is during a challenge, so when you challenge back, Dale is still a 4/4, but Dash Par is an uninkable monster 6/5. This is our Maui hero to all. They didn't let us ink him this time because they said, hey, yo, that was way too
we
good.
messed up that first time,
But
guys. Sorry
they
about
did
that.
give him a lore, and he's not reckless. So for that uninkability trade-off, we now have 1 lore, and he's able to quest. Because let me tell you, there are times where I wanted to quest with my Maui hero to all and just, couldn't. So he's uninkable. He's here, and he just took out a Dale.
Yeah, Dash Par super super strong. Exciting to see Davis inking. Okay, I was like, hello. Inking that card. So the reason I think this matchup's going to be interesting is because Ruby and Amethyst has some very powerful things that it can do. The super synergy is going to be super super fun. But with that Dale, this Amethyst and Amber combo has gotten even more scary. Typically, they play cards like Nakoma, which is traditionally a 4/6, but she's able to be a 6/6 for 4, right? So a lot of these characters could potentially be dealt with very, very easily if we can manage to keep that Dale on the board. We didn't respect the Dash Par at first, but now we know that it's there. Maybe we can play around it moving forward.
Absolutely. As we do go ahead and play a Genie, now we're just doing straight up Amethyst things as we have our 2/5 Elsa back where she belongs at a normal cost. But we do have our Dumbo over there, which says that we are able to pay 1, gain 1, and draw 1 to exert an evasive ability, trying really hard not to call him the Dumbino. As we see an Iago coming down, the Spectral Parrot is a great evasive character as well, but it does have Vanish. It is that ability where when it is chosen, it will poof out of existence. So it does not like to be perceived, pretty much like me, on a weekend before noon. Do not perceive me, or I
Yeah,
will vanish.
absolutely. Now, I did see that Davis got that Dale into hand again. So now that we know some of the things that we're up against on the other side of the board, I would imagine we're going to be a little bit more careful with where we go on quests and where we don't. But we do have a fully evasive board on Davis's side. We have seen that he has things like that Horseman Strikes in hand to potentially get rid of this Iago to protect these evasives a little bit better. Something else he just added to hand, this Mrs. Incredible, this Amethyst card, something we're
Mm.
probably going to be seeing come
Ooh.
down often or come down soon because at the start of her turn, she can also gain evasive. So Davis here, nice wide board. How do the supers respond?
Ruby is going to chew this board apart, but we are just going to go ahead and you booked in my face, so I'll go ahead and book you back. And we are going to go ahead, pay that. We're going to pay the 3 cards, draw 2 cards from that. Now, we did see the Willow come down. We saw the Will o' the Wisp, but that is a new card, which is a 0/3, which says whenever this is challenged, you just put that little guy right back into your hand. And with Dale, of course, this has been the thing since it got spoiled. With Dale, it's a real good card. It goes from a 0/3 to a 3/3. So I
Yep.
can kind of see that this deck is definitely built around that Dale strategy. Now, the kryptonite, how you would say, is the fact that Ruby is the perfect answer to Dale because although it does have Challenger when you're challenging into and out of, it's still a 0/4 on the board. So any kind of strength based removal will target that sucker right on down.
Yeah, but this is core constructed, so it's going to depend on what we have in our deck that's able to get rid of it, right? Before, right, in Infinity, we had some things that made it a lot
Firefly
easier
Swarm is
like Brawl, but in this core constructed, the only thing that's going to be able to hit that is Firefly Swarm. I don't know, does she have it
it's
in
quite uninkable.
it is quite uninkable. She's already got some uninkables in the form of the super suit. I don't know if she even has it in her deck. So it's going to be interesting to see. You're absolutely right, but I do think that Dale, if we don't exert it and if they don't have exert effects, should be okay. All right, so let's see here. Davis up to 6 lore, Alyssa only on 2, notably respecting this Iago like crazy. This Iago, a 4/6, super, super strong against all of these evasive characters that we have.
That is
But
a Isis Vanderchill coming on down, which does say when you play this character, you are able to exert chosen opposing character, and that is probably what we're going to do. Unfortunately, we do have 2 Dumbos down on the board, but we will take our Iago challenge in and get rid of one of those Dumbos. Hopefully, we can ink, though, and move some of that damage off with our Cheshire Cat, and making the Inexplicable Cat still one of the most annoying cards of the format, as we have probably one of the super shiny Enchanted Negaduck. My goodness, into the Inkwell as we go ahead and boost that character to move that over and get rid of that Willow, healing up our little 4/6 just a little bit. He's
yeah,
feeling a little bit
feeling
better.
so good. Loving the super synergy in this deck. There's so much potential here because that Isis Vanderchill is also a super character. So if we had enough ink, we also would have been able to draw off of our super suits. Totally makes sense though to go ahead and use that instead for the Cheshire Cat. We do see this Mrs. Incredible, super stretchy come into play. We see the Dale as well. And this Mrs. Incredible new card here at the start of our turn. We're going to be able to choose one. Do we want this character to quest for more, or do we want it to gain evasive? Looking at the board across from us, it's almost always gonna be evasive. And look at this from Davis questing all these evasives, saying, hey, that Iago's gone. What are you gonna do?
Absolutely. It is looking a little rough here, but we have another Iago, it seems. It's just going to go ahead and throw that down. Now, he is not a super. He is not a villain. He's just kind of he's just a guy.
Ally?
He is
He's
an
a good
ally.
guy. He's an
And we are
ally.
going to scoop it up here, seeing that we got a little bit ahead on board. And I think now this Amethyst and Amber deck has been kind of waiting in the weeds for the last couple sets here. And I will say it is a very sneaky control deck.
Yeah, it
There's a
is.
lot of different ways to control the board. There's a lot of different ways to cheat out characters. There's a lot of different ways to draw cards as well. So it does have all the makings of being a very, very good deck to be and be able to hold its own. Now, this super deck seemed like it was kind of doing things here and there. We unfortunately, I think the super suits maybe set us back. That's not the
Yeah,
hand we
just not
wanted
what
to
we
be
wanted to see
drawing.
at that time in the game.
Yeah, having those down and then having to actually play the characters that weren't really synergizing with the super suits as well. So, unfortunately, I think we might have just drawn the wrong side of our deck here as we're going to go into game two.
Yeah, but I think you're absolutely right. We just didn't see the cards when we wanted to see them. And if we do, we win games, right? That's what we're doing here. We're trying to see
Typically.
the right cards in the right order. But I think you're absolutely right. I think had Alyssa seen these super suits later in the game when she was able to establish a board and kind of take on the control role, she would have been in a much better spot. Davis, had some gave her some room in some places to kind of take back control, but her deck just wasn't there to do it. So we end up winning that one. And here's the thing. Both of these players have learned things about what's sitting across from them. Okay. One thing that Alyssa has learned is that Davis is playing that 3 cost song. That 3 cost song is World's Greatest Criminal Mind. That's
Yep,
what we're
that'll do
playing
it.
here. So that's gonna
Oof.
be super good against some of, well, these supers,
Supers.
right?
Yeah.
So that's something that we're gonna have to respect. On the other side, though, Davis has learned that Alyssa's playing things like that dash par, which is relevant, right? Having that rush with that sheer amount of strength really can turn the tides of this game, and it's going to make our questing a little bit more. We have to be a little bit more careful before we go on a quest. So yes, Davis is up a game, but I think both of these players have learned something about the deck sitting across from them, and now it's going to be interesting to see where we go from here and how do we win this one on the play if we're Alyssa.
Yeah, I'm definitely like it's so funny because again, this is not infinity, but I love the dash part coming out and basically gave Willow gave us an excellent explanation of how we have to be careful, but basically Davis learned, you know what I mean? He's
Yeah,
like, you
yeah.
gonna learn. You forget about Maui Hero to all sick. Here's Dash Par. He's back. He's at
Reminder.
him. He's uninkable. But by the way, turns out a 6-5 with Rush is still just good.
Still just good. As we do start off, no one drop there. Just gonna go ahead and ink instead. I think that's perfectly fine. I don't think this deck needs to see a one drop, but we are gonna want to be able to establish with the rest of our curve moving forward to get to do as many powerful things as possible.
Absolutely. Get those supers in there and powerful as we do. Go ahead and play this
So we're
Negaduck.
just seeing all of
Now,
them. That's 3 of them there.
yeah, that's a Negaduck going into the Inkwell, Negaduck back into the Inkwell, Negaduck onto the board. Now, we do see that we have the shift available to us. He is a shift 3, and he says whenever this character challenges another character, your opponent loses a lore and you gain a lore. So
Yeah.
that is a way to kind of keep your opponent back and out of this problem. Now, unfortunately, he is a 6-5, so he is real world's greatest criminal mindable.
Yeah.
And so we got to kind of watch out there as well as we see the reduction coming in from the ham. And to play the Dale, do we have an answer? I don't know.
There it is. That Dale coming out nice and early, right when you want him. Looking at the hand, we've got a lot of uninkables here. One of them, though, is going to be an Isis Vanderchill. So we're probably going to want to exert this Dale and go ahead,
Let's
get it up
go.
on out of here. Thanks to that Negaduck having that 4-3 stat line. Our Cheshire Cat also going to go ahead and
Clean
get
it up.
rid of that ham. Feeling good. Now we're starting to do a little bit of control. Louisa gonna swing back as well, though.
No.
And there's another Dale.
There's
He's got
another
it in
Dale. I know. I
spades.
was like, all of those turns, basically, I forgot what my job was for a second because I was like, okay, we did this and we did that. And I was just getting into this game. Both these players are playing at a lightning pace, saying,
Yeah.
you know what? I don't even care. But listen,
Boom!
we're going
Look
to
at that.
trade it out because Isis Vanderchill is a 4 strength. So she's able to trade with that Dale. You got nothing. I got an Isis Vanderchill. What's your next move? Draw cards.
Okay, so here we go. Alyssa doing a great job controlling this board. Davis being forced to be in a position where he's not establishing a board. Instead, he's drawing cards with that book. However, looking at Alyssa's hand, we do see 2 copies of that super suit yet again. This is the one scenario where it's going to feel really good, though.
Let's go. We were able to play that. He's like, "Whoa, what is this card?" He's like, "Here you go. It is the beginning of a set. We'll let you off with a warning with having to read the card there." But because Mr. Incredible is a super, we were able to gain a lore. What's up? And we were able to pay 2 to exert the super suit to draw a card because we played that super guy. He's just super handy. As we go ahead
Super
and are
guy.
we he's just a super guy. Are we going ahead and are we gonna go ahead and quest with that Isis Vanderchill? Is that what ended up happening?
Yeah, we quested with the Isis Vanderchill.
We got so excited.
So
They got excited. We got
we got
excited.
it.
She was like,
Everybody's
"Wait,
happy.
I forgot. I'm supposed to quest. Chill, 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 chill." So as we do see a Demona going into the inkwell, oh dear.
Interesting. Yeah, you know, sometimes you have to. Sometimes you don't want to give your opponent the cards. But seeing the super
No.
suit on the other side of the board kind of makes me think like, they're gonna be able to draw cards anyways. So I don't know. We'll see. But I think right now the problem is with Alyssa's hand. She doesn't have anything too
Why is there
powerful.
super suits just sticking together? There can't
Yeah.
even be that many in the deck. But we do see that Mrs. Incredible calming on down, super stretchy, as you said. Now she'll be able to choose, hey, do I want this to be evasive or do I want it to be okay, I thought it was gonna be world's greatest criminal mind. I was like, no!
No.
Because she is a 5/6, but you can get one lore or you can get evasive, which is gonna be very, very good as we go ahead and challenge in. Doing 4 damage back onto our Elsa, getting rid of that Isis Vanderchill, and just kind of using these willows to get out the willows of the wisps.
Yeah. Doing lots of things on Davis's side, being able to rebuild very, very nicely here. I think this is the key that he's looking for. Wanting to see some of
He's
those
here.
control
Sorry,
cards
I'm
as
just super
well.
excited. Look at him. Super excited. He is our Mr. Incredible. He is a house of a card, Willow.
Yeah, absolutely. House of a Card. That's going to be a 6/4 stat line, if I'm not mistaken. Also going to get +1 strength for every other character that you have in play. And you also are going to draw whenever one of your super characters challenges. So,
Oh, that is so mean. He was like, hey, are you going to choose? Are you going to make her evasive until the start of your next turn? Sick. You made her evasive. Anyway, I have a Horseman Strikes ready for that. That was diabolical, Davis. I see you.
diabolical indeed. But here's the thing. Only one card in hand for Davis now. We notably inked that Demona. Wasn't too sure about that before because that's our card draw. And again, when we're staring down a super suit, we know that Alyssa's drawing regardless. We might have wanted to hold on to that Demona if only to refill our hand because I know it's a little slow. Davis's board is still a
Hmm.
little wide, but we have another super suit in hand. We've got the Mr. Incredible on the board to potentially gain us some
And
card draw
there's
as
a
well.
Pegasus. That is the biggest card I've ever seen. I was like, why in the world? That is a 6/7 with evasive. That is a 6 cost inkable 6/7 with evasive. That is the craziest card I've ever seen in my entire life. I played this sucker in sealed, and people were like, "Can you not? Why does it have so many willpower?" Again, still very world's greatest criminal mindable, as we do see that we are passing, but that Mr. Incredible's getting rather large as well. He's now at
Yeah.
8/4, which is kind of egregious. I don't even know if it's necessary, but listen, we're doing super things.
We are doing super things indeed.
That wasn't super.
Davis on the other side, yeah, keeping it a little bit modest. I think the good thing here is that this Mr. Incredible is so fragile that it's stopping Alyssa from exerting it, whether to quest or even to challenge right now. Nice
Frozone coming on in. He's
Frozone.
super cool. He is a uninkable 6 cost character. If you have a super in play, you are able to exert a character. Oh, and he has Rush. Oops, all Rush. It's a Ruby deck heaven. I'm back. We're back. Everybody's back. As that goes ahead and challenges in just a little bit. And he's like, hey, by the way, this is now a 10/4. So is that going to be enough? But that's fine because we are challenging into the Will of the Wisp. But when it is challenged, it just goes right back into the hand, which is kind of nice because then you can ink it. But we are just drawing duds off the top over here on Davis's side as I saw another Grandmother Willow go into our hand.
Yeah, and it looks like if anybody's curious what just happened there, Alyssa challenged with the Mr. Incredible instead of the Frozone. So she did go to draw because she probably just thought that, it counted itself. And Davis just politely let her know, hey, just so you know, you don't get to draw because it has to be another.
No, it says whenever one of your super characters
Well, then,
challenges another
then
character,
what
draw a
happened there?
card.
Well, then something happened. Maybe I missed it. But regardless, she didn't draw. Maybe it was the Pegasus. I don't know. But regardless, we're here. We're back. We're
Hmm.
being polite. Love to see the sportsmanship. And yeah, we got to add that Willow the Wisp back to hand. So Davis has some insurance here having things like the Cheshire Cat on board. But I think looking over at Alyssa's side of the board, she's kind of really starting to build up to a place where she can slowly take over this game, especially when you look at Davis's hand. I saw Grandmother Willow.
The word's gonna get
Oh, and the
mine was
Willow
underneath
Cream
the
is going to the
cat.
discard. That's gonna hurt. She's got a Grandmother Willow. She's got a Will o' the Wisp. I can't see the last card, but nothing that's too crazy, right? Nothing that's really turning the tides of this game here as Alyssa Meanwhile, building up 2 Questers, building up, 6-7 stat line,
Ooh.
6-4 stat line.
That's a new card. We're not playing it. It's the Hercules. My goodness. He is a hero. He's a super. Is he a super? I don't even
Actually, that's
know.
a good question. Let's check if that Hercules is a super. He is the one from set 10, actually,
So
and
he
it's
is
making it.
a hero, but he does say this character can't be damaged unless he's dealt damage in a challenge. So not while challenging, it's just the other challenge. But while this character is exerted, your other heroes can't be dealt damage unless they are being challenged. So it allows you to just go ahead and crack in and take no damage back, no removal. Now we're not playing steel, so that's not something that we have to worry about. Now it is a little bit
So one thing I want to say here
yep.
is this Will-O-the-Wisp is being so annoying for Alyssa right now because this Frozone having to constantly take it out over and over and over is stopping her from being able to gain any meaningful lore. Now, on the other hand, though, as this Negaduck comes into play, that's going to start to make a difference because we can start taking away some of the lore from Davis. On the other hand, though, Davis is also not in a great position because the only card he has in hand is an Ohana Means Family. Now, if you look over at Davis's side of the board, none of those characters hold damage well, especially considering all
Let's
of Alyssa's
go.
characters are so very powerful.
Absolutely. And now, because we have characters that are challenging, we are losing a lore for that ability. So now, even if he does go ahead and challenge in, it's fine. But if we look, Alyssa is now at 10 lore with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 onto the board as we play a Dumbo down. And we notably do not have any evasive characters at this point to take advantage of that ability. But we go ahead and ink that Will-O-the-Wisp to see what we have left in hand, which is still that Ohana.
Yeah, I think that Alyssa's going to be able to take this one. I think Davis's cards just kind of not stringing together the way he would have liked them
You
to.
don't want 3 willows and two willows? That's a
No,
lot of
this is
willows.
my board. This is my
Yeah,
board
my
state right
board.
here. Keep printing them. Keep printing them. Will-O-the-Wisp and Grandmother Willow coming down while you got Willow on the mic commentating. I think, excuse me, Alyssa should just quest on
Ooh.
out. Just quest on out of here. Now, I understand playing the Demona. You want to do powerful things. You want to do what you can, but I think we're so close to winning this game. But what we did was we just drew Davis into potential answers, especially knowing that we have World's Greatest Criminal Mind in the deck. I know we have one in the discard pile, but what if he's playing 4, right? What if we draw him into another one? So I understand the Demona, but I don't think we needed to deploy it, especially considering how much lore we were going to be able to gain. But it's okay. We've gone up to 15. Davis still has to deal with this, and I think it's going to be very, very difficult for him to come
Oh, yeah.
back from this position.
Yeah, I mean, listen, hey, you can't World's Greatest Criminal Mind everything. And we already saw one into the discard. So the fact that you remove maybe my Demona, that's fine. I just refilled my hand with 3 cards. And
There it
Davis says,
is.
bro, I don't even care what the math is. I give up. As we go on to game 3, Alyssa taking it, not saying, hey, with her little, oh, I love her little earrings, little Mickey Mouse earrings.
Alyssa's biggest fans are right
Sorry.
here in
Yeah.
the booth.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
keep killing it, girl.
Yeah.
No, but she did. She won that game, so it's going to be 1-1. We're going to what I like to call the all important game 3, and I think for what it's worth. We were talking about how both of these players learned something. I think they actually did. I think they played it differently than they had the first time. And you know what? Alyssa's deck kind of didn't favor her in terms of draws the first round. I think Davis's deck kind of bailed out on him too this time. It didn't really, or didn't bail him out actually. It kind of let him down there. Like seeing all of those willows is normally a dream if you see them at the right time, but then he didn't see
ribbon willows off the
anything
top
else.
of your ribbon willows and then Will-O-the-Wisps off the top of your deck while Willobeez is casting and waiting for anything else to happen is just
More
kind
willows,
of
my bad. It's a willow curse.
too many willows on the dance floor, as I like to say. But unfortunately for Davis, that was a little rough from him. But at the same time, we are going into a game number 3, and anytime we get to watch more Lorcana is kind of the best.
The best time.
The best time for both.
A super good time, some might say, as we have supers versus. I don't think we have anything fun for the Amethyst
Mini
deck.
control deck. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Out of willpower control, because the Dale is making the willpower control. No,
it's not even noon, and we've already lost our minds, folks. But thanks for hanging out with us. This is your core matchup here at Versus in this place that they told me was Orlando.
Oviedo!
Yep, they said it was Orlando, but they
They
lied.
lied. It's
They
it's
did.
it's moments away from Disney World, and by moments, maybe like 40
45
minutes.
minutes? It's crazy. I found Disney World and it was like, you still got an hour, homie. And I was like, what is
You're
happening?
like, but I'm here. I'm here.
I
I'm
did
at
it. I
Disney.
did it. There's the big light tower thingy with the ears.
The Disney. All right, so let's take a look at what we got in the hands. One of the things we're going to see, that Dale in the hand. Gotta keep it every single time. Now, all I wish for Alyssa here is to not see a super suit in the first, like,
Bro,
15
how many are in your deck?
cards of
If it's
her
4,
deck.
then I'm going to have a talk. It's 2. My
Okay, and she
goodness.
saw both
I know.
every single
Like,
time.
oh,
my
God.
goodness. Okay.
You built your
So-
deck right, girl, and your deck was like, did you need your super suit? She was not going to let Frozone go without it this time.
Oh, goodness. Yeah,
I
no.
am the greatest good you'll ever find. Sent her super suits into her opening hand 2 games in a row.
I'm excited. I think tribal decks. I'm so happy that they are powerful in Wilds Unknown. I mentioned the dwarves earlier. We saw the ruby and amethyst, excuse me, the ruby and amber toy box, and now we are seeing supers. Now, the first time that I saw this supers deck. Was from Lorcana decks on the Articast. So maybe
Aw, I love
Alyssa,
LD.
yeah, I know, and rip to the podcast. But maybe Alyssa took some inspiration from LD there. But look at this color. We're off to the races.
We are off to the races, and the races might be super, but they also might just have Louisa, who is still Challenger 2. It is a 0-3, which is great in a steel world, but right now it's Ruby's world, as we've seen here today, as we are going to go ink and pass again, like you said. Now, unfortunately, being on the draw, inking and passing without a 1-drop is meh, but at the same time, you know, we do have so many. There are a lot of Floodborns in this list. There
Set a
is
super suit.
the Negaduck. No! No!
Stop!
Not like this! Put it away!
It was a super suit. No, you're absolutely right. We definitely want to see that 1-drop. I want to know how many she's playing, because I know
I was
she's
gonna say
playing the
there
Mr. Incredible, but besides that,
There are the Mr. Incredible and the Negaduck are both Floodborn and able to shift. So there are a few reasons to go ahead, because we do have the Frozone super cool,
oh,
which
there's
is
that Frozone, the
the
target,
little guy.
the
He's a
little ship
2-2
target.
with evasive, and this guy he costs 2. He plays for 2 and everything else, and he also has evasive. And man, he was a annoying little guy in sealed. I was
Oh
like,
yeah.
hey, get back here. I need to be able to challenge this thing down. And again, I don't know. We don't have any Floodborn. I'm sorry. I just went my brain. Anyway, super suit. I hate
Super
it.
suit coming down.
Oh my God, they're both
once
in her hand.
again.
Stop
Oh
it.
my gosh,
They're
every
both in her
single time.
hands.
Her consistency is insane with the super suits right now. All right, so we're doing a good job on Davis's side, establishing a nice wide
Yikes.
board. Gonna have this Hades looking for a deal. Yeah, gonna get that Frozone up on out of here. Would have been nice to keep it around, especially with some of these evasives on the other side of the board, but just not going to work out this time. Davis up to 5 lore, really starting to control the pace of this game. Alyssa having to establish that super suit, not really where we want to be. Gonna want to be answering as soon as possible. This Iago is a nice start.
Absolutely, yeah. And we were kind of making a lot of jokes here, but this is a little bit unfortunate, as we are seeing that Davis's deck is not bricking him now. We do have more Dales because we're going to ink this Dale. It doesn't even matter because we're going to play that Dale. And you really only need 1 to get that ability. So now everything is going to be challenging back a little bit harder. That Hades is going to be a 4-4. Genie's going to be a 4-4. Hig is going to be a 3-3. And Louisa as well with the 3-3. So that is going to be a lot more damage. Now, we do know that Alyssa has the Cheshire Cat available to her if she so chooses to be able to move some of that damage and heal off some of her characters. But hey, it doesn't even matter. But it does matter because he has to be exerted. God, I hate it here. That Hercules is so good until he's not exerted, which we do know that we have Elsa 5th Spirit over in our ability over on Davis's side. So if we get that thing exerted, it will be able to challenge it down and you won't be able to do anything about it.
Yeah, so that Iago is going to do some cleanup onto that Genie, but because of that Dale, going to take plenty of damage back, and this is difficult. Yes, you got to do Quester off the board in the form of that evasive. That Dale seemingly protected from any sort of clapback because there are no evasives on Davis's side, but it also is just a tad slow, unfortunately. I mean, next turn we do have this Frozone available to us, so that's going to help a little bit thanks to the rush, but Davis is continuing to build this board nice and wide. I'm fearing for Alyssa's ability to catch up, especially
now,
looking at 9 lore.
If you think about it, though, there's a lot of rush characters in her deck, and now that Hercules does say whenever he's exerted, he does not he does not take damage from challenges only while being challenged, and so is well, Iago's not a hero. I hate it here. As we go ahead and ink, but hey, you know who is a hero? It's Frozone!
Frozone!
And we are able to go ahead and exert something because oh gosh, these cards, I swear, the heroes and superheroes, I need you guys to be big red tags on here because listen, Hercules looks pretty super to me, but he is not a superhero, just a hero.
Just a hero.
Iago, he's just an ally.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We're thinking on what we're going to exert here. On the one hand, we could exert the Dale just to kind of get that ability out of here. On the other hand, this Genie looking nice and juicy as well. Starting off, oh, I see, because we didn't play anything, we didn't get to get the exert. So ignore me. We get 2 characters off the board. Davis, though, still going to be feeling pretty good with multiple 2-questers and extra characters to boot as we see this Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan come down, refilling our hand.
Absolutely. Now, the Hercules is a very large body, but anything in this deck will be able to challenge it down. I do believe he is a 4 strength. Oh, he's a 3, so that Luisa would be able to cleanly take care of that Hercules because of Dale there, getting rid of that, and that is the only way that he can take damage. Unfortunately, we did not have a ton of things onto the board to be able to take advantage of that Hercules being exerted. So we are going to be able to just kind of clean up our board on your board, which is an interesting way of going about it. But we have a lot of cards in hand to be able to rebuild, and all of our cards cost much less than yours.
Yeah, we did wipe our own board, so to speak, to get rid of her characters, but I think it was more than worth it. Yeah, we're at 12 lore. We keep our Dale. We have a super awesome character in the form of this Demona. We have the Grandmother Willow to keep things cheap, but we still have like lots of ink, so it doesn't matter. On the other hand, Alyssa still with that second super suit, just not really panning out the way she wanted things to. She is able to draw off of that super suit because it is a character, but it's expensive. Right? So now we've paid the cost of our Hercules, we've paid the cost of the super suit, doesn't really leave us room to do much more. So Davis gonna be able to quest up to, let's see, 14, 16, up to 17. Up to 17. We're gonna have to start wiping this board sooner rather than later, and still multiple cards in hand to boot.
Yeah, and
look at this. Just
another Dale for the funsies going ahead. We inked one, we played one, now we're playing another. This is what happens when Davis is drawing the cards that he needs to draw, going all the way up to 17. Unfortunately, we might be able to do some, but not enough, as we are able to give that Mrs. Incredible 1 lore at the start of our turn. So that is 3 lore exactly sitting over there, waiting in the wings, and we don't even have enough characters on the board to take care of what is already exerted. So unfortunately here, I'm wondering what we can do to make this happen.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough for sure. Again, the super suit, nice when you're like winning, but when you're behind like this, it's just a little expensive in order to make it work. We've got some rush characters in our hand, like this Frozone. But like you said, even if we wipe this whole board, we are going to have to deal with some of those characters that are readied. All right, so we are able to use that Frozone to exert the Mrs. Incredible, but now we've got to do some math. So some things we want to get off the board, this Demona for sure, this Dale for certain. Okay.
All right. That's
but
unfortunately. Yeah. Man, that was so good over there. I was like, wait a minute. We have some things we can come back with, but unfortunately, and that was it. Davis taking it 2-1 against our hero over here, Alyssa. Hopefully now going into round 2, being X1 is probably fine. She can join Jonathan Williams, which she took out in round 1. So
yeah, absolutely. So congratulations to Davis. Gonna be taking this one. Feeling pretty good about that coming in 2-0. But there you have it. The second round down in core constructed format here in Versus Games. Oviedo, not Orlando. Oviedo. Very, very fun. We're learning and shaping the meta in real time here, as I like to say. If you are a gamer who is not going to the Infinity DLC and you want to know what's good for your potential future core events, maybe it's a CCQ, maybe it's something else, make sure you stick around, okay? Because we're going to be showing you all the brand new decks in action. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with round 3 very, very soon.
And we're back right into the action here going on. And round 3, as we have Will versus Jose here. on the play or the draw, it looks like will be on the altar. Seems really good, Willow.
Super strong altar coming out from Will. Now, yeah, we're here. Jose, well, both of these players, obviously everybody's local today, okay? But Jose is a super great local player. Love to see him play. Will did very well at our last versus tournament as well. One thing to note about Jose, he's usually playing something a little spicy, playing something a little not necessarily off meta, but like home brew. So I'm excited to see what he brings into this deck. I don't even know the colors yet, but again, one thing I know, like this player was playing sardine cans back when nobody else was. Okay, so it's gonna be curious. And here he is on the Sapphire Steel, a strategy that he
Ooh.
is known for. So I'm excited to see the brew. Should be interesting as
Let's
we get.
go. Nah, you can't read cards that aren't from Wilds Unknown. That was from Winter Spell. That is the Darkwing Duck, and he's into the Inkwell, so we don't have to worry about him now. But this could be a very spicy list. I played a variation of this list. Just kidding. That's one last hope in his hand. We don't know what's going on as we
I'm
ink a
telling you, it's always a
Rhino
home brew.
and play a Bobby to go ahead and discard a Lilo. The dogs are back, Willow, and I just saw that Mickey Mouse Ember Champion. Hopefully, we'll also see the other Mickey Mouse that makes this deck super powerful, getting our turn 2 ramp over here on Jose's side.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see what kind of cards Jose is going to surprise us with here today. For now, though, just doing the standard rampy things that Sapphire loves to do on the other side, as you mentioned, seeing that Emerald and Amber strategy. Got to imagine it's going to be the dogs. Now, I'm curious about what
Jeez.
kind of toys the dogs got, whether it is a
Literally
toy or not.
0. It is the Mickey Mouse. He is oh my gosh, he's the leader. He's a guy, and he does allow you to
Mickey
then
Mouse Expedition Leader.
I told you he's a leader, man. That is our Mickey Mouse hero. He's not a traveler, he's a leader, but he does say that whenever he is exerted and you can play him exerted, you are able to minus a character's strength by 2 till the start of your next turn, which has
Every
been
time you quest.
every time that character quests. And it is ridiculous in this deck because look, we're going wide and we are questing and we're under the seeing. So I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure the only new card in this deck is that Mickey Mouse Expedition Leader, as we do see the Cinderella coming down and being able to then ink a card out of your hand to draw a card, filtering our deck. And Sapphire still being really known for being able to take advantage of this princess synergy.
Yeah, absolutely. Curious to see if he built around that. Now, one thing I want to point out on Will's side of the board, we did see 2 Bobby Zimmerowskis, that spray cheese kid, hit the board. And what we did with both of them, Color, is we drew a card and then discarded Lilo Escape Artist. Now, that Lilo Escape Artist gonna be able to come back at the start of the round into play exerted if we want to from our discard pile. So obviously not something we're gonna see in the first couple turns of this game, but that if there's any card you want straight into your discard pile, it is gonna be that Lilo. And now we have 2 of them there for later. And there it is, Color. That Amber Champion talked to us about this card.
Yes, this card gives all of your Amber characters +2 willpower, which will not hit our Bobby twins over here, but it does give that Grandmother Willow, making her a whopping 1/3, because that's how math works. But that does mean that it is
One
going.
four.
She's a 1/4. That's actually how math works. She caught me. She caught me.
Ah.
Not one for math over here on this side of the booth, but at the same time, that does make our Amber characters much bigger and much beefier. But again, we do know that this Sapphire Steel strategy does not do a lot of challenging, but it does like to do some singing, and the singing is removal. We have got strengths, we have thunderbolts, we have targeted removal that does care about how much willpower you have left on a character.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of singing, that Amber Champion, in addition to padding up all of the willpower, is also going to be a great singer
It's Gizmo Duck.
for,
Sorry.
for that Under the Sea as well. So if we can see both of these Mickey Mouses, if we can see the Mickey Mouse Expedition Leader and the Mickey Mouse Amber Champion on the board at the same time, what we're going to be able to do is quest out to give -2 strength to things like this Gizmo Duck and any other powerful bombshell that we typically see coming out of Sapphire Steel in the later game. Give minus to all of those, and then this Amber Champion in and of itself gonna be able to sing that Under the Sea. So potentially very powerful combos coming down the pipeline if Will can get there. Now, Jose is going to be aware of those potential lines and going to be looking to disrupt that game plan any way he can.
Absolutely. And that Gizmo Duck, he's a new card. That's why I got so tickled to see it here. It has resist. which is fine. But if while you have no cards in hand, opponent cannot play actions. Also, resist +1. So he is a 5/4, which is amazing. But yeah, you cannot play actions that cost 4 or more. Now,
Oh,
that,
yeah,
yeah,
counter! The
yep,
counter to
yep,
Under the
yep,
Sea! I forgot
yep,
it did that
yep,
color!
yep. I was like, Willow, psst, psst, hey, I don't know if you guys know this, but Under the Sea costs 8. That is way more than 4. And look, I'm back at it with the math, you guys. But here, listen, this is a perfect counter because if they're not able to get rid of this character, which a 5, essentially 5/5, sitting on the other side of the board for dogs, is a beefy little guy. And there's a lot of noodle arms in dogs. We're not challenging up pretty well. So getting that off of the board is going to take not even a Della's Moon Lullaby. It's going to
Yeah,
take that Mickey we were talking about, expedition leader, to be
yeah.
able to kind of grind that thing down. But again, we do have cards in hand. So it's okay for now, but not later.
Yeah, it definitely could get dicey here. Super good call, pointing out that fail safe ability. Jose might have done this intentionally, right? Because we know that dogs was such a powerful strategy last set. But pairing into it as well, you got to feel good about that. Pairing into it, seeing the Gizmo Duck, totally shutting down all of the amazing lines that I was just describing. So thanks, Jose. But meanwhile, we do see this Tramp Street Smart Dog come down. And now what are we looking for? Because like you said, Color, the Under the Sea is not available to us. So it's going to be interesting to see what Will goes for here.
Definitely looking for that. I mean, I know that I keep talking about it. That Mickey Mouse Expedition Leader, we have not seen it in action, but I have, and that thing is an actual menace, especially with how wide that Will has decided to go here. And now, because you are able to play the Mickey Mouse Expedition Leader exerted, you can immediately get that benefit from having a wide board, questing out, and reducing strength by 2 for every single quest.
Yeah.
And it's incredible. I mean, that packed with Della's Moon Lullaby and it being a body, being able to quest if it does survive, which I mean, hey, if you have nothing on the board because it got all under the seed, you don't have a lot to crack back into that Mickey Mouse as it is.
Yeah, it looks like we did elect to put both the Dellas and the Under the Sea into the discard pile. Again, makes sense thanks to this Gizmo Duck shutting us down. What we did add to hand, though, is the Tramp Enterprising Dog, I believe. And this can be the difference maker in terms of getting this Gizmo Duck off of the board because when we deploy that character, if this Gizmo Duck is exerted, we're going to be able to pump up a character to be huge and do a nice favorable trade with that Gizmo Duck. So we're going to be waiting for it. We're going to be hoping that Jose is pressured with our characters on board to start challenging in. And he just might with that Gizmo Duck because we're already got 4 lore on the board, but we have a potential for a lot more very soon.
Yeah, and it has resist 1, so I think we're fine here. But the Pluto Amber Champion come down. And it's interesting enough here. Now the problem is a one last hope. Let's
There we
go. There's the
go.
spice that does give resist +2 to our resist +1 as we can. And it says if our hero characters, which hey Gizmo Duck is a hero, he's a superhero at that. And we are able to challenge readied characters, getting that Amber Champion off the board because you know what that was going to do? That was going to take and make the other Mickey when it did come down. And that was going to take it from a 2/3 all the way up to a 2/5. And so those two Mickeys working in tandem together are actually very, very powerful. But Jose said, nah, I have the ultimate spice, the fan favorite, the one last hope, making that Gizmo Duck hilarious, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the thing that we want to keep in mind, though, is how many characters are on Will's board because with that enterprising dog, it is going to give +1 strength, I believe, for every other character that you have in play, which means that something like this Bobby Zimmerowski is going to be able to take down that Gizmo Duck despite all of the resist that we've given it. I think I'll have to do some math. So we're going to try to play as many characters as we can so that it can get as much challenging power as possible. So let's see. It's got 4, but now it's really got 7 willpower. So we would need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 characters on the board though, Color. So if we challenge with something that has 2 strength, I think we can do it. I don't know. Math is hard, folks. Don't clip it. We're gonna, it's not for us to figure out. It's for
We
Will to
got
figure
lore
out.
guides out there, and they are going to make sure that other people that are way braver, smarter, and taller than us will be able to do that math.
Yeah, absolutely. But that is the decision here. That's what Will's thinking about. He is trying to decide, do I have enough characters on this board to utilize this Tramp Street Smart Dog, or excuse me, Enterprising Dog to buff up a character enough to challenge it. Now, he doesn't actually want to use his Tramp to challenge in this Street Smart Dog if he doesn't have to, because that's his 2-quester, right? And then also, it's going to get 5 damage on it, which is just going to allow some beautiful cleanup from even just this Cinderella, right? So we want to use something else, but I don't know if we have enough characters to be able to do it.
So we play the Willow, and then we
Starting
can
off with
play.
the Willow.
Yeah, I was gonna say we play the Willow, and then we play the Enterprising Dog. We will be able to potentially use the Bobby, I think, and
Let's
that's
do it. Come on, Bobby.
definitely probably fine in that aspect. And he was like, "We're pointing." He's like, "What's that, dude?"
Yeah, we're doing the math. Okay, we're doing the math because we also have a Willow on the board. So we paid
Lilo.
1 for the Lilo with the Grandmother Willow. Then we paid 2
Yep.
for the Grandmother Willow. Now we can still do it. We can still just pay 1 thanks to the new Willow trigger for the 2-cost Tramp. I don't believe we have a lady on board either, so not going to help us there. So we're just making sure, again, we're double checking our math, because if we can get this Gizmo Duck up on out of here, we are feeling a lot better.
Okay, so we're sitting here, we're moving around a couple characters here, which makes me believe that we kind of maybe forgot about some resist there, which I do. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If Cogsworth didn't have resist in set 1, I would have never won a game. Let me tell you, you guys, because it makes the math funky. But we are gonna go ahead and throw that Tramp down. It's back into the hand. I'm scared. He's like, we're gonna actually, let me just quest with this Daisy first. Let's get a little bit more information as we do throw our Ink Runner down to the bottom. Okay, now that we've done that, we can pump up the Bobby because of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters on the board, getting past that resist +3, taking out that 5 for Gizmo Duck. Now, we did have cards in hand, so we could have under the seated if we wanted, but now we have no cards in hand over on Will's side.
Couldn't have under the seated. That's why we had to get the Gizmo Duck up on out of there. Which makes sense. I mean, that Gizmo Duck, if you really think about it, has done so much for Jose in just like the 2 turns that it was on the board.
It's mind games, people, and that's why I like it. Anything that's going to ruin my opponent's ability to think about the game clearly is hilarious, in my opinion. Now, we do still have the Pluto Steel Champion on the board, so whenever a Steel character does any challenging, we are gaining lore from that. That is why Jose here is at 2, and even though we have Will at 11. Now, we do probably have Game on board coming in here, trying to figure out how we're going to be able to do a little bit of challenging. We haven't seen any songs coming in from Jose, just some sneaky little things going on here with the Gizmo Duck and the like. So I'm not sure what we're going to do. I mean, if we rip a mob song off the top, I will be on the floor.
Hey, I wouldn't put it past Jose. Like I said, this is an off-meta gamer through and through there with the home brews. Getting that Gizmo Duck off the board gonna hurt a lot, because we definitely do have a game on board here. Jose gonna have to take out a total of 3 lore in order to make something happen. Speak of Gizmo Duck, and he shall appear. There is another one, okay? Because Jose identifying what such a crucial really just like counter to this dog's deck here. So gonna use that Pluto, gonna use that Cinderella to wipe the lore necessary off the board. But we're not out of the woods yet, Color, because we do have that Lilo still in the discard pile, forcing Jose to have to challenge, not gain lore. But that's where the Pluto is gonna come in and help when it comes to the Gizmo Duck challenging, but not so much the Cinderella. We want to see some more Steel characters here if we can help it. Also going to want to see some hands, cards in hand for Will here if we can help it. Really not having a ton of cards available to us right now.
Yeah, and that Pluto unfortunately does say one of your other Steel characters, so he does not count himself for the 2 lore, which is unfortunate. You think that he could be a buddy old pal to himself and give you a little bit of lore as a Tipo off the top is not what you want to see. So he goes immediately into the Inkwell because that's where he's belong. And here we go.
Whoa!
This is a card, you guys. This card is incredible. This is Mrs. Incredible. This is a Steel card. She's also going to give herself and the rest of your board resist +1. And by the way, whenever one of your superheroes or super characters banishes something in a challenge, you also may do a bunch of other things. Oh my god.
It's close.
No,
whenever
not that one.
Another character is banished in a challenge,
I hate it.
You can ready a chosen super character. And if you do,
yeah. Because now, guess what? Do you guys remember Scar Vicious Cheater? I bet you do. I bet you do. So we are basically clearing the board here, and Will is going, wait, what is happening? We're doing the thing. Combo, everybody. Let's go. We're gaining 2 lore for every single time. So we are banishing, readying, banishing, readying, banishing. And by the way,
color all the
So
while.
much resist. There's so much resist on that Gizmo Duck. Hilarious, but maybe not for Will.
Yeah, so this is
We
super,
are
super
at
impactful
14.
here, because this Steel Champion just allowing us to wipe this board while also gaining lore thanks to the excuse me, Mrs. Incredible allowing us to wipe the board, gaining lore thanks to the Pluto Steel Champion. Meanwhile, not a ton of cards in hand. We do have
It's a lady, but
the
we got to ink the
lady.
Della's Moon Lullaby to play the lady because we are at 4 ink. We
Yeah.
got to get back maybe some characters, but look, you got a whole bunch of characters in there. But it looks like
Oh,
we're a
we'd have to
little
remove the He's got
whiplash.
16. We'd have to remove all the characters anyways. I
Look
just
at him read it. He's like, bro, he's like, the thing is like, listen, we have a lady. We could ink the Della's Moon Lullaby. We could pull some stuff out of the discard, but we're also a little bit whiplashed here. We're a little shell shocked on what just happened. And you know what just happened? You just got Mrs. Incredible plus Pluto plus One Last Hope. Jose is my new hero with this new hero strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. This was incredible out of Jose. I'm telling you, the home brews, man. He is on another level when it comes to deck building. He just thinks up the coolest. Look at that. I mean, did you see that? That was a
If the
Beyond
Arthur is in there, I will
Horizon
turn
hand.
inside out. If he
Beyond
has
the
the Arthur, oh my
Horizon.
gosh.
I saw Mr. Incredible Flash. Like what fun cards coming out of Jose's deck
Fun. Those are
here.
powerful cards.
Super
Willow.
powerful as
Woo!
well. Yeah, absolutely. And like it's crazy color because with things with just 2 cards. Well, I guess 3, right? These 3 powerful
With our
cards.
5-card combo, we
With
will
our
win this
5
game.
With Mrs. Incredible, with Pluto Steel Champion, and with Gizmo Duck, we are able to completely shut down this dog strategy. But not even all 3 of those cards, just the Gizmo Duck alone was able to completely alter Will's typical strategy because we saw it, color. We saw the Della's Moon Lullaby. We saw the Under the Sea. And where did they go? Into the discard pile because we could not use them thanks to this Gizmo Duck. So Will here not going to be feeling too hot saying, hey, this is a direct counter. He can probably do it all again. How do I pivot my strategy? And I'm curious to see how this Illumineer navigates through these uncharted waters because it's going to be an uphill battle for sure.
So definitely, one thing to note too is this is a new strategy, and I think that we all made the joke. We can all be honest here. We're all adults. There's probably about 3 people in the entire world that plays dogs to its fullest potential. And I'm going to be a jerk, but you guys can hate me for it. But I'm serious. This deck is hard, and this deck is very, very difficult. And I don't know if Will has tested into a deck that even resembles what Jose is doing here. Because this is kind of a strategy that a lot of people knew about in theory, but have not employed. And I know that there is the Arthur out there that is also hilarious with Mrs. Incredible. It does say, when you play this character, chosen character gains Challenger +2 and Resist +2, and if then they're able to challenge ready characters. So kind of doing what the One Last Hope is doing, but you're also gaining the ability of having that Arthur onto the board, which is another large body. So it's not only doing essentially the same thing as One Last Hope, it's also forwarding your game plan by putting this giant body on the board that quests for 3. Now, it is uninkable like the One Last Hope, so it is kind of hard to either split the difference. So it just depends on how you want to go about that. But that means that there are multiple ways of redundancy in this deck to do the thing. So
And one thing I want to point out here, look at how long this altar is taking from Will. Jose just started altering. He was doing the edge shoe stare. He was waiting and watching to see what his opponent was going to do.
I saw the altar! Sorry.
Oh, it is there? It's there?
I saw it. Like I said, redundancy. Listen, it's a gimmick the first time you do it, but once I can put 8 copies of something in my deck, hey, I might brick, but at the same time, I got a higher chance of being able to do the thing.
I might fly,
yeah.
color. He's trying
I'm
to
either going to look like a
fly.
fool or a god. Let's see what happens next.
Yeah, so I think ultimately Will took a while to deliberate there, but decided to keep the hand. But I just think it's interesting how long that decision took because, like I said, he's identifying, wow, this strategy totally counters mine. So let's see. He's opted to keep every single card in his hand. What's he going to do? First thing, get that Under the Sea up on out of here. He does not think it is going to be useful to him this time.
Probably not. Now, again, we do have the Gizmo Duck in there, and I think we can kind of attribute this a little bit to the fact that I said that is a new card. It doesn't make a lot of sense. At the same time, hey, it does make the math insane, as we did notice. So at the same time, you do have to have no cards in hand for that ability to be active. However, it being a 5/5 or 5/4 on the board with resist +1 kind of makes everything a little bit difficult to think about. So basically what Will is having to do in this moment is adjust.
Yeah.
and see what he can do to change his game plan to deal with what Jose is doing. And Jose, again, Dogs is not a new deck. We all know the play lines that are happening in this deck. So we also need to try to, like, Jose has the upper hand here on basically trying to interrupt Will's strategy, and
Yeah.
Will is trying to create a strategy out of thin air as we all see the deck list for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think you're absolutely right. And I think one thing that I want to see out of Will here is really just an aggressive early game. I understand the Bobby Zimmerowski to filter on one, but I really, he kept every single card in his hand. I would have liked to see maybe a more aggressive alter to be able to have things like that Daisy Duck or just any two quester on the board nice and early, because that's what we need to do. We know what Jose is trying to do. We know that, the later this game goes, the easier it is for Jose to win before he can deploy that Gizmo Duck, before he can deploy that Pluto Steel Champion or that Mrs. Incredible. We want to have already like 15 lore, right? And when we see this opener with the Bobby Zimmerowski, sure, the lady has some potential, especially knowing he has the shift in hand, but it just doesn't feel as explosive as we know this
Mm.
deck can be. But we're gonna
So
go ahead and
yeah, I
draw
was to
some
say,
cards
yeah, we were
with the
going
tramp.
to do the tramp thing there. So now I will say that at this point, any one drop and anything with Willow is just basically bodies on the board to get to tramp a little bit sooner. And we did see the Bobby coming down on one, like you mentioned, which means we're trying to sculpt our hand. We also powered out a few characters that were kind of the Willow into the lady, just to again get that tramp out as fast as possible, being onto the play. Now we see him flipping around. We have the lady and the expedition leader in our hand, as well as a Nani. Those three cards making a complete difference here in what we're trying to do. Nani's going to refill your hand. Expedition Leader is going to help you with the Under the Sea that you've already discarded.
Well,
And
also,
we're
and
also
again,
going to
the
have,
challenging on the other side of the board to stop some of those Gizmo Duck, Pluto Steel Champion, Mrs. Incredible shenanigans.
there are shenanigans, but again, now we also have that lady as well. So we could shift that if we want. So there are a few different options here, and we just have to pick one. And that's why this deck is actually very, very difficult, because if you chose poorly in this situation, you have lost the game.
Yeah.
And that's how fine of a line you have with this Dogs deck, as we did choose to keep the Expedition Leader and the lady. So we decided that we're going to go ahead, keep our card advantage engine with the ladies, because we will be able to shift that, as well as our ability. So I think we are all in on the finding another Under the Sea.
Yeah, or if we're not finding it under the sea, like I said, just being able to use that Mickey Mouse Expedition Leader to minus the strength of Jose's challenging characters, right? So either way, we're either going to minus the strength to wipe the whole board, or we're going to minus the strength to make it so that they can't challenge in regardless, because they won't have any strength on them. So far, this is looking a lot better now that we've got this tramp on board.
Ooh, Mr. Incredible. Let's read that card for a second. Now, that is the shift, Mr. Incredible. He's just a little guy. He's not the little ruby one that we saw earlier, which was a 2/2. This one does say whenever you play this character, deal 2 damage to chosen opposing robot or villain character, which, you know what? Even though Dogs feels like a villain deck, it's actually not.
It's
So
actually
that
not.
ability will not trigger, as we see Tipo going in, throwing hands from our growing boy over here.
Yeah, he's feeling good about himself. He got a little taller recently, and he's like, okay, yeah, I could do some challenging.
Let me in there.
But let's see, did Will get an inkable? I believe he pulled the Nani off the top there, so we'll have enough ink to play that Expedition Leader, that Mickey Mouse, if we want to. We can also shift, like you mentioned, this lady. It's just a matter of how we want to do this. Not sure about if any characters in Jose's deck have Rush. So we don't actually need to deploy the Expedition Leader yet. We might be able to just shift and get those cards back to hand.
Now, we were just making that jokes about, and I just looked down at the deck list, and it does have one Thunderquack in it, which says your opposing characters are all villains. So that actually makes that Mr. Incredible hilarious.
Yeah, way better.
But we have to find a Thunderquack, and I can't believe that card's in this deck. This deck is hilarious. I'm not going to
Jose's
tell you about it.
awesome.
I'm not telling you about it, guys. You're just going to have to find out how this
Jose
goes.
is such a great deck builder, and it's always a pleasure to see him on stream. But here we go. We started off with that Expedition Leader. Now, Color, talk to us. What are we doing here?
We go ahead, play this thing in Exerted, and every time a character quests, we are able to reduce the strength of that character. Now, we are going to go on a quest, and we did reduce the strength, I'm pretty sure, of the Mr. Incredible, and having that go all the way down to where, like, he's a -4 probably at this point. He's 6, it's fine. But again, that card is very, very strong, so you are going to have to do something, some sort of removal to get rid of that Mickey Expedition Leader, because it is going to be such a problem. But at the same time, we know that Will only has a couple cards in hand, and the fact The probability of that being another Mickey expedition leader is insane
Yeah.
because that's not I wouldn't just keep 2 Mickeys off of that. So if Jose can get rid of that Mickey expedition leader, I think we'll be safe going forward.
Yeah, it's definitely the key card right now to get up off of this board. This has made it so that this Mr. Incredible, he's normally so strong, so powerful, can take down in a challenge even a Daisy in one swing. Now reduced to nothing, unfortunately, protecting Will's characters very, very nicely. Will up to 10 lore here. Like I said, I don't believe we have any characters with Rush. So we're gonna need to find characters that can stick to this board and fast in order to be able to come back here. It's
And
getting dicey.
notably, I was looking at this deck list again. I normally don't have these things, so now I'm just like doing research in my personal time. But at the same time, I'm looking down. We were talking about all those steel cards that have tons and tons of removal. I'm looking here. I don't see them. How did Jose fit all these cards in his deck? I'll tell you how. He took out all of the
He
singable
took,
removal.
he took out all the singable removal indeed, and that's things that like right now, he hurled his Thunderbolt could be an absolute key card here, right? You're talking about having this Mr. Incredible on the board. If he doesn't have strength, doesn't matter. He's still got vocal cords to sing something like a He Hurled His Thunderbolt onto this Mickey Mouse Expedition leader, but he doesn't have it, right? So because of that, like I'm saying, we have to rely on Rush. We don't have that either. Okay, then we have to rely on challenging ready characters, sure, but we need a board to get those characters down to challenge something. Like we just don't have anything. We need something to stick here. And unfortunately, playing the Sail the Azurite Sea to draw a card means that you're not doing other things that you could be
Oof.
doing.
Donald Duck
Potentially
coming on down. I mean, that is
Darkwing Duck.
Darkwing Duck. I mean, there are so many ducks in this game, but yes, Darkwing Duck coming on down. That is a 1 cost 2/2. We did see the shift earlier in the game when we inked it. I think it was game 1. Now that is not going to be able to do it, and notably, Will is at 10 lore, 10 lore with the widest board possible. We don't even have to Under the Sea. We don't even care. We could just continuously quest out because that is going to reduce the strength of literally everything. And now, if we reduce the strength of that Darkwing Duck, even though the shift target is a 6/8, that still carries forward to that shift target. So it will just go ahead and reduce that as well. So
Yeah, absolutely. So I think this one is going to be able to go to Will. I think that Jose has great cards once he's able to set them up, but I think Will has done a great job navigating through this setup phase to put himself in an incredibly favorable position. I would love to see Jose prove me wrong, but with only 2 characters on the board and a pass back, if we're not winning the game right here, we're getting very, very close to winning. And sure, with this Darkwing Duck, we can potentially, that shift line, potentially start to deal 2 damage to some of those characters on the board to banish some things, but it just doesn't feel fast enough. Will's got plenty of cards in hand, considering it's a dog's deck, right? We're seeing all the powerful characters like that are available to him. So let's see what we can make happen here. But I do think that Will is in a pretty dominant position if he can keep things safe here.
now we go ahead, play the Nani, grab a card off the Nani, then also go down, throw the lady just for the vibes as well. Quest out, reducing the strength of a character into oblivion as we do quest with the Bobby. I was like, Bobby kind of went on a
He just
spinny
kind of,
little
yeah, he
quest.
just flipped around a little bit there. Nice and
Flipped
smooth sleeves. But there it is. There's the fist bump. Jose not able to do it this time. So I think here's the thing that's interesting. What we've kind of been seeing in last round with the supers and then coming to this round with the dogs versus this home brew. A lot of this set, I'm hearing people say where there's always been a play draw disparity. I'm hearing that this set, the play draw disparity, is bigger than it's ever been. That people have play rates that are like on the play 80%, right, and then on the draw it's like 50%. And it's just because everybody's doing such powerful things for the first time in core that like it's really interesting to see if you're against just like a normal matchup, like where it's not like something like you just auto lose to. it's really powerful, to do that on the play thing. And so we're seeing it here from both of these players. Their decks firing off on all cylinders when they're on the play, and when they're on the draw, just not really being able to find the pieces that they need. But look at this. We love to see the smiles on the faces. The players are having a great time. At the end of the day, we are here to have some fun, folks, and that is what we are doing here at Versus Games. Shout out to the tournament organizer here, Versus Games in Oviedo. Come hang out with us. Come check us out. They do a lot of really awesome events. This is a Disney Lorcana core constructed multi-case tournament. Wilds Unknown, Color. It's here. It's legal. We're playing with the cards. The toys are out and about, and it has been nothing but fun seeing all of these brews change from each deck. I think every deck got something to upgrade it. Even like this Amber Emerald deck with that Expedition Leader. It's a new card, but it's making all the difference, even if it is the only new card we're seeing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and what I was saying before is I think we were kind of excited to be maybe rid of dogs, but at the same time, I think it is coming back to be probably still one of the strongest decks that you could be playing, especially if you were doing all this testing, we're playing with far fun new toys, heroes, supers, and the like, and then deciding that, hey, this deck is just pretty good if I throw this Mickey in it. What if I just threw the Mickey in it and called it a day and won a tournament? So
Yeah.
that is something that we are going to be on the lookout for. Again, we know that we definitely have aggressive strategies that come out more closer to the beginning of the meta, and then the control decks kind of take shape as things progress. So the dogs are known, they're familiar. You throw a card in it that makes the deck better, and you just kind of run it and probably do pretty well. But now
Yeah.
I am excited to see how this shapes up going forward, seeing all these tools. We've seen a lot more Ruby represented today than we've seen pretty much since Fable. And I'm fine. Yeah.
Maybe even since set 2. That was when Ruby and Amethyst
Okay,
was
I need you
on
to chill.
top.
I need you to chill. Ruby Sapphire, listen.
Okay, you're right.
listen,
You're right. You're right. You're right. You're
listen.
right.
It's like my Ruby cards didn't become obsolete until Fable, all right? Okay?
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay.
Back in my day.
Back in my day. But we're here. We're here. We're playing the dogs. We're playing the homebrew, and it's fun. It's exciting. I think Jose's got to be feeling good being on the play now. Drawing into the Under the Sea on the altar. Not what we want to see. We want to get a Bobby Zabaruski on turn 1 to get that up out of the hand stat. But yeah, I was gonna say I think Jose's feeling good because when you're on the play and you're ramping, you can get to things like that Gizmo Duck and that Pluto Steel Champion much faster than you can when you're on the draw, obviously. And so, maybe that can be the thing, because before we saw early game, Will's setup was less of a setup and more in just quest as much as possible, get as many characters on the board as quickly as possible before Jose can do anything. But now Jose's on the play. He might be able to have some clapbacks here. Do we have a 1-drop?
Hey,
We do!
Darkwing Duck on the board here. Again, synergizing really well with the rest of this deck, and also having our Floodborn target in the interim. But at the same time, I'm like, can we see that Thunderquack synergy with the Mr. Incredible? That seems a little janky, but we do the thing that we love to do, Bobby into a discarded Lilo Escape Artist on turn 1 for our dogs player here. I'm seeing it beyond the horizon, so that is a bricky little card, but at the same time, if you can make it happen, it's a really great because it makes you discard to draw 3. But dogs typically starts to run at that point on a really low hand, so I don't know if that's going to be doing for us.
What's interesting is we do have this quote-unquote bricky card in Jose's hand, but we also have another bricky card, quote-unquote, in Will's hand in this Under the Sea. Now, I was expecting him to discard this early to respect the cards that we saw in turn 1, or in game 1 that Jose has available to him. But he did not. He thinks that he can potentially get this combo off, or maybe he thinks that he can discard it later. I think it's an interesting choice. That Bobby is just
he's like real spinny.
flying all over the place.
New sleeves, people. Make sure you got them for your tournaments.
For
Your
every
Bobbies
tournament,
will
let's
slide.
go. Keep extra in the bag. But yeah, it's an interesting decision. I think it definitely makes sense. There's other ways to discard the Under the Sea if he cannot get there as well. If we find the tramp and we don't have the Gizmo Duck, for example, on the other side.
Line. I was like, I see it. I see the entire line there. Definitely making sense of why he's going so hard into that, basically, because again, we are seeing that Darkwing Duck, which is a shiftable target. He is a 2/2, as well as the availability. So the Under the Sea becomes a little bit more viable, especially if you can go and make sure that your shift sing lady or lady sing in the Under the Sea and the like. We do have an Ursula Now, I think it's safe to ink the Ursula, but I don't know if Will knows that. But we haven't. This is game
Yeah, we
3.
haven't seen any songs besides the
Exactly.
One Last Hope. You're absolutely right, Color. And One Last Hope is a card that is very like relevant in a
Well, that is a beyond.
particular situation. Oh yeah, I guess
It
you're
would
right. Sorry.
take the Beyond
Hey,
Horizon.
we're here. We're back.
Those aren't
Well,
the songs
but
you're
you kind
looking
of
for.
want the Beyond the Horizon gone, right?
I actually don't think it matters at that point because you can choose one. You can choose yourself, or you can choose both people, or you can choose no people, which would be a
Sure.
crazy waste of a card. But at the same time, the Beyond Horizon isn't as scary as say like a Whole New World was back in the day.
Sure,
So
sure.
that card is not going to be played for a pretty long time unless we can go ahead and get that Donald Duck. Why? I just wanted to be Donald Duck because I love him, but at the same time, it's Darkwing Duck. But we are just gonna go for it.
We're gonna see 2 Beyond the Horizons, Color. I saw 1. I didn't know there was 2.
We do have to shift, and we are going to sing it. That is actually detrimental. Hold up. This is an insane line that we have available to us. He's like, hold up. What the heck?
Wait, give me back.
Give me
Give back.
shift what? What did you just say to me?
Oh, so we do have that Darkwing Duck shift line. That is going to be a shift 5 here.
I'm so sorry. Because Will's, like, the line just dawned on his face so he just was like, wait, what are you about to do to me? And listen, Dogs normally doesn't have a ton of cards in hand. And he's like, look at that. That was the 5 stages of grief and denial and all of the other thing, acceptance as he passes the turn.
We're not to turn 5 yet. Like we're not to 5 ink yet. I believe we only have 3 inking up to 4. So Will's got exactly 1 turn to get as many cards out of his hand as possible. Things like I don't see the Grandmother Willow, so that's not going to help. But well, I don't know that any of these cards help, Color, because we have the lady to bring cards back. And I mean, I don't know. I think we're gonna lose our hand here. Or maybe Jose lets us keep. I mean, it'll be interesting to see. But we know what's coming, not this turn, but next turn. And Will is going to be, like you said, making a game plan.
Black sleeves on a black mat is diabolical here as we are sitting here waiting in the wings. I was super excited, but you are right. We inked the Let It Go to then go play that because we can do the 2 damage to now the Ursula, which is an interesting choice. But at the same time, she's a villain.
Get her.
I don't want her in the discard, though. Keep her healthy because I don't want you to be able to shift a lady, get that back, and then potentially do some shenanigans. But I guess it'll be way too late by that time.
Color's thinking. Color's brain's going crazy in this game 3. She is seeing all the lines. You are like, this is a Disney IP. I can say this. You're like Doctor Strange, seeing all of the multiverses available to us. All right, it's a pass on over. We get that Willow out of the discard pile.
Little Lilo? Not everything is a Willow. Not everything is. We go ahead and ink and play a lady. So we inked a lady to play a lady, and we're like, hey, dude, like, I
you know what?
Maybe
we don't like our hand, Color. Maybe we're like, dude, do it.
Yeah, do it.
Do it.
As I'm super excited about it, we are going to take this for a challenge, getting that Lilo into the discard one way or another.
Is
now,
that another Beyond the Horizon? There's no way.
Did we brick? No,
we might have bricked. Yes,
we
it is.
did.
It's a
bricked for the turn.
This is
not
everything
able
that
to ink.
Will needs right now. Yeah. So Jose did draw another Beyond the Horizon. That tells me he's on 4 copies of this card because he's seen 3 of them in his first 20 cards. Meaning that he cannot ink because if he were to ink, it would be the shift line. Right.
He's literally we have overcommitted to this. It's not. He's whatever. The duck-like creature that is on the board right now, the character. But anyway, so yeah, oh my gosh, that is insane.
Yeah.
This is exactly the space that we needed. We cannot ink our only plan. We have committed to this line. This is the worst feeling as a TCG player because you're like, I have no other option. I have backed myself into an actual corner. I cannot ink this Donald Duck because then I have this uninkable.
Color, he's got Under the Sea in hand. Can he shift this lady and sing?
Yes.
I think he can. Okay, so it might seem a little early, but we know that we have the shift line in hand. He doesn't know that he's bricked, but he has to assume because he's not able to ink. So if Will chooses to, he can shift this lady, sing Under the Sea,
and watch the game end.
And watch the game end. You don't even really need to get rid of the Mr. Incredible because you know that we are not able to use this Darkwing Duck to then sing the Beyond the Horizon. What can Jose do to recover? I think Will is considering all of the possibilities here, and it's gonna be interesting to see which line he chooses. Color, you said it best earlier. This Dogs deck is so hard to play because one wrong micro decision of what you discard, what you ink, or which line do you take can cost you the entire game.
I always love when we have the hand cameras because I'm like, well, duh, this is the option. And like we see Will's like, oh my goodness, what if I make this wrong micro
It's way
decision? What?
harder when you're in
Oh,
it.
absolutely. Being at the table, like I would rather be back here behind the booth
Every
every
single
single
day.
day. But at the same time, he's like, man, I shift? And we're like, of course you shift the lady. You
Yeah,
shift the
he's
lady.
doing it.
He's doing the
Let's go.
thing.
Will's doing the thing. He's singing that under the sea. He is getting that. Not Negaduck. That Darkwing. See, now I'm doing it.
It's Donald. He's
That's
a duck. He's the duck.
Up, on, out of here, underneath that deck. It's going to be incredible. Sorry, headphone users. I'm probably just yelling right in your ears. But this is
There's
incredible.
the Arthur.
And the Arthur just uninkable city.
But it's okay. We inked the Donald Duck because there went
Just
our
the Darkwing
plan.
Duck.
Oh my god, it's a Darkwing Duck. It's a Darkwing Duck. I refuse to recognize that. Oh, actually, oh no. Gabe made that joke the other day. He's like, what do all ducks look the same to you? And apparently Gabe was correct. Like,
Well, they
listen,
do.
Darkwing, Della, we have so many, like, oh my gosh, so many IPs in this game as our plan has kind of fallen apart here. That Under the Sea was a bit the nail in the coffin as Jose is like doing a little bit of a giggle here because he's like, I'm in danger.
I'm in danger indeed. No, I mean, it's one of those things. Look, to give credit to Jose, we saw his deck do the thing that it wanted to do in in round one, or game one, excuse me. But hey, this happens. It can happen to the best of us. And you know what? To be fair, there's plenty of time, she says. There's so much time, right? So there's no lore for Will. So that's what's giving Jose a little bit of hope. If we can draw into the right sequence of cards and no more 7-drop uninkables, we can make a game of this. Color. But we'll see. Maybe
Nah.
Will
I
will
was
just
kidding, I'm
forget
kidding.
how to. Maybe Will will just forget how to quest and pressure the lore advantage, and Jose will draw every single card he needs off the deck. I've seen it happen before. Stranger things have
Absolutely.
happened.
Stranger things have happened here, and that is so unfortunate. Though I know you were like, the Under the Sea is here, and I was like, oh, so now we root for the villain? That's crazy, Willow. That's crazy. You didn't want to see the the Darkwing Duck shift, sing under beyond the horizon? That's crazy.
Come on, come
Why
on.
are you taking my dreams from me? As we see
look
the
at this.
expedition leader come on down, being able to quest with the Ursula, quest with the Lady Park Avenue. Just kidding, she's not questing, she's challenging. Get that on out of here. I don't know what you're doing with it. That's a new car. I don't even want to see it.
Will said, "Don't sing anything. I don't care what it is. Just don't sing it." Another uninkable off the top, by
But
the
it
way.
is
This one
the
does,
uninkable.
Yes, this is the uninkable that we needed. This one does allow us to draw a card deeper, allows us to ink. Oh my gosh,
Thunderquack is in hand. It's inkable though. It's inkable.
Poor Jose, man. This is just not how you want it to go down. But again, Will's lore very, very low here. We want to see, Jose find the things that he needs off the top. We know that we can shut down this strategy if we just see the right string of cards. So far, has not been able to find it. But maybe there's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance.
Interesting. Okay, as we do ink a tramp to then go ahead and play a tramp, drawing up to a ton of cards here, 4, and then discarding 4, and making sure that we're keeping the things we need. Now, we did not find the diabolical things. I think we'll go ahead and keep the tramp, throw everything else back, because then you can just play the tramp for probably for freezies next time, which, hey, free is good. The rest of those characters, most of them are able to get back with a shift lady as well. Nani, not so much, and the Devil's Moon and Lullaby. So like 50% of those cards you're able to get back. But hey, that Thunderquack, right into the inkwell, man. Right into the inkwell.
Yes, definitely gotta supercharge that Thunderquack into the inkwell there. We're gonna go ahead quest with this Mickey Expedition Leader first, just to make sure that we can get those triggers there. Don't want any special shenanigans. Doesn't look like we drew anything too impactful off the top. So Jose gonna take a moment to think here. Now, we're slowly getting a little up against the clock, but I think that Will's deck can go fast enough that we should be okay. It's more so on Jose to have to win the game rather than just draw it out, right? Like Jose probably doesn't have enough time to get to 20 lore, but he might have enough time to stop Will from questing.
No, don't read the Mickey. No, let's pretend like we knew what the Mickey did the entire time. Oh, it is. You know what? I am actually just heartbroken because I was like going to flip off this like chair, just be to see the Beyond the Horizon play, and now we're just kind of making sure that we're drawing the wrong side of our deck. Unfortunately, are
Yeah.
you just gonna rip off the Thunderquack? Because that's crazy.
Yeah, it's
Beyond the
difficult.
Horizon, do it,
You got to
do it.
figure out what you can do here. Jose not having a ton of options. And this is the game we play. You know, it's random chance what you're gonna see off the top of that deck. We do our best to sculpt our 60 such in a way that we always see a playable hand. But it doesn't happen sometimes, right? Like I've had decks where I've bricked with only 8 uninkables in
Oh
my
yeah,
deck, and you just see them, right?
heck yeah.
And like what can you do? You know?
I definitely have the worst luck, and that does happen to me. But unfortunately, here we are kind of seeing that when you do commit so hard into a line, unfortunately, that is your only way out. And if
Yeah.
you draw an uninkable, if your opponent removes your shift target, you have been backed into a corner where winning the game is very, very unlikely. And that is sort of kind of what you see with these polarizing strategies. I know sometimes it's really, really difficult. You kind of have to go all in, right? You don't want to be wishy washy. You don't want to go too far in this line and too far in that line, but again, it's either you get the line and you look like a god, or you don't hit it and you lose the game. And
Yeah.
so sometimes, especially in these strategies like this, if we would have been able to do that, if I would have discarded your entire hand and now we have dogs that is just top decking in a position where they don't want to be top decking, you've sealed the game for yourself. So I can definitely see the reason behind choosing such a definitive line. It's unfortunate that it had that fragility of just, being on the back of a tutu.
Yeah, and to be fair to Jose, it wasn't like his hand was giving him much option. He kind of just had to play into that line. But you're absolutely right. I mean, that's the problem is we only had the one out, and unfortunately, Will was able to stop us in our track. So Jose's just been taking a think here. He's been trying to figure out what his options are. Will not win this next turn. He's only going to go up to 15. So we have like a minuscule second of breathing room
Mhm.
to establish something that could potentially be relevant later. Now we are going to jam that Thunder
Hey, let's
Quack.
go. We're
I
actually just
love
going to play
Will.
the
It's pretty
Thunder
good.
Quack. We probably could have inked it, should have inked it, but it's not. We're playing it on the board because it's hilarious. But shout out to the judge there for being like, "Hey, take a game action." We'd love to see that. We'd love to see when our lore guides are on top of it. And it does say if a character was banished and a challenge this turn, gain a lore. And so over the next 19 turns, that'll get us there.
That would get us there in 19 turns. But something else that's going to get Will there is this Tramp Street Smart Dog going to look for exactly the cards that he needs off the top
Card. He gets
Excuse me.
one, but the lady is a pretty good one to keep, I
Yeah.
do believe.
To be able to stop Jose from advancing his game and continue to help Will advance his own. Look at those cards going into the discard pile. Now, here we go. Starting off with that Expedition Leader because we're looking to, once again, stop any potential in challenging. If they don't have any strength, they can't challenge. Well, they can, but it's not going to do anything.
Keep the removal songs in your steel decks, everyone. Yeah, unfortunately now this core is not a challenge heavy meta. It is a little bit more so than Infinity, though, right now. We do a lot more challenging in this format, but unfortunately, if you take away all of your ability other than, the let it goes for your single chosen character removal, you're kind of in a hard spot as we go ahead, play that. Hey, we could go ahead and get rid of your Ursula because she's a
Let's
villain.
go! We got something!
Get her out of here as we go ahead and hit the fist bump. And there we go. There is your round 3 winner. That is Will with dogs. I hate to see it.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say you don't sound very happy about that, and
Nah.
I can't blame you. Dogs is a strategy that has been, some would say, broken in this
Uh huh.
last set, and we're seeing it here, still having plenty of power. I mean, this was a super fun match to watch because Jose almost got there. Color, right? Like we saw the potential in the deck, but unfortunately, like you mentioned, having to cut pretty okay. So having to cut those songs stopped him from being able to um
Cool.
make something happen.
Sorry, you got a little glimpse behind the camera. This is how I watch games. I'm like in it. First of all, I'm half blind, but also because as soon as I watch, I just get closer and closer and closer. As I do believe we're going to be heading into the next round pretty shortly. Just nonstop Disney
Yeah.
Lorcana for us today. As it is kind of jarring to be like in the game and then it's like, oh, that's my face.
Yeah, we're looking, we're trying to read all the cards for you guys, folks. But yeah, we're gonna have the next match come very, very soon. But before we jump right into it, we're gonna throw it to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. Oh, but first, sorry, I forgot to say, we have some upcoming in-store events, Color. Check it out, okay? We've got Pokemon Video Game League Cup. This is going to be May 23rd at 1 p.m. $14 entry here at Versus Games. Play some Pokemon games on your Switch. Beat those other trainers. Let's get it going. We also have
The elite
Pokemon
trainers.
Champions.
Yeah, I was like, well, the elite trainers are going to be coming out now as the Pokemon Champions 1K tournament here. It's got a little QR code that looks actually terrifying.
It does look kind of scary. Scan the terrifying QR. It's just big. It's just a really big QR
It's a horrifying QR. I don't know why. Okay, it's May 24th at 1 p.m. at $30 entry hour. It's going to be here in not Orlando, Oviedo. It's Florida, and that's great. I've never been here before in my life, guys.
But yes, we got plenty of stuff going on at Versus Games. Also, we've got Edison Monthly 3. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! For all you Yu-Gi-Oh! Players. I didn't know that myself. Production did have to tell me that was Yu-Gi-Oh! I wouldn't have known either way. Lorcana is the only trading card game I've ever played. But you want to play some other games? Come here to Versus. May 30th at 12 p.m. Okay, we got limited seating, so make sure you get on down to Versus. This store is incredible. We're not done because we've got
more Yu-Gi-Oh! It's a whole day of it. It's the winter raffle gets this really cool playmat that I'm sure if you know what this game is, that looks rad.
If you play Yu-Gi-Oh, this is epic.
Yeah. Okay, sick. It is June 5th though. This summer's going to be hype at 7:15 p.m. Holy, I'm in bed by then. It's $13.50 entry. They need you out here though. It's a whole day of Yu-Gi-Oh that does start at night.
Includes 3 entry packs. And here we go. Don't forget, we've also got Riftbound League of Legends trading card game.
I know this one.
Unleash the Summoner Skirmish coming June 6th.
June 6th.
At 12 p.m. For $25. All right. So look, we've got plenty of amazing things coming down the pipeline at Versus Games. We want you guys to be here. We want you to be enjoying. And hey, come on down and play some Lorcana with us as well. All right. So before we get into the next round, we're going to throw it to just a short break, but don't go anywhere. We are going to be playing some more Core Constructed very, very soon.
And we are back straight into the action here at Versus. This is our round 4. Looking here, we have Terrace versus Wesley.
Let's go. Both of these players, notable local players. Terrace Black, a player a little bit more known.
Wait, really?
In the wider Lorcana
I've never
community.
seen his face before in my entire life. This is Terrace Black.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's Terrace.
Terrace got glasses.
Yeah, so this is Terrace Black, a little bit more wider known in the Lorcana community. Wesley, a hometown hero in his own right, very talented player, always has some fun brews. Excited to see what he's playing there. But yeah, Terrace Black, we'll talk more about him at the end of the match if we get some time, but he is the creator of Parish Cards, so we'll talk more about that later. But super cool to see him playing Lorcana here. And I'm excited to see what they have for us. I believe I saw some Amethyst cards, Amethyst Steel in Terrace's hand. I don't think I got a peek at what Wesley was bringing onto the table, but I'm always excited to see some new color combos each round. And we have not seen an Amethyst Steel yet, so I'm excited to see what Terrace has in store for us.
I know, famously, all about that red, ruby, and amethyst strategy. So doing a little bit of a betrayal here with the steel cards, but I mean, I guess it's fine here today because these dwarves are a incredibly powerful strategy that we actually haven't gotten a chance to see today. So I am very, very excited about. So I'll give him a pass this one time, but he does have black sleeves on a black mat. So I think man, we're just back to negative, Terrace, I swear.
Yeah, back to negative. No, I'm excited to see the dwarves in action because you're absolutely right. I am seeing the dwarves there. We've got more Typal decks. They're here. They are stronger than they've ever been in Wilds Unknown. On the other side of the table, we've got some Ruby.
Good sign for our Wilds Unknown meta. My goodness, I have missed seeing that color as well, because there are so many checks and balances within that ink color that you just really have to keep in mind. But notably, we do see a dwarf immediately into the inkwell to play a happy.
Yeah, we're going to ink that Sleepy, play that Happy. This is a card we have not seen in a while. This card dates all the way back to set 5. I believe that's Shimmering Skies.
It is Shimmering
It's
Skies, but I don't know if it came out in set 5. I will believe you, but he does have
I think
evasive
it was
on
set
your turn. I was just going to say it as we see the Liquidator coming down. That is a house of a card. Now, this Dwarves deck is able to curve out in the most interesting way. I
Yeah.
really love the synergy again coming in from Wilds Unknown with the synergy between the dwarves, the toys, the heroes, the supers, and the everything in between as we sit here and decide what we're going to ink for turn. Because notably, getting that Snow White and the 7 dwarves, or the Snow White princess down, is what's going to fuel that engine as we actually go ahead and ink a Strength of Raging Fire to play a Pocahontas. Notably, not a dwarf.
not a dwarf, but is a princess color. And I want to say, for the folks at home, that Happy is 100% from set 5. Let's go. She studies. Okay,
She
so
was right.
why do we see this Pocahontas? Well, because it's not a dwarf, but it is a princess, and that is going to enable this new amethyst action that I definitely remember the name of. It is the 3 cost.
Right behind
Right
you.
behind you. Thank you, color. If you have a princess or a 7 dwarves character in play, you can play a 7 dwarves character for free.
We're not
So,
doing the combo. Are we already doing
I don't know
it?
if we're doing the I don't think we have it this early in hand.
Nah, we
That's
don't have it.
why we have things like this Pocahontas following the wind in the deck to enable some of those very powerful strategies. Because what players typically do, they play something like a Happy on 1, something like a Pocahontas on 2. Turn 3, they play the right behind you in order to cheat out something like well, any of the
It's
dwarves.
Grumpy, and he's a 7/7, but I don't know if he's in that deck because that's a crazy thing to do. If that's the craziest thing we're doing is putting a 7/7 on the board
Or
on
the
turn 3.
bashful, hey, it's a 5 cost evasive, you know, like. But listen, though, that's a powerful thing. That's a 7/7 evasive. What is this Ruby deck? This Ruby Amber deck has no answers to evasives. So what are we doing? I mean, well, you know, hopefully
It
we see
has
the world's
the
greatest criminal mind.
Horseman Strikes.
Oh, it
That's
has.
a pretty efficient.
That's the answer. I'm sorry. I meant it has no evasive characters. We're back, folks. Welcome back. Round 4. Here we
Okay.
go.
And there she is, the princess. It's Snow White, merrily as happy as she could be. The name was so whimsical, I don't think my brain could commit it to memory, actually. So, unfortunately for you guys, we do have our 3 cost
Merry
2/3.
as the morning.
Merry is the morning. It just makes you sick saying it, but it's okay because whenever this character quests, you may return a 7 doors character of yours to your hand. Oh yes, you just bounce it back to your hand.
Yeah.
My goodness, I thought I took it out of the discard when I first read this card, and I was like, zombie
She has to
dwarves.
know
But at the same
limits.
time,
she has to have limits. She's
we
too
do have
good.
to. But during an opponent's turn, whenever this character is banished in a challenge, you just return her to your hand. So there's a lot of bouncing and a lot of ability to get boosted characters like the Cheshire Cat back into your hand to give you some card advantage, but not when a liquidator takes it out onto the discard.
Well, one of the things that this Snow White is best at returning to hand is going to be the Doc Bold Knight because he is a 7 dwarves character. Now, we do see that Terrace has one in hand. So, what Terrace can do on his next turn is he can play this Doc. Well, excuse me, he can ink a card, play the Doc, discard his hand to draw 2 cards. Then he can quest with the Snow White, bounce that Doc right back to hand. So, infinite card draw, endless loop. If Wesley here isn't able to get that Snow White off the board and quickly.
Yeah, notably, you are going to need a brawl or something of the like because whenever she is banished in a challenge, you just put her right back into your hand. So it is a little bit slow to have to play her over and over again. But hey, when we just go double dock like that, no trigger on the first dock, drawing 2 cards up, we got a lot of dwarves in hand, a lot of targets, and we are just going to go ahead and throw a Sleepy down for 1 just as a little bit of a treat.
Yeah, this Sleepy gonna go ahead and when it's banished, if you have a 7 dwarves or princess character in play, you can draw a card. So some potential insurance for later. We do see the Snow White going across, and we're doing it, Color. We're doing the thing that I told you about.
Dock right back in the hand to draw probably another dock or a Happy. That's one thing I do hate about these 2 cards,
They
but I
look
think it's
the same.
another. It's 2 docks back in hand, which hey, usually you hate to see dock and dock and dock, but at this point. Now with that Snow White onto the board, if she is banished, you can put her back in your hand. You will lose your Tinkerbell, but at the same time, if she's not banished, you just keep docking all over the place, and eventually you might win. But yeah, she goes right back in your hand, losing the Tinkerbell, as we said, but we got an aerial, ethereal voice here onto the board, hopefully with a Webby's Diary off to the side. That is a lot of card advantage if we can get things going. Now,
Yeah, it's interesting to see how Terrace's hand is actually shaking out. We actually have a lot of uninkables here. There is the right behind you that I mentioned earlier, but it's actually going to have to go straight into the inkwell because of this inkable problem. We also aren't really finding these powerful dwarves like we mentioned earlier, like Grumpy or Bashful, that you would want to cheat out. So not going to be able to leverage that card. And what happens when your combo isn't really firing off on all cylinders? Meanwhile, Wesley's got a combo of his own with the form of these boosting and then drawing with Webby's Diary, which so far, Wesley has done a great job gaining lore because he's staying on pace with the lore that Terrace has been able to gain, while also doing some board cleanup. We have seen some things be banished and put into the discard pile. So it's going to be interesting to see what we were able to make happen. I believe we
Raging
have
Storm.
we have a horseman strike, or excuse me,
Oh,
not a horseman strikes, a headless horseman as well. That is not a challenge, so that Snow White is not going back to the hand.
that definitely does it. Yeah, anything of the tooth strength or less, which is going to be easily taken out by that character, unfortunately, making that Snow White a little bit fragile with that tooth strength. Being able to then pump up the aerial ethereal voice. But do I actually want to challenge in with her? Because that is one of my card draw Indians that I've tried to put onto the board at this point. Now, it, getting that Sleepy off of the board does draw Terrace another card because that is the one that says
When it's banished in a challenge, yeah, you do get to.
if you have a
Uh,
7 dwarf or a princess character, you may draw a card.
yeah,
So, not opting not to give you any more card advantage because this is a silly amount of cards for an Amethyst deck to already be drawing. And we're just going to go ahead and are we just going to hard play the
well,
Grumpy? Because that's crazy.
we see
Oh, we're just
Terrace.
going to play every single dock in our hand.
We see.
Doc, Doc, Goose, he says, as I draw
Is
two.
that another doc? I believe
Stop!
that was the.
Harris,
Oh
you
no,
gotta.
no! It must have been a happy. It must have been a
Okay.
happy. We have 4 docs on the board.
Oh, yeah, there's a dock over there. I was like, lore guide.
Lord
Lore guide.
He's got even more dwarves in hand. I mean, he's laughing. You see him shaking his head before he did it. But hey, it's a lot of lore technically. I mean, it's still like 3 characters put onto the board that Wesley's going to have to deal with to his 2. So we're going to have to make something happen and quickly here. Continuing to do the boosty things, being able to draw off the Webby's Diary. You don't typically want to keep boosting this aerial ethereal voice. You'd rather be continuously boosting something like a Scrooge McDuck, Ghostly Ebenezer. But at this point,
Are we
we
just
need card
gonna.
draw. So that's all we can do.
I was like, okay, we don't have enough, but we will play our second horseman. And hey, to get rid of that dock, which I feel like at this point is kind of rude, but it's okay. As we got one, don't worry, one of those docks is gone. We will be able to do some challenging here that does boost up the rest of our characters, which I don't think it matters because everything on Terrace's board isn't large
Very
enough to
frail.
really matter. But again, we will be able to challenge in with this horseman, taking out potentially the other dock. I think at this
Yeah,
point.
you definitely want to get that dog off the board. The Sleepy, I don't know if you need to do it yet. It really depends. I mean, I would probably just do it because Terrace is probably not going to be challenging that Pocahontas into our aerial. It's probably going to get to stick around. So I want to see Wesley just take out everything that is exerted here. He may not elect to do so, which I respect. But I think at this point we just kind of need more advantage on the board, and the only way to do that is to get Terrace's characters off of it.
Yeah, now we do see a raging storm in hand, opting to go ahead and challenge into the dock.
Just
Just
kidding.
kidding. But now that is an option to
Hit
us.
the rewind.
And at the same time, if we really want to be building that, we do have 6 lore on the board. Now we just played the one horseman, but at the same time, everything on Terrace's board except for the Pocahontas, she will be able to quest. And then if your horseman is exerted, you can then gain the lore from the
That's
horseman
true.
because you can choose him because she just lets you choose anybody, which my dream is to choose a Tamatoa on the opposite side of the board.
With the dime
Yeah,
out.
with the, yeah.
Or like with all the
Yeah,
items.
with the items and the Tamatoa. For
Having the Masters
if
of
you're,
Disaster
I was gonna say,
very
yeah.
soon.
If your opponent forgot to win the game with their Tamatoa and 30 items on the board, I will choose it with my Pocahontas. However, we are gonna go ahead and pass the turn here, kind of maybe being a little bit more particular about our characters, as we do see the right behind you coming out, drawing a card and being able to play a dwarf here. If you have a princess and a dwarf, which we do, we have that. So we can go ahead and play one for free here. Now, it is a little scary because we do have a raging storm in hand. So I believe that is another dwarf. Hey!
Trying to see which one that he chose. He chose the one that's going to give +1 lore. He chose Sneezy. So this is going to give +1 lore to chosen character. Looks like he gave it to that Sleepy, so that Sleepy's going to be able to quest for 2. This will still count for the Pocahontas choosing the Sleepy, I believe.
Mhm.
So he's going to be able to get 3 lore off of the Pocahontas if he chooses to exert that. So potentially a lot of lore gained here. How much ink does Wesley have? I do think I can't tell. If we might be able to get to that board wipe next turn though. So Terrace might need to just yeah, we do. Okay,
Yep.
we have access to the board wipe next turn. So Terrace doesn't know it, but he's probably going to want to just quest out with as much lore as possible without throwing too many threats on the board, but he doesn't color. He does not respect the turn 8
Nobody
Raging
respects an
Storm.
8-cost uninkable
He's
board
about
wipe.
to. He's about to. Unless
He gonna
did
learn
Wesley just
today.
brick? Did he just get another uninkable?
It looks as
He
though he did.
did. Oh my goodness, this is terrible for Wesley here.
Well, at the same time, no, we can take this turn and draw a few cards. Now, Terrace is at 8 with quite a bit of lore on our side. Now, we do have a Maui Shark onto the board. Look, and he's my hero from back in the day. He's typically regarded as a little too slow, but I'm not raging storming a board where I've got 2 horsemen, a Maui Shark, and an aerial ethereal voice boosted into the heavens. So at this point, we're trying to keep them off of as much lore as possible, being able to challenge in there and probably getting rid of that dock as well. Because again, I don't know, maybe we are going to get rid of the Sleepy saying, hey, I don't care if I give you a card because I'm also going to challenge in here. We're going to just clean up as much as possible, keeping you as far away from the win as we can. Now, if we can start getting some really impactful actions into that discard, that shark will run away from the game.
Yeah, I totally hear what you're saying here. I mean, obviously Wesley had to pivot this strategy. I think it would have been totally fine to Raging Storm. I think we would have been ahead on lore. I think Terrace didn't have a ton of cards in hand. Now it's going to be a little bit harder to justify, but his characters are pretty strong, and you have to imagine they're going to stick around. And like you said, depending on the actions that are in the discard pile, this Maui Shark could just run away with the game. Terrace probably or likely not going to have anything that can deal with this cleanly and efficiently unless he's able to find a Strength of a Raging Fire while having a board to boot.
So now this is an interesting strategy here. Now, we did just go ahead and send those things on a quest and being able to just say, hey, I have a lot of characters, everything on my board, quest for 2, except for this shark, which could literally net me 5 to 6 lore if I really decided to play a bunch of actions over and over again because I'm going to go ahead and gain a lore for each action played. If you've played against Shark, which Terrace has, it is a terrifying card to have on the board and have no answer to. So it is also going to lock down, and you're going to need to trade your characters because if you leave anything exerted, the Shark will be able to challenge and get actions back. Now, we did go ahead and check and see how many actions we have available to us in our discard, but that doesn't count if we have any in our literal hand right now. As I think the board became so terrifying, we didn't even need to Raging Storm. We actually had Terrace use his own board to clear it off. Now, that is actually pretty good for Wesley here.
Yeah, absolutely. You're definitely right. I think, and we see the Scrooge in hand as well. Ghostly Ebenezer going to go ahead and boost it straight away, give it +1 strength, +1 willpower, but even better color, we're going to get to draw off that Webby's Diary. And now Wesley, I feel, has turned this corner to where he is taking over this game.
Absolutely. And the third Horseman Strikes comes down. Now, this is what I was talking about. There's a lot of times where you'd want to do that ripcord. Like, we want to pull that off and say, hey, get that Raging Storm. You got a wide board. It's insane. But here we see Wesley was able to control the board with the cards that they had in hand and bring themselves a little bit closer to victory without actually getting rid of anything. Now, here we do have an Elspeth Spirit, which is evasive, but that's not going to be enough to be able to take out the shark. So here we're going to be able to challenge in, and that is an amazing target for the shark to be able to take out coming up next turn. So if we do have some really neat actions in the discard, which by the way we did because our aerial ethereal voice was boosted so many times that all of those actions are now available to us to get back with the shark.
One of those actions that we have available is that Horseman Strikes. What is that Horseman Strikes going to target color? It's going to target, oh, just kidding. Grumpy is not evasive. Guys, scratch the record! It's Bashful that I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I know, but listen. Now, is that a Grumpy that's exerted there? Because if
yes,
not,
it is.
Okay, so that is a 7/7. So it will trade with the shark, which makes it a little bit easier of a quest here coming in. Because if it trades with the shark, then you could get the Horseman Strikes back. Or we
Save
did
it
see
for later.
Pirate's Life. We saw so many other things in this deck that we will be
I just
able to
got
take care of.
excited. I
And
just
the
want him
thing
to
is, but
pull it
hold on, if
back.
we take the Scrooge and we turn it into the Grumpy, we'll do 3 damage, or actually no, we'll do 5 damage to that. But at the same time, we'll also be putting actions into the discard for us to get
Let's
back.
go! Colors crack the code. Listen, if Grumpy was evasive, I get it. He'd be broken. But also, we would get to banish it and it would be so
But
fun. All
Della's Moon
right, so we're
Lullaby is
here.
pretty good to get back into your hand there.
Yeah.
Saving anything else, if we do have this, maybe we'll be able to be boosted up that. We'll be able to then reduce the cost of that Grumpy, making it just a measly 5 cost. But it's fine. We're going to sing it to draw a card and be able to reduce that strength. We do have 3 ink available to us.
Which
Now,
is
I've got
going to
to
be
feel
the
like there's
Sisu.
a 5, Sisu, Firefly, something. Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
We're cooking! Ruby supremacy! I'm just kidding. No, I'm fine. I'm actually not kidding. This is my
Ruby
favorite day
back
ever.
on top in Wilds Unknown is what I'm hearing. Listen, Wesley's not interested, okay, in any of the toy shenanigans, in any of the dwarf shenanigans. He's saying, hey, I see all these decks where you got all these people that are from the same franchise. I don't want nothing to do with it, okay?
Oops, all good cards!
I'm just going to play cards that are awesome. And awesome they are with this Scrooge McDuck, 2 of them on the board. Powerhouse is there. Maui Shark on the board as well. What can Terrace do to start swinging this board state back in his own favor? Gonna start with the Demona. Does have that challenger, pretty nice challenger there in the form of Grumpy. Let's see what he goes for.
Yeah, notably, now Scrooge does get +1 strength and +1 willpower for each card underneath him, which again is kind of amazing because you're like you said before, you're like, oh, that aerial ethereal voice is being boosted over and over and again. But as soon as she was taken out, it just loaded up our discard to get the Shark online. Now, notably, Shark has been a bit of a slow card in the past. He's a little scary to use when we weren't employing maybe Sapphire strategies to get him out a bit sooner. In Ruby and Sapphire is really where I loved to see Shark. But at this point, we're able to slow down the game enough by getting all of these Scrooges on the board, locking down the board, making sure Terrace is only at 10 lore for what I would consider a decently aggressive deck with some teeth, because we do have some abilities to sing and cheat things out. But at the same time, it does have a really nice synergy of his own. He's building his own synergy. Look at that, world's greatest criminal mind, and then 2 Scrooges. But which is going to be hilarious to get back with the Shark and just pop that Demona before it even has a chance to quest.
Yes. So now, if we do want to
This
get
deck is
that
awesome.
back as it stands right now, we are going to have to challenge into that Grumpy. If we don't have plenty of.
Oh, Haname's family is hilarious. Oh,
Haname's family is going to heal that shark. But again, Color, it's still not enough. Even if we had the Della's Moon Lullaby, we would need multiple of them to not lose this shark in a challenge into that Grumpy. So we either need to exert a character or we need to minus the strength in order to keep our shark around. So at what cost, right? Do we challenge into this Grumpy to get back the world's greatest criminal mind to banish the Demona?
100%.
Or do we value our position and saying, hey, I think that I can wait a turn to deal with this, or maybe I can draw into something that makes me keep my board all the while. So let's see what we're going to do. Starting off, we're going to sing.
Trials and Tribulations will do
Trials
it.
and
That is
Tribulations.
-4 to that Grumpy, being able to reduce that strength all the way down to where our Shark is able to favorably trade.
Yeah.
We've seen that card twice today, and now I'm its biggest fan as we take the 3 damage back. Ohana being clutch there, healing off the damage to begin with, and then reducing
Grab
that
the world's
strength, and then
greatest.
being able to get back the world's greatest. To then look at Terrace is like cracking. He's like, bro, this is actually stupid. Look at no, I don't want to just have a Pocahontas on board. But you know what? We got there. This is what I'm talking about. This is what Ruby does. Shenanigans. Shenanigans until you have nothing left on the board, and I haven't even had to use the ripcord of a board wipe. Look at my board.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see the Aladdin come down, I'm going to go ahead and boost it for good measure so that our reckless cards are able to exert to gain a lore. But it doesn't even matter. We've got a super nice, strong, powerful looking board on Wesley's side, all the while only a Pocahontas following the wind for Terrace. Now, yeah, we get absolutely hyped when we see that combo, that Trials and Tribulations coming out of nowhere, just making such impactful changes and giving such amazing power and reach to this Ruby and Amber deck that we're scooping it up, Color.
Yeah.
Terrace is seeing the writing on the wall, saying, you know what? It doesn't matter what I draw. I just want to go again. So Wesley, looking super dominant, looking super powerful here, navigating through these mines, these dwarven mines, very, very expertly. And I think his deck just did everything he wanted it to.
I said, did everything I wanted it to do. That was it's like I love again Ruby being one of my favorite, if not favorite, ink color in this game. It's been super low representation here in core going forward since Fabled. I think is what we were saying before. But the problem is Terrace should have played Ruby. You know, I think that
Yeah.
was his that was the drawback there. But at the same time, being able to see those lines and make sure that you're setting yourself up, having all of that synergy. Again, we're like, oh, we weren't using typal decks here, but we are technically creating a lot of synergy within to where the Ohana Means family is keeping the shark around, where the boosted characters are putting those actions into your discard, where the Webby's diary is drawing you card while you're setting up your boosted character to set up your discard to then. So this is a control deck at its heart
Yeah.
with the ability to draw the cards in kind of more of an unconventional way. And the Trials and Tribulation, it's just a one of. I'm looking at the deck list here.
Really?
It is a literal one of
It is the
coming in.
exact card that he
It's
needed.
exact card to be able to heal with that Ohana Means family, then do the Trials and Tribulations, and then do the shark with it. That was so many songs sang in that situation. And if we would have had an ethereal voice onto the board, we would have been just drawing, well, one card because it's once per turn.
But all the while, yeah, drawing cards. Here's the thing.
Ugh.
I really like the scoop up from Terrace here. We talk a lot about when do you call it. I know a lot of players, myself included, can really get bogged down in this mindset of, but I just want to see one more card. I just want to see one more turn. Maybe a miracle can happen off the top of the deck. I respect Terrace here for saying, you know what? Sure, the game is not 100% over yet. Terrace ultimately, or excuse me, Wesley ultimately was only questing for one lore with each of those characters.
Mhm.
But I think Terrace identified, you know what? My deck doesn't shine in the late game. It shines in the early game. It shines in getting a princess and a dwarf on turn 1, on turn 2, playing that right behind you on turn 3, cheating out something absolutely huge like that 7/7 Grumpy, and going and winning the game from there. He identified correctly, I think, hey, Wesley's got his draw engine online with the Webby's diary. He's got enough ink to continue to play characters, to continue to boost, to continue to draw. I'm not outdrawing him. I'm not outpacing him. Let's just go next. And now we've got 26 minutes on the clock, plenty of time to get 2 games in, especially if we're able to aggro it out. So I like this scoop from Terrace. I don't think it's too early. I think it's perfectly timed. I think he saw enough of the deck to understand the strategy. I think he's ready to go in knowing what his deck wants to do in this early game of the next game.
Yeah, absolutely There's a lot of situations with these decks too where we like again, I think I've mentioned a couple times where we're basically saying, "Hey, these are newer cards, these are newer strategies." Again, a lot of these matchups that we've seen are kind of not matchups that I would think that I would use in testing, right? Like if I'm testing this deck, I don't know how much I might be running it into Amber Ruby,
Right.
maybe a little bit here and there, but like definitely didn't think that like I in my round 4 I'm going to be playing a stream match on camera with against Ruby and
Right.
Amber. So
Yeah.
at the same time, trying to figure out what's the most powerful line that you can take. Again, identifying, hey, this is a control deck, like we were talking about. I mean, the top end of this deck is literally Maleficent's Dragon,
Yeah.
like Monstrous Dragon. So it's like, that's a 9-cost removal. And that closes games pretty quickly. So we are probably hoping to see us go a little bit lower to the ground, a little bit faster as
Yeah.
we play a Sleepy on turn 1 into the Tinkerbell.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're off to the races here. Terrace, like I said, gonna be trying to establish both a dwarf and a princess to get ready to deploy that right behind you to cheat out some of these expensive characters. So far, we find the dwarves. They're here. They're out to play, and we're happy to go on a quest with that Sleepy because of that ability. If this
I was like, no,
Tinkerbell,
that's happy.
uh, what?
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
did I
I'm
say the
so
wrong
sorry.
word? I don't know.
No, I
Okay.
was gonna say, no, that's sleepy. That's you were like, we're happy to go on a quest. I was like, well, no, that's happy.
Yeah, we're
Just as
happy to go on a quest with Sleepy because if this Tinkerbell's going to challenge it, not only is she going to be banished, but also the Sleepy is going right back to hand. But here we go, starting off strong with the Scrooge there. If we can find the Webby's diary, and it's in hand color.
Yeah,
We're ready.
yeah.
We're getting set up here.
Absolutely. Sorry to mess you up there. I'm just
No,
like
you're
all
good,
of
you're
these
good.
dwarves are so again like when the Snow White like Whimsical is the morning. I don't know. The name will
Merry as
never.
the morning.
Merry is the morning, as with all of these dwarves coming out. And I do remember when we were actually with our Shimmering Skies Happy, we throw him in a couple of the Kiwi decks back in the day. And I remember
Ah, yes.
testing with Harlan Sweet, and he at the time he's like, this card is a necessary evil, and he would play it and be like, well, does it make you happy? He'd be like, please don't ever make that joke again. But we do see her merry as the morning. It only took me 3 times to get it, but she's
Got there.
here, and she's here early. So now we will be able to start getting the value off of these dwarves.
Yeah, absolutely. We're hoping to just continue to cycle cards into our hand here. Players are looking around. Somebody, hey, what are we doing? Leave them alone. No, but
Yeah. Get out of
leave the
here.
players alone. But looks like we're gonna go on we're gonna
Challenge.
challenge that Tinkerbell there in order to draw a card
Absolutely,
with
yeah,
thanks to the
because
Snow White.
yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, again, like you were saying, the Snow White is there. She does say whenever you, him, the Sleepy is. That's the crazy part too. I'm pretty sure the Sleepy draws a card for himself when he's banished. Is he not? If he has a princess
Oh,
in the
I'm
care.
sorry. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and then
It's the Sleepy, not the
yeah,
Snow White. I'm sorry. Guys. Good
whenever
morning.
she quests, there's synergy, but it's
It's not that
little.
good.
Yeah, I was like, that's crazy.
No, no, my fault, my fault. Yeah, it is the Sleepy's own ability when he is banished. Um, you can draw a card, and that is because of the Snow White. So kind of still works. But anyways, we're here. We've got Pocahontas following the wind. On the other side, we're staring down 2 boost characters, and we know that a Webby's Diary is coming soon
Ooh.
because we have it in hand.
Absolutely. And we do go ahead and quest with that Snow White to be able to bounce that dwarf back into our hand to draw a card. Snow White doing what she wants. Again, there's a lot of card draw available for you in this deck. So much card advantage. It is a little bit build your own card advantage. So it does make it makes it a little wonkier than, hey, let's sing friends on the other side and draw 2 cards. But listen, we're here to take game actions. And by we, I mean me. So we are going to go ahead challenge that in with the Aladdin there and put it right back in the hand as we draw a second Snow White.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. I believe we have a Mulan disguised soldier in hand. I'm curious to see if we want to deploy that to filter our hand a little bit more. Or maybe we like it. Maybe we like having the Snow Whites. Yeah, and we're just
We're
gonna
just
keep
gonna
the
ink
dwarves
that
coming.
sucker right down in the ego. Like
I just think
she's
something like
not
a
a dwarf, but
strength
she
would
is
be
a
so
princess, which is
good.
interesting. Yeah.
Strength is like what we need off the top here to start getting, especially while this Scrooge isn't boosted. I think a strength would be integral to this game plan. Get the Scrooge off the board, get even the ethereal voice off the board. Because we know that Webby's Diary is coming down. As soon as Wesley feels he has enough like ink to be able to do it, it's coming.
Oh, baby Sisu, that daring visitor. If we find it, if we rip it, we can get rid of that Snow White, and it
There it
is the answer. There it
is.
is. Getting rid of that. But just kidding, guys. It's okay. Terrace hasn't that look, but he's got another Snow White in hand.
It's
He's
true.
fine.
It's true.
He's totally fine. As now Ruby is going to start doing what they do. Now, usually we're only removing one character at a time. So I think I like what you were saying, but again, I would love to see Terrace go exceedingly wide here. Again, we're a few turns off from that Raging Storm. And as we noticed last game, Wesley likes to be a little bit more cautious with their Raging Storms. They're not just kind of ripping it off whenever they feel like it. So potentially, if you build a board to keep that equilibrium between this is a Raging Stormable board, but also you've got some really high value characters in your hand. So there's this delicate balance when you know that that your opponent has a board wipe available to him. So you want to commit enough to make sure that they might Raging Storm, and if you can bait it out, the likelihood of them having 2 in a row is annoying, but not as probable.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see Terrace deploy this Bashful here. This going to be a 3/6 questing for 2 and is evasive. Now, here's the problem color. We have the Horseman Strikes in hand for
Boop.
Wesley. So this is just completely disregarding that previous turn from Terrace. Wesley is looking so very dominant here. I mean, I'm failing to see how this deck can't pull this one out because it's just doing everything that it wants to do. It is seeing every single card. This may well be the new control deck on the block. I mean, like you said, we have the board wipe available to us. We have as well, like we see in the Inkwell, that Maleficent dragon there for the top end of this deck. On the other side, Terrace, his characters, if we see that beautiful, beautiful curve in the beginning, could potentially get under it. But because we didn't see it, how do we come back from it? This is not the Amethyst Steel that we traditionally know and love. with things like, I don't know, even just like Calhoun's to be able to like favorably challenge and banish things and gain some lore while we do it. Or, we still have the Cheshire Cats, but they're just not feeling as powerful here when all of our characters have such low willpower. It's really tough. I think it's going to be an uphill battle. Even this Demona is not going to feel too great since our board isn't really too strong.
Yeah, and that was one of the things I said. I would have liked to see Terrace go a little bit more wide there, and instead of opting to play the larger characters. And I think that that is pretty much the strength of Amethyst Steel typically, because it has so many low cost characters that you can kind of go wide a little bit earlier. And again, an 8 cost board wipe isn't really as scary as the 7 cost board wipe, but we do go for the Demona, which now the problem is I think at this point, like we have one more turn, we should probably just quest out, but then there's like the ability to win at this point is a little difficult. We don't really want to be challenging. I think that might be maybe one of the weaknesses of this deck that I'm kind of seeing is that a lot of these characters cost quite a bit. And the beauty of Amethyst Steel was that they were low cost,
Yeah.
was that you could flood the board, was that you could go under. But the strategy that I'm seeing is it's not really that easy to go under. And if you're going to try to go toe to toe with a Ruby deck in the later game, you're not going to come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Tara's trying his best to keep pace, and and he was able to get some things off of the board. I don't, Wesley choosing not to boost that Scrooge until we had the Webby's Diary. So thankfully, for Terrace, we were able to use a dwarf to get rid of it. But yeah, it's just not feeling like enough. Now let's see what we do here.
Ah, oh my gosh. It's so good. Ohana means family, means draw 3 cards. Now, those are the traps, right? We in Infinity, we have our Rapunzel traps. And sometimes you can't get around it, but man, if they have that in hand, it is just so much card advantage. Now, it's a little worse than Rapunzel because it's not a body on the board, but we do go ahead and throw down a lower cost Aladdin to give us a little bit of board presence, which does make it seem like, hey, I don't really want a Raging Storm. We're going to ink the Pirate's Life. We're going to go wide because you don't really have the ability to go wide because, again, we're looking and we're Trials of Tribulationing that. So, hey, you can leave my Ariel alone. By the way, Trials of Tribulation is a song, so you will be able to get to draw a card. And we are passing here as the one of coming in clutch all over again.
Yeah, I mean, again, it just really it's unfortunate for Terrace here. I think that Wesley's deck is just doing everything that it wants to do, to the point where even things like this Elsa Fifth Spirit, normally such a game-changing card, being able to exert the things that they don't want exerted and protect the things that, or stop them from protecting the things they want to protect. I mean, in this case, just doesn't even feel too powerful. Sure, we get the Ethereal Voice off the board, but we still have things like that Webby's Diary in combination with the Aladdin. We're still going to be able to continue to draw. And that's the thing. Wesley is out drawing Terrace phenomenally.
Yes.
Like there's so much more draw
Who's the
available
Amethyst
to
deck
Wesley,
now?
to Wesley. And even things like, sure, we got this Elsa on the board, we cleaned something up, but guess what? We have the Horseman Strikes in hand to immediately get rid of that Elsa, to the point where this Demona doesn't even feel scary.
Nah, definitely not here. So we do go ahead and put 3 damage from that Tinkerbell, which is insane to think about. That 3/1 doing that much damage to our Tinkerbell. Now, I don't know if there's any Cheshire Cats in this list or not. Cheshire Cat, notably not a great dwarf, typically. But at the same time, a very, very strong card that you kind of probably want to include in most Amethyst decks. As there it is, just rip it right off the top because, hey, I get to draw a card. Also, it's such a painful I had somebody Horseman Strikes me at the DLC when I had spent my entire turn playing Prince Philip, and then all of a sudden they were just like, anyway, so sad. Anyway, draws a card, immediately gets rid of your biggest threat off of the board, and then just keeps on zooming because at this point in the game, 3 ink is nothing for this Amber and Ruby deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of how much ink we have, Wesley next turn is going to be up to 9. We're going to have that Maleficent Dragon available to us should we draw it. But if we don't, 9 ink means it doesn't. Oh, and there it is. There's the World's Greatest.
He's like, oh, and by the way, I really
ink?
wish people would not slow roll removal. Like, my heart can't take it. They're like, okay, go ahead and pass. Just kidding. Remove your thing. And you're like, no, we thought she was safe.
So the thing is, even if we don't have that Maleficent Dragon, it doesn't really matter because what we do have is 9 ink and another Webby's Diary. So we have so much ink to be able to boost and draw and draw and draw and draw over and over and over again because we don't really mind
We have a
what
second diary in
Terrace
hand.
is
There it
doing.
is. There's another one.
Yeah, we have a second one. Yeah. We don't really mind what Terrace is doing right now. We feel confident that we can take care of absolutely anything that Terrace is throwing at us, and we should, right? Again, Wesley's deck has everything right now. So we do have, 2 Larquesters on the board. But the thing is, I don't think Wesley's worried about it at all.
Jebediah Farnsworth coming in. This is Cookie. This is a 2-cost 3/3 with Rush and Evasive, which is insane for a 2-cost inkable card. Like, Ruby doesn't get inkable cards unless they're Jebediah Farnsworth. And here he is, again, going wide. Obviously evasive, obviously a little bit of a problem as we send those Aladdins on a quest, which, by the way, when they're boosted, they can quest. They can do that when
Yeah.
they're boosted.
Yeah, they sure can. We're going to go ahead and ink right behind you, play another Demona. We're just trying to find anything here, Color. We are not finding it, though. All of the cards that we are drawing are not cards that are really able to get us out of this situation. I mean, we can challenge into these Aladdins to get them off the board. But at the same time, they're also very powerful. So that's just gonna not feel too great. So it looks like we have to though, right? Wesley's kind of doing everything he wants to do. So it looks like we have to challenge this Bashful into one of those Aladdins. Then what's our other card here? But this other one, Sneezy, not going to be able to banish anything. So we only get to take one off the board. That means Wesley's still going to be able to boost and draw next turn. And then still have a bunch of ink left over to deal with the rest of our board. How do we come back from this? What do we do?
I want to rush out a shark. I don't know how.
Color is so evil.
I know. Because I'm like, we have that World's Greatest Criminal Mind in the discard, so then we could kind of get that back, and that would just take care of that Demona right there. But at the same time, it is one of those situations where we're like, hey, we are going to go ahead and double challenge, I do believe, into those characters, that Aladdin there, getting him off of the board, taking away some of your ability to draw, the most amount of cards that you could potentially draw. Now, again, the board is wide. The answers are in the discard. The shark is in hand. Get it on the board. We do have the Grumpy that came down, so it's going to be a little bit larger. But our Jebediah Farnsworth will be able to go ahead and clean up that dwarf, whichever one that was, because, man, my 2-cost taking out your big old boy is probably, oh, it's a Maleficent Dragon. Just kidding.
There it is. The power of having even more ink, the power of being a control deck is the longer that this game goes, the more it is going to swing in Wesley's favor. Now, if you're looking at this and you're thinking, well, hold on, Terrace, has 6 lore, Wesley only has 8. We could, maybe he could still make a comeback here. Just the fact that Wesley's board is so strong and so powerful, it doesn't really matter how many cards Terrace is able to play because Wesley just has answers in hand for all of them. This Aladdin, things like this Maleficent Dragon. There's so much removal in this deck that Terrace, I don't think, is going to be able to meaningfully rebuild. Unless we find, I don't know.
A dock? I was like,
yeah,
I was like, the power of Amethyst Steel is, like I said, being able to flood the board. But just kidding. We've got another dragon coming on down. It's a 100% taking that Dumbo and up and out of here. Dragon fight. That's actually a really sad thing to think about. That poor little Dumbo. He's just doing his really best with his little feather. And a dragon comes along and says, hey, no more of that. I need you to chill.
I'm the only one who can fly.
World's greatest discard card, honestly, at this point, as the dragon takes out the poor little Dumbo and everything else goes for a little bit of a quest.
Yeah, we got to choose that Dumbo there because even though it does look like Terrace has a mountain to climb to get back into this game, the first step into getting back into a game is seeing more cards, right? Seeing the answers that are in your deck. So we want to get rid of that Dumbo. So Terrace doesn't have the ability to draw more cards. What he does have is the Cheshire Cat in hand.
Sorry. If we do not remove anything off the board, if Terrace falls asleep and passes his turn, we can then quest out and then play Shark and play 2 actions and win.
Oh, okay. I do think, though, I did see the Cheshire Cat in hand. I think that Terrace is going to deploy this Cheshire Cat, probably swing in with something. Yeah, this Demona.
Strength. He finally found it. He finally found a strength of a raging fire. My goodness.
If he's singing, he's not challenging. But let's see, get something oh, getting the boost off the board. Okay, so
And we
we're
put a
choosing
thing
the
in there.
Aladdin to get off the board. Now we're gonna probably challenge it. Okay, we challenge him with the Bashful.
It
Alright.
is evasive. Let's go. Getting that off the board. Okay, so now my shark dreams of gaining lore through that way is not
Have
as.
banished.
Yep, it's a little bit banished there, but we still have two monstrous dragons on the board, and we are just going to slam the shark for the vibes. Why not? And three more for the Demona. There you go. Let's go.
Ooh.
World's Greatest Criminal Mind is good until it's not. It's literally the best card in your deck until it's not, because again, it
Look at
only.
Terrace
He's
laughing.
like, bro, what is
He
happening?
knows, man. He knows. Sometimes it happens where your opponent is just doing everything and your deck is unfortunately not doing all of the things that you built it to do. And you're like, hey, I want to have fun. And my deck's not letting me do that, but your deck's letting you do
The
that.
problem is I really do feel like the Amethyst Steel deck, and I know that there are some Amethyst Steel fans in the chat. If you guys like watching paint dry, this is your favorite deck. However,
Oh, yeah.
at the same time, it's not doing as powerful things, and I think the dwarf strategy kind of turns it down a notch, makes it a little too fair, makes it a little bit. There's a lot of hoops that you have to jump through. So I'm not sure if this version of the deck is going to be able to beat this like Ruby and Amber strategy, because like the powerful things that it's doing is just throwing a 7/7 on the board, maybe on turn 4.
Yeah, I think the problem that Terrace is facing right now is even if he is able to clear these Maleficent Dragons with, challenging and then moving damage with the Cheshire Cat, there's just no world in which he's able to clear this shark right now. And so because of that, with Wesley being at 17, he can quest with the shark to 18. And like you said earlier, all he has to do is play two actions, no matter what they are. We've seen cheap actions. We've seen things like the Delos. We've seen things like the Horseman Strikes to be able to just win the game. And then also, even if the Maui Shark doesn't quest, it can challenge into whatever Terrace is leaving exerted to try to get rid of both of these Maleficent Dragons. So then Wesley can just pull back two actions or one action to start from his discard. So
Just playing it right behind you for no value, unfortunately, because we do not have the princess character in play. But we will get to draw a card, which seems sort of fun at this point. There's the princess character that we must have drawn off of it, unfortunately, because we do play that. Now, I guess it does say if you have a
another
dwarf or a
strength
princess in
is
care.
what we were looking for. We don't find the other strength. We're not able to draw any more cards. The strength would have potentially helped us out, but alas, this looks like the writing is on the wall. Tara's gonna go ahead and just quest himself up and
That
give
is
the
game.
handshake.
Ruby takes another one. I'm super biased. I apologize only a little bit, as it's been forever. It's the beginning of the meta, but at the same time, give me like 2 months and I'm going to be like, okay, I'm done. All right, I don't want to see these
Well,
Ruby cards anymore.
hey,
Actually, that's not
don't
true.
worry
That's
because
not
we're gonna
true.
have Attack of the Vine coming out in those 2 months, so you'll never get
Rotation.
bored. Yeah, but no, congratulations to Wesley. Terrace is gonna be having a loss there, but it's okay. We tried out a new strategy. We
Mhm.
tried out the dwarves. We wanted to see what they can do. And hey, look, I think what we're learning today is that this Ruby and Amber, specifically the control version, because there is a toys deck out there, this Ruby and Amber control kind of like boost Webby's diary
Oh, yeah.
uh version is way more powerful than I think people are even realizing or giving it credit for. This is the new control deck in a form that we've never had before, and both of the games that we've seen it in has been very dominant.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, and that is another thing. Like a lot of the Ruby cards are quite uninkable, right? And if you
Yeah.
can find a way to mitigate that, which by the way is a ton of card draw. If you're drawing a ton of cards, you can afford to have a little bit higher uninkable count in your deck because you're kind of mitigating that, making sure that you sculpt your hand appropriately. You draw cards off the top, you ink those, you get to what you want, and then you keep on moving. And there is so much card advantage with the Webby's Diary, with the Horseman Strikes, even, and that is it's a removal spell with draw stapled onto it, which
Yeah.
is kind of insane. So I'm also that's why I said that card is so rude because you're like remove your thing anyway. I'm going to draw a card, and it's so it all kind of synergizes well. And if you're able to slap all that together, everything in here is just control. Like even the Tinkerbell coming at a 3/1 is control. You can either quest with it, and it's going to take out most things at that point of the game, or you can go ahead and challenge with it. You can pump it up. This deck has such beautiful synergy already just built in. And it isn't the synergy of, say, the dwarves, but hey, this stuff all works real well together.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We're really seeing this deck shine today in ways that we haven't. So I want to take that time to remind everybody, thank you so much for hanging out with us here. We are doing core constructed format at this tournament today. So if you are somebody, I've been saying it all day, maybe you can't make it out to DLC Indianapolis, or maybe you are and you just are still interested in core. You've got local events that you're going to be attending. Some CCQs I've heard are also going to
We
be
gotta get those set
um,
champs Woodies. Wait, I need the
the
mat.
Woodies, you're right. The wood, set
I
champs,
need
the
the mat.
Woody, the card is phenomenal. The mat is beautiful. So there is still reason to play core constructed. I know the community's split on which should I play. Why not both?
Both.
Okay, both formats are amazing, and so we are happy to be representing core constructed here today. Thank you all in the chat for watching along with us. There are plenty of places, as Gabe likes to say, to watch Lorcana, but you all are choosing to watch Lorcana here with us. So we cannot thank you enough. But it's been a great day. We're in that was round 4, right? Or
That
have
was
I
round
lost my head?
4, I know.
Okay, 4 of 6. I believe we've got yes, we've got rounds. We got 6 rounds. We got 2 more rounds left in Swiss. Then we are
Ooh.
cutting to the top cut, okay, for top 8. And top 8 is gonna be playing it out for a chance to get a champion playmat. Now, it's not the Woody set championship playmat,
It's kinda
but
cool
it
though.
is
Ah, look at this thing. Look at this
this
thing.
Woody and Buzz facing off against a
Oh, it's
Lotso.
so shiny.
Oh
Look at
yeah.
Mattified.
Thanks to Mattified Customs does say where is it? Over here in the corner.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks to Mattified Customs for bringing this out for us. We do have a local artist here from Central Florida that illustrated this. And the winner is
Let
going
me
to be
see it.
taking this playmat home.
Okay,
The
Buzz looks terrifying, like, in a good way, but, like, look at his eyes.
Oh yeah, he's ready. Tristan,
I love
a
it.
worker here at Versus. So shout out to Tristan for the incredible art.
I love it.
Yeah. So they're playing for something, folks. They're playing for something. Not only are they playing for multiple cases of Lorcana, they are also playing for this beautiful playmat. They also
Aw.
raffled off a playmat without champion on it here today. So
Whoop.
you got to come down to Versus games, okay? They're slowly building up a beautiful community here. They're great to us in the booth. They're great to the players. I mean, some of the last times
I
I've
actually
been
saw him
here.
slapping a few players around, so are we
Was
not supposed to
it?
talk about that?
No, 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 no. But I mean, the last few times I was here, they were even running like Winnaboxes off
Oh,
to the
that's not that.
side. Like this store is massive. They've got plenty of product, and I'm so grateful to be here in the booth for them and with you
Yeah.
as we discover Wilds Unknown. But I think we are gonna kick it to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Round 5 of 6 coming up very, very soon. Welcome back, Illumineers, to Versus Games Oviedo. We are here in round 5 color, 2 rounds left of Swiss,
Let's
and
go.
things are heating up. Wilds Unknown has looked incredible. We have seen nothing but new decks all the while. We've got a Kaika in one chair. We've got Anthony in the
Aw.
other. It's been so much fun watching all these new decks unfold. We've seen, I mean, new decks pretty much every round.
I know. I was about to say, I was like, oh God, we're gonna see dogs here, there, and the other where. But at the same time, we're still in Swiss, so we get to have a little bit of fun. But actually, Anthony, I got to hang out with this Illumineer at Disney Springs, waiting for the Buzz and Woody mat.
Yeah.
During release, we hung out for hours in line,
Waiting for the
as
mat.
you do if you live in this area and really want one of those exclusive Disney Lorcana foil playmats. And let me tell you, I was going to maybe play on it. I'm framing that sucker immediately. I want to look at it all day.
It's beautiful. It is a beautiful mat. Yeah, Anthony, great player, a great local player. Akaika as well, super super strong local player. Both of these players, you like play competitively. You may have seen Akaika, topping in down in South Florida. It's incredible the community that we have here in Central Florida, and I love when I see these local guys play. Everybody here, we're so blessed to have such a talented community, and it's the way that I've gotten better is playing with Illumineers like these. So I'm excited to see these. These are players that come to my locals. They're players that know each other very well, and are also players that are very strong. So and that's a good thing, right? When we have good people that are also talented at the game, fighting you every single week for the store credit.
I know.
It just pushes you to
Oh,
be better.
I always laugh too because people are like, "Oh yeah, my locals are this, that, and the other thing." And I know, I think it was JDZ last set champs was like, "Oh yeah, I want to bring this Tinkerbell," and I was like, "You would get chewed through the grinder if you brought that Tinkerbell to a set champs here in Florida. Are you serious? You guys got it like that over there?" But yeah, we have some
We've
phenomenal
got
players.
golden Mickey winners at our set champs
It's
as
ridiculous.
Louisa Madrigal hits the Inkwell and Will-O-the-Wisp comes out on turn 1. It looks
Ooh.
like this is going to be a mirror match.
It does. Now, the Willow-Wisp does say that you are able to just go ahead and put that sucker right back into your hand every time it is challenged, so it becomes the most annoying card. We found a lot of cards in this format that has been able to do that, but this one cost 1 and it's inkable. And it costing a card costing 1 and a card costing 2 is so much of a difference that this card is actually been phenomenal for most players. That's why we keep seeing it in these decks.
Yeah, absolutely. Louisa, another staple that both of these players have as well. We see the Cheshire Cat hitting the Inkwell on turn 2. We're just going to go for the Junior Woodchuck's Guidebook, potentially set up for some card draw later on down the line.
Yeah, drawing cards is the name of the game, and these amethyst mirrors, as we do ink that card there, but it doesn't
Autonomous
matter because we don't
family.
need it right now. We're going to go ahead and take a look. Getting that Raging Storm out of the hand, which this early, I don't know if getting that out of the hand matters that much, but at the same time, hey, it is a card in hand. I like having my cards in hand. Don't take my cards from me.
Let me keep my cards, please. So we're gonna go ahead, pop that Junior Woodchuck's Guidebook. This tells me that we don't have too many cards in hand that we love right now for this turn. Inking an Elsa the Fifth Spirit, playing a Grandmother Willow. Don't believe we have a 1-drop to follow up, but we're gonna go ahead and quest that Will o' the Wisp because even if you challenge and banish it, we're just gonna add it right back to hand.
Absolutely. And again, that is a different form of card advantage. Now, we do see that Dale sitting there in hand, and that is going to make all of our characters a little bit beefier. Now, notably, we were saying before, Dale into a Ruby deck is a little scary because you do have that targeted removal. Choosing here to ink that Horseman Strikes because, listen, once we get that character down, we're going to be able to do a lot more with this Grandmother Willow into another cost reduction ham.
Yeah, it's interesting to see both the Grandmother Willow and the Ham being played. This Ham, of course, saying you can exert this character. The next character you play costs 1 less, which is going to be a nice combo with this Grandmother Willow. Once during your turn, when you play a character, also pay 1 less. So Anthony here going to be able to play cards for much cheaper than their printed cost.
Oh, as we see this, oh gosh, this 5 cost Elsa coming on down, exerting that Grandmother Willow and taking away that ability to get that cost reduction. And we needed it because we were probably going to play quite a few things down the next turn. Elsa being the bane of existence and quite rotatable coming here in July 17th. I have it on my calendar, people.
Qui
Don't even get it
Quite
twisted.
rotatable indeed. That's gonna be my new metric for how we evaluate cards. We're like,
Yep.
it's quite rotatable though.
Yep.
So
Get it
yeah,
up out of here. I'm tired of it.
yeah. But it is interesting to see what Anthony has in hand versus what Akaika's been able to do. I think we're seeing Akaika with a lot more top end cards versus Anthony having a little bit of a lower curve here.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, hey, we do have our own Elsa
There it
available
is.
to us
Cheshire
as well.
Cat in the
And
Inkwell
that
playing the Dale.
absolutely, yeah, the Dale is going to come down now. If when we do rush in that Elsa next turn, she will be challenging at a 5/5, which is, I don't know, pretty good if you ask me.
Some
Now,
might say.
right. Seeing that Will-O-the-Wisp going right back into hand, which is super annoying, but we could go ahead and ink it. And hey, is that Ring of Rocks thing? Oh my gosh, that location is insane.
No, it's just the library there. A gift for Belle
Oh.
in hand. Would have been fun to see the Ring of Stones, I believe it's called.
Ring of Stones. I knew it wasn't Ring of
Ring
Rocks.
of Rocks. Ah, it's close enough. Yeah, no, absolutely right. I mean, because here's the thing, right? Like when you have this Dale on the board, even that library feels a little bit awkward to get down because, like you mentioned, Color, with that Elsa in hand, is just going to be able to challenge for 5. So Akaika taking a moment here wants to think about what his path forward is. We know that these Amber and Amethyst decks have such powerful cards, but right now he's just not really seeing them.
It's just kind of thinking about the multiple timelines. You know, we have a lot of things available to us as well, exerting things and taking out that for no damage. I mean, well, actually, a lot of damage because of the Dale. So, yeah, we were going to have to go ahead and do. He was like, by the way, we have a Dale. So, oh my gosh,
Come on.
no,
Okay.
Anthony, no, it's your own Dale, my dude.
It's your own Dale.
As
we
it
do
does challenge
see-
back, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so he's swinging back, getting 4 damage, which allows Akaika to play down this Ohanamin's family. Of course, healing that Elsa for 4 and drawing a card for every single strength healed this way. What do we call that? Like,
Yeah, for
damage,
every damage.
That's the word.
Sorry, you just saw all the Willow. You saw all your people going
was
down
like,
on the
"Hey!"
board. Yeah, he's doing the thing. He's doing the thing as we go wide here, which is a great strategy against this Amber and Amethyst deck because, again, we aren't going to have too much targeted removal. But we have our own Elsa Fifth Spirit, which is going to be able to challenge down your Elsa as a 5/5. But you know what? We're only taking 2 damage back. And that's actually really great because if we had our own Ohana Means Family, we can draw 2 cards as well.
Yeah.
And again, this Dale is a super menace. And notably, those Will-O'-the-Wisps are 0 strength until we see our own Dale potentially to get them pumped up to be little 3/3s. But as far as everything goes right now, that Dale looks pretty safe.
Yeah, I think the thing is with this Dale, what makes it as powerful as it is it's not all characters, it's only your characters. So if this was both sides of the table,
Boop.
maybe it would be a little bit more balanced. But as it stands right now, this card is busted broken color.
It is, like I said, it is one of the cards that when you read it for the first time, you went, "Excuse me, what?" And then you were like, "Thank goodness we have Ruby in the format." Unfortunately for Akaika here, he does not have Ruby in his deck. Maybe if we can get our own Dale down because this is a weird mirror match going on in round 5. We have an Amber and Amethyst mirror match in round 5. What is
Amber and
happening?
Amethyst mirror match in turn 5. Gotta love to see it. We're gonna get this Cheshire Cat down. We're gonna go ahead quest out with our Will-O'-the-Wisps, because even though they're gonna be easily challenged and banished, we also know that we're gonna just get to add them back to hand. So we're continuing to cycle through.
There's another Dale for the funsies of it, just in case you did some crazy shenanigans and we're able to get rid of the other Dale. Now, notably, that Cheshire Cat is able to do quite a bit of shenanigans here itself, but it will not survive the challenge because, by the way, Dale challenges back and forth as a 4/4, and Cheshire Cat is only a 3/4. So, again, you didn't exert anything over on Anthony's side of the board to give that Cheshire Cat availability to challenge in and then move some damage, saying, hey, if you want to get rid of this Dale, you're just going to have to full force throw some stuff into it and maybe rush out another character just for the vibes.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna start off by playing a Genie Wish Fulfilled here. Just try to draw ourselves one card deeper. We do find another Ohana Means Family, but I think the trouble here, especially with the Dale on the other side of the board, is just none of our characters are holding damage
Okay,
too
okay,
well.
okay. This is actually quite interesting now. If we are able to go ahead and, well, maybe not this turn, but at the same time, next turn, we can go ahead and throw those Will-O'-the-Wisps onto that library if we so choose. And when they are taken out, they will be able to draw a card and bounce back. So that is a insanely inefficient way to draw cards, but it's really cool.
Yeah, yeah. Library a gift for Belle here. Maybe next turn, like you said, want to move all those characters to the library, but it doesn't solve the problem of the lore here. Looking over at Anthony, we've got 7 to 7, but Anthony has the ability because it is his turn to quest up all the way to, let's see, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, so up to 13, which would force Akaika to respond. And like you mentioned earlier, until he finds a Dale of his own, these Will-O'-the-Wisps are doing absolutely nothing to anything on Anthony's side of the board.
They're just little guys, but at the same time, now the library will be able to cleanly be taken out by 2 Dales if we so choose. But at the same time, that's also taking 4 lore away from us. So are we afraid of this library? Do we care? Or, yeah, I mean, I'm getting that library out of here every single time. I have seen locations sit on the board and do some terrible things. And I think that, you know what? It is worth it to me to go ahead and take out that library, double challenge in with the Dales here, and make sure that you can't do any shenanigans going forward.
Well, one thing I do want to point out
Boop.
is we do see Akaika is at 7 ink, so next turn would have the board wipe available. So perhaps a heads up play, like you mentioned, from Anthony, even though he is technically losing some lore there to get that library off the board to kind of stop those protect the castle things. So we just see a double challenge into the library. Now Akaika only has a Will-O'-the-Wisp and a Cheshire Cat on the board. We're going to start out, I believe, by paying 5 for a Hades, looking for a deal. And Anthony has a choice. He does have 2 Dales,
What?
but he says, no, no, no. I'm going to keep them here. You go ahead and draw. What do you think about that decision?
It's such a power move to just go ahead and slide that character right on the bottom of your deck, look at your opponent in the eye and say, no. But you know what? Anthony said, you can have those 2 cards. It doesn't matter. I've got enough advantage on my board to where if you want to go ahead and draw those cards, go wide, you can. Because again, this is a mirror match. If something goes a little bit crazy, then I also have Raging Storm available to me. So this is a strategy. This is basically, oh God, is this a Ruby Amethyst mirror?
It might be. This might be the new Ruby Amethyst. We're gonna see that Cheshire Cat take a challenge onto that ham again, thanks to those Dales putting 3 damage on it. We unfortunately did not have enough ink left over to boost any of that damage off and onto something like that Grandmother Willow. So these things are gonna stick around. May come back to bite a Kaika here, as that Cheshire Cat is gonna be very, very vulnerable. Starting off though, establishing a Genie Wish fulfilled, and looking like we're gonna go ahead play a Mowgli.
Mowgli, let's see. What is it? We don't know. It's a
Think it was a
secret.
Dumbo and something else. Did not discard anything.
Wow, what a secret move. What a power move. I'm not going to let the casters see it, but I'll let you see it because I'm legally have to. What an unfortunate turn of events for Willow and I, but that's okay because Dale here is going to go in and get some lore. Now, deciding that, hey, we got to keep up a little bit here. I'm a little bit wider on the board, says Anthony. You've got characters, they're not doing much. If you throw a Dale, so be it. But at this point, we got to get this game moving.
Yeah, get this game moving indeed. We got 11 lore to 8 here in favor of Anthony. No two questers on the board for Akaika. Plenty of two questers on the board for
Don't you
Anthony.
make that deal.
Get
Don't
another
you do it.
Hades. Looking for
No!
yet another deal. Anthony's still not interested, but Akaika just doesn't look like he's drawing powerful cards here. I mean, 2 Grandmother Willows off the top. That's just not what you want to see, Color.
Maybe you, though. We've got a
I mean,
lot of
for me,
Willow.
I love it.
A lot of Willow representation
More
going on
Willows,
through today.
more Willows.
Absolutely. As we make sure that we're paying the right amount of ink here for our Willow, because we do get that cost reduction for the Hades. So we got a little bit more ink available to us here. Now, I guess we can go wide. We are in our higher ink turns. That does become a lot more risky as we sit there. But we do have 1 card in hand over here on Anthony's side. And is it the best card in our deck? I don't know. But let's play a Willow for the vibes, because then we can go ahead and ink something and potentially play another Genie. Another 4-cost character. It's not a Dumbo because that's in the inkwell. And it's a Dumbo because there's another Dumbo in the deck. And that's why you put 4 of them in the deck, Willow.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, we got 1 card in hand for Anthony here. So maybe Akaika's just saying, hey, I don't think you have it. Okay? I don't think you have it. And matter of fact, I think I am safe. I think I can continue to develop this wide board and not get board wiped here. We gotta hope he's right, right? Anthony gonna take a draw off the top. Doesn't look like it's a raging storm. So Akaika making the right call, buying himself some time. Anthony going to go ahead and start off with that Junior Woodchuck's Guidebook to see 2 cards deeper into his deck, and they are Amber cards, but they are not a Raging Storm.
Oh my gosh, they are actually like really poopy Amber cards, as we do see the Prince there, which is a 0/5. But I mean, hey, with that Dale, he is a 5/5. Eilon Wee, for me, Eilon Wee going in as a 1-cost 2/1 with support is an uninkable card. That is one of the best
Very
cards
powerful
in
card, yeah.
the deck, in my opinion. But we're just going to go ahead and play out a Augustus Madrigal as he does come in. You may do a damage to him to. What is this card doing in the deck?
No, yeah, so this is
Oh, he's
Augustine
support,
Magical.
support.
He's the 3/6 with support.
Okay.
So that makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, I think we were thinking of the Pedro at first there. So support is continuing to give strength to our characters, but also because he has a 3/6 with this Dale on the board, all according to plan color, he's a 6/6 that only costs 4. And
Because of the
that
support in the door.
support,
Oh my gosh.
he's going to give even more. So that Mowgli can swing for 7 if it wanted to.
Mowgli's got all the hands, thanks to Augustus here coming in with that. Again, this is actually a perfect demonstration on why this Dale is so good. This is why everybody looked at this card and went, uh-oh, immediately trying to come up with counterplays and trying to make sure that we didn't fall victim to something like this, because it's stacking that support, making your Augustus actually give +6 to anything else in your deck. Now, this is also why we've seen this Dale coming in. Maybe potentially an Infinity as well. I know we're playing core. We're playing core today, but at the same time, I'm thinking about that Emerald Mulan, where you give something else support, and now I can quest for 6. And Snow Fort as well as, hey, we found our Dale!
This, we've got a Dale. So we start off with the Grandmother Willow, then we play the Dale ready for his shot, and a Cheshire Cat as well, with still 2 ink available, ready to boost that Cheshire Cat, move that 2 damage onto another character. And look at this color. This is what we needed. Akaika busting this game wide open right when he needed to, finding that Dale. Would have liked it a little bit sooner, but it gets us out of the pinch here. Now, the thing is, we did move the damage to something other than these readied characters. So we do have some lore left available to us to Anthony's. He's got 14. Gonna go up to 50, 60, 70, 80. Gonna go to 18. So it's getting a little dicey here.
Mhm.
But Akaika's board at 13 lore also looking very, very powerful of his own.
Now, going back to this Augustus here, I did realize that I got really overexcited about the wrong thing because Dale does say your willpower instead of your strength. So the support is kind of maybe a little bit of a fun thing to add into the deck. It potentially lets you buff up your characters and just have a 3/6 on the board to as it stands. Because I mean, maybe if you build your entire deck around this Dale strategy and then you don't find Dale, which Akaika just now found a Dale and wow, swiftly lost the Dale as I've looked up at the board again. Um, you need to have other ways of making your characters a little bit beefier. So I think that this Augustus is a really good way to make sure if I don't find the Dale, all of my noodle armed characters have a little bit better of a shot to challenge down and make this board a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and you look at this cleanup, and you're right. Like this Augustine just doing so much work here, being able to clear a lot off the board. Like you said, that Dale was there, and now it's not. Blinking, you might miss it thanks to the Elsa the Fifth Spirit, causing a Kaika to have to take a turn off from characters, or at least the start of his turn off from characters, to play this Junior Woodchuck guidebook instead, drawing 2 cards.
Ooh.
But we do find off of that guidebook the Horseman Strikes, allowing us to banish an evasive character. We also got to draw another card deeper. So now we've got 3 ink, potentially 4 ink left. All of the characters on Anthony's side of the board are exerted, meaning they are able to be challenged and potentially banished if
Hmm.
Akaika has the right cards.
Definitely here trying to look at the different damages. We do, like you said, we have the Cheshire Cat, which we're able to boost if we unless we boosted already this turn, which case would be an actual tragedy. But at the same time, again, with that Dale on the board, we have to get that off of the board. It needs to be gone. And I do believe playing those 2 Dales and making that strategy so redundant to where you have to deal with this Dale and now also this backup Dale and being able to beautifully handle the other one is making it to where even though this is a mirror, it seems like whoever can stick a Dale for longer is the one with the advantage. Again, this does feel okay. More Wisp of the Willows, willows wisping everywhere, as it does feel potentially like those ruby amethyst mirrors of old, where the skill expression is very high.
Yeah,
Every choice matters, and how you manage your resources, your 1 drops, your card draw, and your locations at that
yeah.
is really going to end up who comes out on top, which also means if this is like the mirrors of old, we got to be running into time.
Yeah,
Thoughts?
yeah, there's a chance. We've got 30 minutes left on this clock. We're gonna have to make 2 games happen with the time that we have left. What I will say though is to give credit to Akaika. He's doing his best to manage this board, all the while still pressing that lore advantage. So we are 14 to 15 in favor of Akaika. Anthony cannot ignore that and just quest out, right? He's got to respect the amount of lore that Akaika is showing on this board. Thankfully, there is no Dale on the other side. But that doesn't mean that we're out of the woods yet. I did see another Cheshire Cat in Akaika's hand.
All right, so we do have some ways to move some damage around now. Notably, we will be able to put some damage onto the Dale here with this Cheshire Cat. And like you said, hey, that means that we've got another one. But just kidding, it's
Oh,
Bill, Accomplished
goodness!
Mystic coming in. Wow, and
That's
look at that.
incredible.
That is the promo. How long has it been since I've seen this card? Being able to
Magical
take
Places promo.
3 damage from that Dale and put it onto your Will o' the Wisp, getting rid of that, and that is not in a challenge.
That is not
That
in the
sucker is
challenge.
gone.
Absolutely incredible. This Bell Accomplished Mystic coming down, completely negating the Will o' the Wisp there. Akaika, seeing it, doesn't care for it. He says, okay, I'm going to challenge or quest with my genie. So he's up to 17. Um, Anthony only on 14. He's going to be one
Oh
lore
dear.
away
Yeah.
from winning the game. Akaika choosing not to exert his characters.
No!
There is no way Akaika
Oh.
just pulled out that win. He was playing from behind, Color, the entire game, but just happened to keep grinding for it and finding a win towards the end. I don't even
Because
know
those
if
Will
I
o'
know
the
how
Wisp,
that happens.
the Will o' the Wisp went for 30 each. You kidding me? Those things quested 100 times. And,
30
like,
apiece for
I
the
mean,
Will-O-the-Wisps.
Judge? Sorry, no, I'm just kidding, but oh my gosh, those things are relentless as they continue to come down, and again, the Bell Accomplished Mystic, just a clutch off the top rip. Again, like you said, shout out to that Magical Places promo.
Yeah.
That thing is gorgeous, and at the same time, just being able to get rid of the Will-O-the-Wisp because, again, the Cheshire Cat's not gonna be able to continue to move damage in this mirror. If you're just leaving 2 damage here, there, and everywhere, the Cheshire Cat's really gonna be able your opponent's gonna be able to take advantage of that, but Bell's cleaning that up, taking out that Will-O-the-Wisp so late in the game that, like I said, that sucker had already went for 16 if we're trying to actually be like, being there that long, it does add up.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's a spell book.
It's a spell book
Oh
of
my
old color.
god.
I love calling cards a spell book.
Oh
For
my
Illumineers
goodness.
that don't know, a spell book is a item that you just exert it to gain a lore.
It's
And
like an uninkable monster that we
yeah,
all
it's a
used to
3
play
cost
out of
uninkable.
necessity. And, like, if you were good at Ruby Amethyst Mirrors, you didn't really need Spellbook,
But it helped.
you could then juke people into not playing a Spellbook, but then you put one in
And one
yours,
in yours.
and you became more inevitable than they did. So there was, like, this weird mind games with all the Ruby Amethyst players where we were like, "I don't play it, do you?" And then you just slam one in the
Yeah.
deck at the last minute. You're like,
This was a really incredible match. This was so fun, and I think I'm really happy that we got to see this match on stream because again, two obviously incredible pilots playing what I believe could be the most powerful deck in core constructed, showing how complex and how deep set 12 Lorcana really can go. If I'm Anthony, I'm shaking in my boots, not because I didn't play a beautiful game, but because I did play a beautiful game and still wasn't able to close it out. So we ink a Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, play an Elanwi, and now I'm seeing both players have Dale in their
mhm.
hand. So it's going to be interesting to see how that changes things.
And I love this too because this is a situation too where you're in the mirror, and there were a lot of heuristics that we would think about back in the day during these ruby and amethyst mirrors. And now I keep equating these two together because there are technically amethyst mirrors. Now we do have the board wipe, which does make it like the raging storm situation. But how you manage your first few turns, how you're inking. Now, Rabbit was the card that you really needed to protect because that was your card draw engine. It seems like if Dale got, well, we got two, and then holy man, this hand sucks.
Yeah,
But it
so we're
also
gonna play
isn't
this
bad.
Mowgli down. We're gonna get rid of the Raging Storm. We're gonna see that there is a Horseman Strike, so we're gonna have to keep that in mind when we're starting to play evasive threats. Might have to bait that out early.
Yeah, definitely here. But the thing that is, it is inkable. Dale is inkable. Now, if you're forced into a position where you're having to ink your Dale, that's not great. Like it was a good thing and a bad thing. You could get bricked up with your card advantage engine. You could get like it just seems to me, as we do go ahead and ink the Dale, it seems to me that the Dale might be the most important card in this matchup.
Absolutely, 100%.
And so Rabbit was the most important card of Days of Old, right?
Right.
You couldn't ink Rabbit. You just literally couldn't. He wasn't inkable, right? You could ink Goat, but you're fine. The thing is now you've been forced to ink one of your Dales. You're
Right.
down one. You do have one to your advantage, but if your opponent is able to get that off the board, all of your characters become way worse than what they were before. So this is a very interesting kind of new way to think about this is we do see these locations, we see the removal and the horseman strikes, we see the damage moving and the shenanigans. So this is the most fun I've had in a long time. Like,
Absolutely. We see a Louisa pushing through, hit the inkwell with the Cheshire Cat, and then on the other side, we have another Cheshire Cat as well. So both of these players slowly starting to build up their board, matching each other, tit for tat. The only difference here is Anthony has an Elanwi and a Kaika doesn't. We get this Genie Wish Fulfilled down on the board. Only 2 cards in hand, though, for Anthony.
oh my gosh, and we see the world's greatest criminal mind, and you said, hey, listen, Anthony has an Eilon Wii and Ikaika doesn't, but he also has the world's greatest criminal mind, which
Yeah.
then you can actually use to give your opponent's character support to then target down with the world's greatest criminal mind. And that would cleanly take care of the second Dale that Ikaika has in their hand.
Yeah, waiting in the wings is that Dale in hand. Not going to get there quite yet, though, because we did want to deploy that Horseman Strikes to banish that Genie Wish Fulfilled. We go ahead, ink a Hades looking for a deal. And now Anthony finding a Dumbo. So I was mentioning the card draw was looking a little low. This Dumbo hopefully going to fix that problem for us as we wait to see what Akaika is going to play. Hopefully he plays a Genie Wish Fulfilled of his own. So
We're
as
just
of
drawing
right
cards at
now,
each other.
avoiding the Elanwi.
We inked a second Dale.
He doesn't. Oh, he's got a third one in
That's what I was
hand.
saying. That's what I was saying. I was like, we inked a second Dale. So hey, listen. Oh man, I need to see it, please. buff up that Dale with a Lylonwy. Don't ink the string. Don't. No, no. Okay, okay. I was like, don't ink the world's greatest criminal mind as we do go ahead and pay one, gain one, and draw one off of this Dumbo ability. Now, again, that card is really our card draw engine at this point. We're running really low on Anthony's side, and card draw is the name of the game. That's the second part of these mirrors. You
Yeah.
have to have that card advantage.
Find the Dale, get the draw advantage, and hopefully win the game. Starting out with the Grandmother Willow, there is the Dale. Now here's the problem, Color. Oh, I see, because he has the Dale, that's gonna buff it up. But
Yep,
that's still
yep,
that's still
yep.
there's still
Yep.
Is it enough?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, it's not. No, it's not.
No,
Because
it's not.
it's a static strength.
It's
You're
gotta
right.
be
You're
5.
right.
It's gotta be 5.
It's gotta be
Oh,
5.
we wanted it to happen, but unfortunately, it cannot be. So it makes this card a little bit more awkward. But hey, we know that Akaika has a Demona in hand, so still has a target for it down the line. So now we see both of these players having Dales on either side of the board. Anthony here looking at his cards, wanting to play this Elsa the Fifth Spirit, but takes another second to think about it. Starting off, gonna give support somewhere with that Eilonwy.
I mean, we could go ahead and do it with the Cheshire Cat to get that out of here because that is what you're able to be damage and moving and the like. And so, nope, it doesn't work like that, my dude. I did the same thing. No! He's like, no, because it is Challenger. It's during challenges that you get that ability. I am just as silly as you are, Anthony. I know. It's okay. But hey, we can take these backsies if we call a lore guide.
Yeah, the players are figuring it out now. So like Color said, what Anthony was attempting to do was thinking that Dale was a 4/4 to then add the strength with Eilonwy's support ability. Unfortunately, not able to do it there. Would be able to do it to something like the Cheshire Cat instead. Akaika letting this be a take back. Technically, I think you're only supposed to take back 1 action. It's okay.
These
the
are
take back
brand
rule
new
is
cards.
Yeah, the take back rule is more about like the intention versus impact. And I think it's no harm, no foul. Like I said, these players know each other very well. I think that they're happy. Like Akaika is happy to let this take back happen. It's a learning moment. Brand new cards, like Color said. And the intention that Anthony had there was clearly to give something support and banish with World's Greatest. And we still made that happen. So I think it's no harm, no foul. And I think we're good to keep on going.
Yeah, that was really nice of him to do that. If this was a DLC, I'd be like, in your face, Anthony. I'm just kidding. No, it's fine. But at the same time, again, like you said, local players, everybody knows each other really well. The intention was there. And I made that same exact mistake, right? And I was really excited about the play that Anthony also saw that was incorrect. It is only during challenges that they get that willpower buff. But again, Grandmother Willow's onto the board. Elsa coming down 5th Spirit, going to be able to exert a character here and probably just go ahead and challenge down the other Elsa, taking that out cleanly. Or you could just throw your whole board into your Dale.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to
try to take the Dale, maybe? I don't know.
Nah, I'm not. No, I was going to say, nah, that's my whole board. As you will,
our Dale of our own is gone. I realized we lost the Dale. Yeah.
I was like, our Dale is gone, and that would make that. Do you
Where's our Eilonwy, Color?
Yeah.
Where's our Eilonwy?
I know, we need it. My name is Princess Eilonwy, and I only show up for Anthony. Unfortunately, for here, but we do go ahead and exert the Dale, and maybe say, hey, listen, if we do challenge in a bit here, we can go ahead and just clear our board onto that character right there. As we do take the
about it.
Yep. Oh, we do. We are. We're
Yeah,
literally.
Hey, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
And as we saw, that Dale was so powerful before. So we do. We elect to banish that Dale using all of our characters. Nothing left on our board but an Elsa. Does have 4 damage on it. Tell me, next turn, we've got an Ohana means family. Can we see it happen as we play out a Ham, play out a Grandmother Willow, and Anthony is out of cards, Color.
That is not where you want to be in an Amethyst Mirror. Now, notably, the Eilonwy is actually kind of silly because when you do challenge her, she would have been a 1/2. So you could have actually taken back only 1 damage because, yeah, if you have characters that have more strength than willpower, it still works out to where it does flip.
Yeah.
So you're like, hooray! And then you look down at your board and everything's like a 6/5, and you're like, no. So
whoa, Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan coming off the top here. Gonna draw both of these players 3 cards. Sometimes a necessary evil. Normally you don't want to allow your opponent to draw with you. but Akaika desperate for cards in hand as well. That's used
Ooh.
almost all of his ink here. Only got 1 ink left to play with.
Yeah, but at the same time, if we can keep that Elsa around, I do feel like that is a Ohana mains family. I'm going to be Ohana drawing 4 cards next turn. No, just kidding. We don't even care about it. Let's go. All right, now we will be able to stack a decent amount of damage on there unless I hallucinated that Ohana means family, and I didn't. So I'm awesome. But at the same time, we finally have cards, and that was a scary thing to do. It's hopefully, if I give you 3 cards, hopefully they're worse than the 3 cards that I give myself as we
Right.
do sit here and listen. That like restarted the game. I
Yeah.
swear.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Game has absolutely been restarted. Anthony's starting off with playing and then using that Junior Woodchuck's guidebook, inking the Mowgli, and there he is again. Anthony having multiple Dales available to him, whereas Akaika had played one of them but
He
inked the other
3.
2,
I'm
maybe?
pretty sure he's inked.
So he's only got none or 1
Yep.
left in the deck. Now, Kaika does have Raging Storm in hand, so he can always hit the panic button should he need to. So it's going to be interesting to see. Starting off, he's going to ink the Louisa pushing through.
I think we're gonna do it because that
Yeah.
Dale, we got to get that
Quest
out of
that
there.
Demona, and here we go for 8. Playing
Boom!
that Raging Storm. Hitting the
Raging
panic button.
Storm. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what we're supposed to say for that. It is not a song. It makes it a little less impactful, but at the same time, it's here and it got rid of all those characters. And I think you're absolutely right. We did get rid of our Demona, but at the same time, getting rid of that Dale was so important, especially when we are low on our own amount of Dales. And a Genie is a perfect way to rebuild. I got these decks. And let's see what you have in hand. Let's get rid
Oh,
of
2 of them. We're
that's-
gonna choose the Ohana Means family though, because it is a Kaika's choice, which actually I think is good because now we still have the guidebook in hand to
that's
be able
gonna
to
be a
draw
rebuild.
3.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely. No, you're not happy to get rid of the Ohana, but at least you keep your
Well,
guidebook.
when you have no characters, it's quite difficult to
Right,
heal
right,
them
absolutely.
when they don't exist. As we do go ahead and play down this Elsaphus spirit and
Exert
go ahead.
that Mowgli, go ahead and challenge and banish it. Only 1 damage on that Elsa. And I think I might have even seen another guidebook in hand, unless I'm going crazy, which is possible. I could be hallucinating. Anthony now, though, sort of having a full grip. He's got 4 cards in hand. But again, I'm looking at them and none of them draw cards. First thing we're going to do is challenge into this Elsa
If he plays a Ohana, I'm gonna
of
laugh.
his own. Oh, even
Yeah.
better. We get the Cheshire Cat boosting that damage onto the Elsa. This is some nice cleanup here.
Absolutely. And again, this is hey, Ilanwi. She's here, she's back, and she does give us quite a bit of card advantage. And now the Dales are gone, so she will be a 2-1. Hey, I'm just gonna play all
Look
these.
at this,
Look what
Color.
I found.
Look at this. We are just dumping our entire hand. So in both of these players being short on card draw, but Anthony currently having more cards in hand. We've used almost all of our ink. And on the other side,
Ooh.
we've got an Elsa to exert that Cheshire Cat. We have this Alanwi able to support something.
Absolutely. So yeah, we
Yeah.
can go ahead, support this, make our Elsa challenge in with 4 strength, being able to take care of that Cheshire Cat. And we do also have the ability to heal off our Cheshire Cat with that ability. So we can move that damage over. Now it won't be the 3 necessary to get rid of the Will-o'-the-Wisp, but it will be quite nice to try to get there a little bit slowly over turn over turn. So
I'm curious as to why Anthony elected to use the Cheshire Cat as opposed to the Elsa.
maybe he doesn't like lore. An
I want to
aversion to lore.
see what he has in hand as we're inking the Ilanwi.
To
And
then boost the
boost
Cheshire.
the
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, but they have a Cheshire Cat of their a Kaika. It's a Kaika.
You have to do it to opposing. Sorry. Yeah, it does. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it has to be opposing characters on that Cheshire Cat. So Akaika's like, you cheated, but in a bad way that is detrimental to you.
It's okay. We fixed it. We fixed it. No issues at all. So we went ahead and instead of using that Elsa, we did use the Cheshire Cat. Hey, look, who knows? We've all got our own things that we've play tested, and maybe this is the line, Color. Maybe
Mhm.
this is the line. But speaking of lines, we've got 2 Will-o'-the-Wisps now for Ikaika, and we still have the ability to boost with this Cheshire Cat. Looks like we're going to. We're
Maybe
gonna
it was
move.
bait. He's like, hey, instead of you using the cards in your hand, what if you just wasted 2 ink to move this damage back? Question
Got him.
mark. As we go ahead and cleanly take the Ilanwi out because that was the actual choice for this. Now we are going to go ahead and exert the Will-o'-the-Wisp. Now I'm not exerting that cat no matter how much you want me to. I'm not giving
No.
you an ability to then challenge it and move more damage around to get that because we did see that Bell Accomplished Mystic in our
Let's
hand.
go.
And that means that if we're able to, sorry, I just saw like I could do some like mental Lorcana for a second and was like, well, whatever happens, happens. As we do have a few cards in hand here, and I don't know if it's just like Akaika has 0 cards in
Yeah,
hand.
0 cards in hand, looking like a top deck war for the most part. Obviously, Anthony does have more cards in hand than Ikaika, but at this point, other than this Bell, neither of these players are really drawing themselves into more things. So we start out with the Grandmother Willow, looking to get a nice little discount on that Bell Accomplished Mystic, so we're only going to pay 4 for her this time. And here we go. Let's see. We're going to put 2 damage on that Willow, move the 1, and doesn't
Ooh,
go back to hand thanks to the
absolutely.
move.
Completely cleared up. Watching that Bell Accomplished Mystic do her thing, trying to have damage in there. Akaika being like, I see the master plan. I see. As the
Here we go.
Hades
Hades
looking for,
looking for a
don't
deal.
you dare.
Gonna
Put it on the
choose
bottom
the
of the,
Genie Wish Fulfilled.
let's go.
Anthony saying absolutely not. We are both top decking. I'm not gonna let you have it. That Will-o'-the-Wisp going on a quest. And we only have 13 minutes left if somebody's gonna have to win this game and then go to a game 3. And the lore is 4 to 6.
Oh my god, it's game 2.
It's game 2.
I did kind of forget that it was game 2, but hey, listen, hey, these characters have quite a bit of lore on them. Just kidding. Belle has quite a bit of lore on her.
She's
Everything
the
else,
only one.
I know she's like the only one, bro. We are questing for one out here. But at the same time, I got more characters than you do. And oh, is that a Demona?
No shot.
No.
No.
Stop. I don't want to
tell
play it.
us.
I don't want to play. Okay, so
Oh,
Mowgli.
it's Mowgli. What are you getting this
Listen,
excited for?
listen. I don't know, man. Mowgli and Demona have like the same hair? Question mark. I don't know.
love the thing that Lorcana players do when you play the Mowgli and you
The
have no
jazz
cards in
hands?
hand. You just jazz hands.
Yeah, the jazz hands are actually my favorite. As we do, of course,
we
you draw your
go.
card draw off the top of your deck, and then we also draw. There's the.
Another Augustine.
There we go. Now this is a wide board. Akaika now looking at his discard in that frantic way where you're like, uh-oh.
So he says,
Uh-oh.
ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're just gonna start going on a quest. Anthony saying, "Hey, I gotta get my lore up," and lore up he does, going all the way to 14 now.
I'm questing that Willow. Are you questing that Willow?
Oh yeah.
I got 1,000,000 ink, dude. I don't
That's
even care.
it. We're going to game 3, Color. We got 12 and a half minutes left. I think Akaika just saying, you know what?
Bro.
Let's just go next.
Yeah. And Anthony was like, raging storm or bust. And basically game 3 is where we're at now as we go ahead and shuffle up and play. If they do a 1-1, I swear to God.
No, that's the name of the game. I was just going to say the name of the game is Don't Draw. Okay, we're getting too close. Usually at this point in the game, rounds 5 and 6, we put players on that are in a win-in scenario. So if I had to guess, these players are not drawing into Top Cut for a reason. It's because they
would
have
like to win. Yes,
Yes,
they would like to win to be in. And that is exactly where we want to be today. But unfortunately for them, they're playing this newfangled ruby amethyst mirror with these amber cards. Now,
where's the check with the Ursula's Cauldron? Put it on the bottom. Going all the way back to set 1.
Bro, I love Ursula's Cauldron. There's so many people I've scarred for life with playing Ursula's Cauldron, but that's not what we're doing right now.
No,
we're
we're
playing
here.
Dales, and again, it is kind of a fragile strategy. There is, I think, again, like watching these mirrors, and I am an absolute psychopath. I love mirrors like this because there are so many micro decisions that come into play that you have to just kind of know. And
Yeah.
it's like what you do with your 1-drops, what you do with your locations, when you draw cards, when you stop drawing cards. And sometimes you draw too many cards and you forget to play the game.
Yep.
And you might have the resources available, but if they have a way to sneak the win out from under you, you stalled out too long.
Yeah.
So there are so many different little things that you can really only glean from playing this matchup over and over and over and knowing your deck inside and out. And because this deck is so new, I'm wondering how many reps that these players have on this deck.
Absolutely. One thing I want to say really quickly as we're starting to get into the action, we see the fist bump, is just that Ikaika every single time has had very unfortunate draws. Like we see the Raging Storm in his hand. Every single time Ikaika has played this game, his curve has been for his end game where it's like high cost versus the lower cost stuff. And we're seeing that here again. So I just wanted to note that. It's kind of been a little unfortunate for this player. But okay, we're off to the races. We got a Will-o'-the-Wisp on one side. We got a Lanwi on the other. How can Ikaika navigate through this hand that is predominantly favored towards that late game?
Well, the funny thing is again, I know I keep referring it back. I guess I'm like just a super boomer like Ruby Amethyst diehard here. But when you had Be Prepared stuck in your hand at the beginning of the game, you were sort of fine in the mirror because they didn't really have any hand disruption. Mowgli is a huge source of hand disruption. As we say, I don't even care, dude. I'm gonna ink the Mowgli. I don't care what's in your hand. We're going fast. And I'm going to play this guidebook because this will be my card draw coming up.
Because he's bricked,
I
Color. Like,
know.
realistically, it's all top-end cards. I'm seeing the Elsa, I'm seeing the Raging Storm. On the other side, though, we got a Cheshire Cat hitting the Inkwell, and then we're playing a Mowgli, right? So we're getting rid of that Raging Storm.
Look, he doesn't have to hold on to it anymore. That was really nice of Anthony.
But you know, it goes to show, like, this has just not been Akaika's game here. And look at this, we have to banish the Junior Woodchuck's guidebooks just to draw 2 because we just don't have anything we
Oh my gosh, we're
love.
gonna have to ink that Dumbo thoughts. I mean, that is our card advantage, but what are we inking instead? It's the Elsa, yikes. But
Yeah.
we are gonna play the Willow, which is gonna give
Will-o-the-wisp.
us a little bit of reduction, get an uninkable out of our hands, and maybe hopefully get us to like kind of jet propel our game plan a little bit faster and a little bit further if we can just get to the top end of our deck, but we're fine.
Just get there.
We're good. We can play that genie next turn, unless for some reason we play an ink geyser, which would be actually,
Meanwhile, on Anthony's side of the board, finding everything he needs, he's inking the Cheshire Cat to play another one. So that is his 3rd one. There's 2 of them in the inkwell now. Gonna quest that Ilanwi. Don't think this... Actually, there it is. Yeah, the support is gonna matter. We're gonna be able to banish that Will-o'-the-wisp. It is gonna be added back to Ikaika's hand. But again, the difference in the curve here, a 1, 2, and a 3, has the follow-up with the 4-drop Dale in hand compared to what Ikaika's got going on here.
well,
Another
it's
Grandmother
another
Willow.
Grandmother Willow into now a
Genie.
genie. So that actually worked out nicely because we did get the cost reduction onto this
Saved
first
us with
one.
the Willow.
Yep, saved us.
The
Yeah, the Will o' the Wisp
Inkwell.
actually was our ink for the turn. Clutch play there. Oh my gosh, that's sometimes like when you would bounce back, your 1-drop with a fox or the snake, being able to then ink your 1-drop because you were in such a bad spot. Again, there is so many parallels, and I'll try to stop comparing it to it. I'll get into the future here with our Dale as
And
it comes
there
down.
he is, this Augustine Madrigal gonna hit the inkwell as that Dale comes out. But we are not gonna go ahead and exert our characters because Anthony respecting the potential Dale on Akaika's side. Now we do see Akaika has, I believe, access to a Cheshire Cat of his own. I think you mentioned he had a Dumbo. Grandmother Willow's in hand. So I think Akaika is still in this setup phase. Let's see what he goes for. I'm going to start with the Grandmother Willow, then follow it by
A card. It's a
a
Cheshire Cat.
Cheshire
Yeah.
Cat.
You did not hallucinate it. It's there. It's
Okay.
inexplicable, and it is on to the board. Again, it's always funny, though, when we use the Willow. I know that the card's been around since last set, but at the same time, when people use the Willow, I'm really, like, honed in. I'm, like, counting. I'm like, okay, that was reduction 1 there. Then you reduce from there, and then you pay. Yes, you did it correctly. You may continue your turn. So those one of those
Gotta
things.
respect it. You gotta make sure you're doing it right.
There's a lot of different things that can go funky because I do believe that when that card came out, there was a lot of confusion on the timing and how those reductions do stack. But we are going to go ahead and quest here, going for 2. Now we do know that each player does have the Horseman Strikes available to them, but I'm not seeing it over there
Well,
on
we
Anthony's
do
side.
have the Elsa, so who needs the Horseman Strikes when you've got
Oh
a
yeah,
Dale paired with an Elsa 5th Spirit? Got to
gross.
imagine that we're going to go ahead, ink a card. Looks like we don't want to go for this Dumbo, so we have to ink our 2nd Dale instead in order to play this 5th Spirit. And we can really exert pretty much anything we want here because we know that this Elsa is going to comfortably trade with that Genie. No, we're going to go ahead and do it. We're going to ink that Dumbo, exert with Elsa, the Cheshire Cat, challenge and banish the Genie Wish Fulfilled. Only 2 damage going to be put onto that Elsa. Finish that Cheshire Cat thanks to that Dale. Very, very nice.
And now we have a little bit of damage sprinkled all over the place. And now the probability of our opponent having another Cheshire Cat when they just played one out is probably pretty low. We do see another Raging Storm coming right back to hand, but we have that Horseman Strikes available to us. Boom, get it out of here, draw a card, and maybe ink the little Louisa to play our Dumbo there with our reduction
Because
from
we
our
have 2
Willows.
Grandmother Willows. I totally forgot
Absolutely.
that we had 2 Willows sitting there. So nice sequencing from Akaika, being sure to challenge after we get that cost reduction. Looking over to Anthony's side, we're going to put a Grandmother Willow into play and another Dale, just some extra insurance, and go on a nice little quest.
Oh.
Now that we have the 2nd Dale protecting, well, not protecting, but just making sure that even if we lose our first one, our second one's going to stick around to keep that ability.
Yep. And now, notably, we do see a Demona in hand. We are going to be able to exert that Dumbo to gain 1 and draw 1 and pay 1. Not in that order because that's also cheating, but we are going to go ahead and throw the library down. Now, I don't love the library in a double Dale situation, but what that does do is it does make you have to choose. Am I going to challenge into the library? Am I going to take 4 lore away from myself? Am I going to expose my Dales? And that just buys a Kaika a little bit more time with only 4 minutes left in the round.
With only 4 minutes, indeed. We're starting off playing a Grandmother Willow, following it up by an Augustine Madrigal. We're seeing that Anthony has no choice but to use his characters to get rid of this library. And with the other ones, he will go on a quest, but I mean, that's a must answer card at this stage of the game because it is card draw for a Kaika, whereas Anthony is drawing off the top of the deck. Gonna
Absolutely.
exert this Dumbo, pay one, gain a lore. Akaika definitely drawing more cards here. Could this mean he's going to win the game? It's not always so clear, but right now I feel like he's got a clear advantage over at least the card draw with even though Anthony's got a very wide board.
We do have a whiteboard. I think we saw a location drawn over here on Anthony's side, which would actually be hilarious. Let me go ahead and realize that we are on our 7th turn. All you didn't commit anything to the board. It was a genie. That's the worst possible. I was going to say we could have done some really cool things here, but I won't even talk about it as we do go ahead and send everything on a quest because, hey, listen, I know what you have in your deck because I have the same thing in my deck. And I am not going to get blown out by this raging storm that's
Yeah.
coming up next. So I'm going to get all
Yeah.
the lore that I can, make sure we get as much value as possible. Now, unfortunately for Anthony, he only has 1 card in hand, but he is at 12. 12
15.
lore. 15
Up to
lore.
15.
As we just go ahead and rip
Did
that
we
off.
not
He's
even
like,
quest?
we did. We did.
Okay, we did. Maybe we just didn't even
We
bother
did.
exerting him.
Yeah,
We
he's
were
like,
just like,
bro,
it's like I'm gonna quest and
I'm
play this Raging
yeah,
Storm. We all
exactly.
know what's going on.
Absolutely. As we do play the Augustine down and here, and we are at 15 now. Notably, he only has 1 lore, but that's okay. Rebuilding our board has to happen at some point as we are going to Demona. So thank you for letting me draw those 2 cards because that is absolutely how we draw the, and we did draw a genie, so that's going to help us as well. And a Hades, which is going to help us as well. But
Junior Woodchuck's guidebook gonna come down for Akaika, adding 2 more cards to hand. So Anthony did get to draw, but Akaika did get to draw more. You mentioned that he has a genie in hand, but I think at this point Akaika might be able to control out from here because he does have things like that Elsaphist Spirit and the Horseman Strikes in hand. Hades looking for a deal here. Let's see if Akaika's gonna give it to him. At this point in the game, everybody's got a lot of ink, got a lot of cards in hand, but it doesn't matter. Anthony's gonna draw 2.
now, giving my opponent cards at this point in the game is insane because listen here, what I can do is just basically put game on board every single time until the end of time, which is actually 2 minutes from now. And that way, you have to deal with it. You have to deal with my board over and over and over. Now, Akaika here drawing a World's Greatest Criminal Mind. Could World's Greatest Criminal Mind his own Demona, and that would be hilarious, but it would also lose him the game. So let's see what he's
He
going to do here.
could. He could. Now this
He has his
Demona
rights.
just out of reach, gonna be a 5/6. So not able to banish that Augustine with that 6 willpower there. Gonna have to find another way to do it. Starting off with this Mowgli Man Club, taking a look at the hand, not gonna find anything, but at least we know what we're up against. Putting a World's Greatest Criminal Mind into the Inkwell. Now that we know what's on the other side of the board, we're gonna go ahead and
Interesting.
exert. Looking like.
Yeah, we're going to exert the Eilonwy,
Okay.
definitely, because if we have that Rush Elsa, that Eilonwy is actually one of the most terrifying cards in the game. However, now we are able to challenge down and get rid of the Augustine because of the, the Rush Elsa and everything else like that. So that's pretty good. But at the same time, the amount of cards that Anthony has in their hand, the amount like you could just rip off that genie just for funsies, draw another card, and
Yep.
just kind of be relentless.
Yeah.
Is really, you don't want to overextend too much because we are drawing quite a bit of cards. We could have any number of answers, but at the same time, I want to put just enough lore on the board. I'm questing, dude. What are we doing?
Well, I don't believe Akaika has enough cards in hand, so the Demona would have readied. So maybe that's the consideration for challenging in. But you're right, when we're at 17 lore, maybe we do just want to push the advantage here. Anthony now has multiple cards in hand that are actually pretty
Dude, draw your
impactful.
cards.
Here we go. Hades looking for a deal.
We do
Going
have-
ahead, drawing the cards.
I was gonna say we do have the answer to the genie there, so that is another unfortunate thing. That is like kind of what I was saying is like I just want to put enough cards onto the board to where I'm presenting game every single turn, and I am going to quest. I don't care what you're doing because what you're doing cannot be faster than what I'm doing
Yeah.
because I'm making you respond to me every single time. So I'm getting my lore. That Demona's just sort of fine with me at that point. as we are going to now go wide on Akaika's side, which does seem like the answer here.
And it looks like we just hit time. I'm not sure who's going to be turn 0. Maybe technically Ikaika said pass, and so Anthony's going to be turn 0. Maybe Ikaika's going to be turn 0. Regardless, these players have 5 additional turns to complete this game. Anthony is at 17. Ikaika only at 10. So even though Anthony doesn't have a lot of characters on board, he is much closer to completing this story than Ikaika. Starting off, gonna play that fifth spirit.
Let's go, Elsa Fifth Spirit, exerting that down. I guess taking out that.
Just getting things off the board.
Do we have a
right
Haname's family?
now.
All right, that's fine. Getting things off the board, but at the same time, I want to play characters. What are we doing? But at the same, it's fine. We had a lot of high cost things going on. We do put that into the inkwell.
Well, we actually would have been able to play both the Cheshire Cat and the Dale, but instead we challenged. Okay, well, thanks to the grandmother Willow, we have enough to play the Cheshire Cat as well. So now we're up to 18. Now we're presenting the end of this game if Ikaika cannot deal with it, but he draws it. He's too good. He finds the Horseman Strikes, gonna take care of the Elsa, and challenge to take care of the grandmother Willow, only putting Anthony up to 19.
And then we have a Dale of our own, which is going to make that really ridiculous as we do throw down the Elsa of our own as well. We have so much ink available to us, and now this is how the games get away from us. I know that we needed to be, I would love to have been at 19 at this point, but that's fine. That's okay.
It might not be. We're running out of turns. We might have to draw unless one of these players is going to concede. But for now, we're going to try to figure it out as best as we can, starting off with the challenge into the Cheshire Cat. Thanks to that Dale, she is going to completely banish that Cheshire Cat. Next up, we have the characters in order to banish the rest. Well, no, we don't. We can't banish the Elsa because we didn't use it. So
we can ink, I believe, and play the.
Oh, that's right.
Thing.
We have that in hand.
Yeah, I was
sorry,
say,
I forgot about that.
The Horseman Strikes is the thing. I was like, you know what, my secret card, but we will have to ink the Elsa. So we are at 10. So if you don't ink and get rid of that, you're gonna let him get to 19. And I swear to God, if you just okay.
Oh, okay.
We have to ink the Dumbo, unfortunately, but we are able to take care of that. But again, Horseman Strikes replaces itself, drawing a card off the top of our deck, which is stupid. But at the same time, hey, we got it. We got the Genie. You already used your Horseman Strikes. We got the Ham coming
Let's
on
go,
in.
Ham.
And
Let's
now
go.
we are at 18 for the
what
love
turn
of God.
Is this?
I don't know, but you just drew a Will-o'-the-Wisp. You did not draw an answer. Is that an Elsa, though? Is that a fifth spirit?
Can Anthony win in time? We're exerting one, playing the Will-o'-the-Wisp. That's not a draw card.
It's a Demona.
It's a Demona.
Okay,
we're going to draw, but we're
up.
not going to have the answers, but we are going to be able to exert it. We have the Elsa, the fifth spirit on the board.
Challenging it with the Dale. It takes care of it. It takes care of it. The Demona was the answer. The Demona was the answer.
For Anthony here. That was the exact card that Ikaika needed. Don't think it's going to matter. I think we're going to run into time color. I think that's the end of the turn.
Don't say it. There's nothing I hate more than a tie, but it's
fine.
It's
going to be a 1-1.
It's not going to be a 1-1. We're going to actually play our characters this time.
Go.
I know, right? I was like, we got a white rose.
Something.
Judge, somebody slip him a goat. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, my God.
I heard Infinity's all the rage. Give him
your hand.
I think it might be it, though. I think this is his last turn. So let's see. Okay, he's doing the math. I'm going to do it with him. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Ikaika has exactly 20.
No.
And only a Demona in hand for Anthony in terms of what can be an answer to this. I don't think we have the ink. I think Ikaika's going to be able to do it. We play the Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. Can we draw any cards? Do we even ink first, Anthony? What are we doing?
This is, yeah, as we, Anthony takes it. I'm so sorry, Anthony, when you watch this game back, it's okay, dude.
Yeah,
it happens
to the best of us. As no signal wins the game.
No signal. My
to
gosh.
Ikaika.
Is that a tie? That's not a tie.
No. I think Ikaika, well, was it Anthony's last turn? No, I think Ikaika takes the last turn.
Cool.
Wait, no, I might be wrong. Okay. I think
he couldn't quest with the Demona because he didn't have enough cards in hand to ready her?
I don't know what's going on. I think Anthony conceded. I think Ikaika won.
Oh, no.
I think...
Oh, yeah, because Anthony scooped up his cards, so even if he wasn't able to ready the Demona with the... Oh! Demonica
Okay, great.
ready.
So we're coming back to the booth here now. Congratulations to Ikaika. Always interesting to see those photo finishes there. Look, regardless, like I said, I don't think either player is mad about like who technically wins time, who's not. They play each other all the time. One of them probably was going to concede to the other, and they just had to make a go of it in turns to see what was going to happen. So congratulations to Ikaika. You kept making the comparison of Ruby and Amethyst, and now we see it here in Amethyst and Amber. Do you think this could be the best deck in the format for core?
No.
Oh, okay. What do you think it is?
I think it's dogs, but that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. But then the thing is
Second
like,
best?
yeah, I mean, it's an amazing deck. The thing
Yeah.
is like, it has all of the tools. I know that, notably, we have not seen Blurple here today.
I
So,
was gonna say
yeah.
that's one of the one things that is completely missing now. This Blurple didn't even get new card. Yeah, we'll have to talk all about that later. But this has been incredible. We're going into round 6, right? So we just finished round 5 of 6. We've got one left of Swiss before we see what our top cut's gonna be. And based on the spread that we are seeing in every single round, I think this could be the most diverse top cut we've ever seen.
Absolutely.
Or it could be the most like single
It's
fight.
secretly dogs. We didn't even know. We haven't been out there, and it's just oops, all dogs. Just 8 dogs players been waiting in the wings all day.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I have no idea at this point, but it would be nice if we're gonna go walk around, see what the meta looks like. Again, oh, man, that deck was like, hey, look, if you just had like like maybe like a white rose just as a
Something.
treat, something
Something.
in there to kind of like help you finish out the game, because it definitely kind of got away at the
There's
very
a
end there.
3-cost racer where when you play it, I gain a lore and you lose a lore. Even that would be that's an Amber card. Anyways,
I
all
love
right.
Spice, and that one took me out, you guys. But yeah, even that new Dash Par, which is able to, but I mean,
Oh,
he's
yeah,
quite
yeah.
uninkable at the same time. So again, definitely seeing that that Akaika did make use of those Will of the Wisp really, really effectively, and I think that was the thing that kind of really pushed him there towards the end of the game.
Yeah, beautiful pilot in Akaika, really just showing how powerful that deck can be, even on the back foot, winning 2 games that he really looked like he shouldn't have. So congratulations to Akaika. Taking nothing away from Anthony though, played very, very well. All right, we're gonna throw it to a really quick break because we're gonna be back in just a few moments for the final round of Swiss. If you want to know what to play in Core Constructed, this is the stream to watch. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with more Core very, very soon. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Versus Games Oviedo, where Color has grown a beard. Now we've got Patrick himself back in the building. If you don't remember Patrick from last time, you're not the TO, but you are a player who's really passionate about the game and who really helps facilitate player first tournaments. You want to make sure it still makes sense for the organization. You don't want anybody losing money, but you also want to make sure that the EV, the estimated value, is there for the players as well. So talk to us about yourself, how you did in this event, and what it means to you to put on events like this for the players.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously trying to fill the void that, not to bring it up, obviously, but Southside Gaming used to throw some of the biggest events we had in Florida.
Absolutely.
And with them no longer operating,
For sure.
Trying to fill that void of those big events. There was
Yeah.
clearly a drive and a need for these larger events outside of your set champs, outside of your CCQs, if we're lucky enough to get them, that ideally, having these events every set release and getting to see, the power of these new cards to prep our, in-state people
Yeah.
for these larger events.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got William, we've got Wesley. We're in top 8, but I do want to always, of course, when I can, shout out Patrick. Unfortunately, you bubbled out. It sounds like.
It's my specialty. If there was an award for getting 9th place, I would be maybe a world title holder.
Oh wow! Okay,
I am the bubble
okay.
boy.
You bubble boy, Patrick
but
here.
There were some great games today. I'm not too upset about it. I would like to say that based on what made top 8, if I would have made it in there, they'd be in some trouble.
They'd be in some trouble. Of course, I believe it. No, of course. But we are here in the top 8. Just always love to give you a shout out. Love to let you represent yourself when we get you on the mic because I think you're doing great things.
Yeah, no, and I'm super excited to obviously be back here. This is so much fun.
Yeah.
And, it's kind of cool that I get to come back and do it. I get to do both, right? I get to play, then I get to come back here. And I always luck out and get to stream Williams events, which is, a good...
Oh, that's true.
Good buddy of mine. King Cole, as we will.
Very talented player, for sure.
Both of these gentlemen
absolutely
actually are amazing.
Yeah.
Wesley is a local as well, who's really kind of come into himself in the
Yeah.
past year, I would say, who's just done better and better.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't want to say this is a grudge match, but these two know each other.
Okay.
And, one of them is probably feeling a certain way about sitting across from the other. I'll say that.
For sure. No, it's always fun when you get those storylines and those backgrounds. I mentioned it
Sure.
earlier as well that, these are local players. They see each other all the time at events. And I like that. I like when you're sitting across from a table and you know the person, it helps keep it light. And
Sure.
like you said, they're both still cutthroat players who are going to keep it interesting and make it fun. So I'm excited to see as we start off here, we do know that Will is on Emerald and Amber. So we got that Bobby Zimmerowski putting that Lilo Escape Artist into the discard right where she wants
It's
to be.
ideal.
Yep.
That's exactly.
On the
And
other
obviously,
side.
and I don't know if you saw in his games earlier, but he inked that Mickey, which is just out of this world good.
Oh yeah, it's incredible. It's a crime to ink that Mickey. I think it's Expedition Leader.
so
That
good.
card, it won him the game that he was on stream.
Of course it does.
So
and that Mick card, he's going to hope to get it back because with these red and yellow cards, you're going to notice most of their attack points are around 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Kind of that sweet spot right out of Under the Sea. But with that Mickey, he can get just about all of them within range to do Under the Sea, which is what he's going to be looking to do here.
Yeah, it's a really interesting matchup. If he has everything he needs, he can really start to soar here. But we have this Ursula Deceiver. Taking a look at the hand, not a single action to boot. So we're feeling pretty good about that. But Will still does get to check the hand and helps him get an idea of how he wants to navigate through these next couple of
And
rounds.
if there's someone that's going to remember every single card he just saw, it's going to be Will.
Really? That's a skill in and of itself.
He will have all of his turns mapped out knowing those. So you'll notice he's great at tracking these, especially with it being this early.
I believe it. So here we see Wesley going ahead and playing both of those 1-drops. Got to imagine he's just trying to keep up with the sheer amount of characters that this Amber and Emerald deck can deploy. We see this Nani Stage Manager come down. We're looking at the top 4 cards, thinking about what we want to choose here. Have a couple different options available to us. I think it's definitely a Deceiver, a Lilo Escape Artist, maybe a Rhino there. Can't quite tell.
Yeah, I definitely saw the 2 you mentioned.
Yeah.
But I think Lilo's the right choice here. He's going to essentially probably be using Zombie Lilos as much as possible to take out, because you'll notice a lot of these red cards that Wesley's going to be employing here. High attack, low health.
Absolutely.
Which is great for Lilo.
Yeah, absolutely. That Lilo, and the great thing about her being in the discard is, like you said, that she's right at home there. She can just keep coming back. So this is a nice little start here to this turn. We ink another Ethereal Voice. That is going to be our second one down, but we don't have any actions in the hand as we saw. Going to use that Sisu to get rid of that Deceiver and pass the turn on over with 2 lore. Let's see what Will elects to do. Starting early. Usually we don't see players pull this Lilo out so early. Talk to me about this strategy.
Well, as I mentioned, he's got these Tinkerbells on board, as well as the Sisu, all of which Lilo's going to get free value on them. Because if they do challenge in, he's getting removal on these Tinkerbells, which he's not in the best state right now. He's not going to be able to remove them later with Under the Sea unless he gets that Mickey off.
Yeah.
So getting something out that can just start intimidating the board and essentially just keep putting that pressure out there, he's going to be... He's also probably notating double ink on the aerial there. There's a good chance Wesley's going to run out of gas without that draw engine.
Yeah, if we don't see that Webby's Diary or, like you said, this Ethereal Voice, there's not really a lot of card draw for this Ruby and Amber deck. So far, haven't seen the Webby's Diary. Gonna have to ink a Pirate's Life. Finally, we get an Ethereal Voice down. But if you do not have songs, it might not matter. Looks like we're going to choose not to do anything with this Sisu yet. We're just going to go ahead and go on a quest. Use that Liquidator to banish that Lilo. Going to stick around, but is feeling fragile.
Well, to be fair, he didn't have a choice there. Liquidator having Reckless.
Yes, has Reckless.
That's a must.
Yeah, so he does take that challenge, which it works out. It works out, right? He's still going to stick around. Anything that's going to challenge into it, is going to be banished back. Now we're thinking about what we want to do with this Tinkerbell. Does go on a quest. Maybe, but it's like you said, I imagine he's taking time to think about it because these Lilos can challenge and just keep coming back after versus that Tinkerbell. So Will doing a good job navigating through this. Wesley slowly starting to build up a board here.
You'll notice in William's hand, he's got 2 big ladies, so he's got a decision here.
Yeah.
Did he draw already? I don't think he has. I think he's debating Lilo right now.
Yeah, I think he is thinking about the Lilo. I didn't see him even reach towards his deck there. Hand is healthy even before the draw. Like having 3 cards in a deck like this, usually they're just playing for the one with the tramp stuff.
Okay.
So decides not to
So,
go for the Lilo, draws a card.
so that almost guarantees he's going to be big ladying this turn.
Yeah, we're gonna want to get that down. Unfortunately, didn't see the curve in the beginning to be able to shift it. Also notably, inking 2 of these Tramp Street Smart Dogs, just not ending up working out. We take the Bobby Zimmerowski and the Ursula. Makes sense because we can always bring that Lilo back should we need it. Speaking of
So
challenges.
and I think the big brain play here is the reason he's doing that is by Tramp loses a lot of value, especially when your opponent's holding a headless horseman.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So basically he just realizes that he's going to play that, discard some cards, and really not get any immediate value.
Yeah.
Under the Sea isn't huge for this matchup, so really all of Tramp's advantageous points are kind of null and void against this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like you said, William knowing most likely what's in this deck list, and being able to assume, okay, we're probably going to have something like a horseman come down. Right now, no valid target. So if he wants to play it, it's going to have to be dry. So he's probably going to have to hold onto it for later. We're continuing to use the Sisu. We like to compare it to a spell book Color and I were laughing about earlier, because right now, with no evasive characters on William's side of the board, that Sisu could potentially just continue to quest for the rest of the game. I don't know that this Emerald and Amber strategy has any evasives to be able to get it.
Sure. And it's worth noting that Will does not have Chromacon. Which I would think would be pretty good in this matchup. So
yeah, would be pretty good. But when you have that Mickey Mouse expedition leader like we were talking about, some people consider that a Chromacon in its own right.
Sure.
Not with the same bounce effects, but just making it so that you just can't take anything off the board. And look at this, Pat, bringing back both of these Lilos at the start of his turn. Nothing else exerted on Wesley's side, just the CISO, so feeling pretty protected, but gonna be vulnerable to the rest of the cards on Wesley's deck. Why do you think he's bringing those Lilos back, just to keep him off of questing?
I'm not sure what was in his hand, so there may have not been an immediate, I think what he does have in his hand is another large lady.
Okay.
And the only cards he had in his discard were those Lilos.
Yeah.
And so whenever we play that lady, we want to get value on it.
Sure.
We always want to get those 2 cards out because it's essentially a draw 2
Sure.
that we get to choose from. And so he's probably just setting up the board. He was able to get that other lady, so setting up a shift target. And yeah, he's really just setting up here. He notices that Wesley isn't just jamming for lore here.
Yeah.
He's just onesie twosieing with the Sisu. So he can kind of afford to play this slower game, right? And he's able to, he's going to make these forced trades that the opponent has to do. Wesley can exert that aerial because Lady gets a free take on it. He might exert the Headless Horseman, but I don't think that's great either.
Yeah, definitely putting Wesley in a really difficult spot when we're not seeing, like we talked about earlier, the Webby's Diaries, when we're not seeing the songs, or we saw one, but it's not one that's going to be useful here going into the Inkwell, the world's greatest criminal mind. It just kind of slows down the draw engine here, and I think it's giving Will a lot of space to overtake this game. Wesley's not out of it, though. He does have 6 lore. He's trying to make a go of it. But I think Will has had plenty of time to kind of navigate through this, potentially sculpt his hand. And we see him really taking his time trying to figure out what his best plays are here.
I mean, how often do you see dogs with this much ink as well as a hand size that big?
Yeah, never.
And he's able to do that by utilizing these Lilos, so he can build up options.
And we saw this earlier from Will when he was on stream a few rounds ago. We saw him immediately use that Bobby Zimmerowski to deploy those Lilos. So this is to get them into the discard pile. So we know that this is a strategy that he likes to take. And I think he's being really rewarded here for it. We get another Bobby Zimmerowski down. Let's see what he's going to discard now. Getting to look at as many cards as he can without using those tramps. I really like this playstyle. I think it's showing how smart of a player Will is to completely play this differently than we're really used to seeing, but it's working out for him. So let's see on the other side. We've still got the Headless Horsemen's there. Gonna want to force those to potentially remove some of the lore, questers on William's side, but not really able to, challenge back at least effectively. You don't really want to use this Nani or this lady to swing into those horsemen's.
No, they definitely create a weird situation where, especially with what his current board state is, the only option he has to take out these Lilos is these horsemen.
Yeah.
And so there is a world where maybe he challenges with the untapped horseman, kills one, giving the rest of his board +2,
and then maybe he takes the other one out with the Sisu. Not great, but it yeah, I take that back. I'm not sure if he would do that because he likes getting his one cheeky lore per turn,
Yeah.
but
But there's a world.
yeah, there is a world.
This is a nice start. The Della's Moon Lullaby gonna be sung onto that Headless Horseman, gonna allow us to banish it without having to lose our character. So now, once again, putting Wesley in this position where if you want that Nani off the board, if you want that lady off
You're
the
gonna
board,
earn it.
yeah, you gotta exert your characters for it. We see the boost Aladdin, but where's the Webby's Diary? And is he playing off the top here? I think
I
if,
think
if that
so.
card is not in his Inkwell, which I don't think it is, I think he has no cards in hand.
Yeah, I'm not sure right now. but
Man, this is tough. This is not. I don't think it's a stellar start for either of these players, but running out of cards, do you think Will is then favored here?
Oh, for sure. As I called earlier, I think the key thing is Will may have recognized that, without being able to employ these aerials, he's going to run out of gas.
Yeah, and he's definitely playing to that advantage. I mean, and the thing about these headless horsemen, like they're so powerful in some ways, being able, like you said, to buff up all these characters, but at the same time, they're so fragile. Where even something like challenging into 2 Lilos, they're gone, and you don't
Correct.
really get to get the lore out of them because of that 2 willpower. So Wesley slowing things down here, identifying this is not the most favorable spot. He wants to see how he can make these trades happen in his favor. Looks like he might have figured something out. Maybe challenge the Nani. Okay, gotta get rid of that spellbook and go into the lady. And we go on a quest. We're not gonna take those Lilos. Think we're just tired of seeing them come back into
Yeah.
play constantly.
So the interesting thing, he did create a situation where Will isn't readily able to kill that area, or
Sure.
excuse me, banish
Banish
that
the
aerial,
aerial.
and without a tramp. But I do see a tramp in Will's hand.
Oh
Which-
yeah.
Tramp gives Lilo a free, essentially free banish on that aerial, which is going to hurt.
Yeah, you absolutely are right there. That enterprising dog going to be able to give +1 strength for every other character in play. Going to make it such an easy trade. Enterprising dog. What did I say? Whichever one it is, it's giving +1 strength to all of those to that Lilo, allowing it to, like you said, make a favorable trade because that aerial costs way more. And look at those cards going into the discard pile, and that Lilo can just come back next turn, so we don't even mind losing it.
Correct.
Man, Will is piloting this expertly. To be fair to Wesley, though, his deck isn't really doing the thing his deck wants to do. He hasn't
Sure.
even seen a Webby's Diary.
Hasn't seen a diary. Hasn't seen a song to get any value on the aerial.
Yeah.
It's a rough, and sometimes that's why we play card games. It's not chess. A lot of it comes down to what comes off the top. So
Yeah, it keeps it interesting.
for sure.
The thrill of what could be. So we're seeing here Wesley's thinking. I think he'd already drew for turn, but I think he's just thinking about like what his options are available to him. That is his discard pile there that he's thumbing through. He doesn't have a boosted aerial for like 6 cards underneath it. So yeah, he's just trying to see like maybe he has something to pull something back. Maybe he just wants to know what else he could get off the top. But let's see what he's gonna do. Probably have to banish the Lilo or stop the Bobby from coming back.
Yeah,
Oh, it's a song. It's a song. Let's solve a mystery, if I'm not mistaken, which could be mistaken. Let's find out.
no, that's the one that lets you get a character back from your discard.
Okay, so he does have a way to get something back from his discard. Was I right?
I'm trying to think of the name.
I'm sorry, I'm the worst. So he got
Rewrite history.
rewrite history. I was close.
That was close.
Let's solve a mystery. More like let's rewrite history. Let's get a character back.
And he chose the
And he
aerial.
chose the
And
aerial.
he instantly boosted it.
So, man, that's so tragic. Having the aerial just get banished the turn before you see the card off the top of your deck
Yep.
to help you dig a little bit deeper. Another song, not this one. But I think what's potentially helping Wesley here, which he's not in a great spot, but Will is slowly kind of running out of cards in hand, especially because he has been inking things like that tramp. He hasn't been able to sculpt the hand quite as well as you
Sure.
normally would. Again, we understand why that is the case, but still, it's worth noting. We also have plenty of ladies available to shift. So you have to imagine he might be trying to get this down and pull some cards back.
I understand why he got the aerial. I think to prevent a big lore swing here from Will, I think maybe grabbing Headless Horseman might have been slightly more optimal, and using the coming into play effect on the tramp, and then that makes the two ladies quest for less lore.
Yeah.
And potentially saved him 3 lore this turn.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
you know, if he gets a song off the top here, he could be right back in it. So
Yeah, it's true. It's a gamble that we have to take, and you're right. It's kind of hard to know. Look at this. We're shifting onto the already exerted lady. We're gonna take back that Tramp Enterprising Dog
A-
and that Ursula Deceiver.
and you'll notice that whole action that he just did was to essentially get the tramp in the discard so he could get it back to have it coming into a play effect. So
Boom.
then he could pump up, I think, his Lilo and then run into that Aladdin.
So look at these like the thought decisions that go into a deck like this. Like all of these micro decisions really add up.
Yep.
But the fact that Will is slowing this down, taking his time, even though he's in a favorable position, he's not giving Wesley any room to come back. He's saying, I'm not just going to blindly quest out just because I'm ahead. He's saying, I know your outs and I'm not going to let you play to them. So,
correct.
I mean, kudos here. Wesley, unfortunately, still not finding the
Well,
things that
he
are really
did just
gonna
have a
make
song.
difference.
He had
Okay.
Dela's, so he was able to draw from Dela's, and then he was able to draw from his aerial.
So we got
So
there a little.
He did. Drew 2 cards. That's
pretty
not
good.
bad.
That's pretty good.
Not bad.
We get the Scrooge
like
down
drawing
as well.
cards.
Got to boost it. Man, I think the thing that Wesley is missing is a Webby's Diary. If we have the Webby's Diary on this board, this is a game. This is back and forth. This is a nail biter. But because we don't have that, it's like barely stringing pieces together,
Correct.
trying to see what we can do here. And unfortunately, it just doesn't look like it's going to be enough. I would imagine Will is going to be able to just cleanly take out that aerial, no issues. Yeah, I mean, especially finding the enterprising dog there.
Yep.
How do you not take it?
That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, gonna be really nice. Be able, like I said, again, to buff up something like those Lilos. Man, those Lilos, you think they're questers? Not today,
No.
okay? In Will's hands, they are
I just
challengers.
picture Lilo with these like big sailor
Yeah,
arms.
so she's wearing boxing gloves and she's ready to just
wailing
like...
away at these big HP characters.
She heard the whisper of Ariel and she's like flailing her arms around like, what was that? And then she's just getting it up on out of here. But yeah, I love to see what Will is doing here, just like being so methodical, not just letting any moment pass him by. He's thinking about every single play, and that's what we're supposed to do here. He wants it. He wants it. Okay, he wants the playmat. He's trying to fight for it. I think it's interesting. Do you think Wesley should, quote unquote, scoop it up here, or do you think it's worth it to see if there's something he can get off the top of the deck?
It's what is the lore difference? We're at 8 to 8.
8
we're
to 8.
tied.
I mean, we know he plays Raging Storm. Not there yet, but
We're not too far off.
not too far off. But he would have to ink and not play what he gets, from hand, because
Correct.
his hand size is so small. So I don't know. It's difficult. But this is Top Cut. We have extra time than we normally do, so maybe it's worth it to keep playing it out.
I think we'll see a potential scoop it up with this.
If we don't find
this
it.
turn, if he doesn't see a Webby's Diary, it's probably a...
Okay, we were discarding the Under the Sea. I was like, why are we playing Under the Sea? No, we're not. We're discarding it because we're not able to hit that Scrooge McDuck there, which makes sense. We want that out of our hand. We're going to boost up this Scrooge. Okay, is that the 4th Headless Horseman?
I believe that's his 3rd.
Okay, third. I was like, we have a lot of those. Gonna go ahead, banish the Lilo with it, and challenge with the Scrooge. It is boosted, so it's able to stick around. Not gonna get traded out. But see, this is what I'm talking about. Even though we're getting close,
He wasn't able to ink.
nah, not able to ink. So it's like, how close are you to a board wipe?
Sure.
And even
And
if...
then those Lilos just come right back.
Yep, every single time. And if Will's already at 11, so it's like, even if he's only questing for 2, he's like slowly gonna get there in just a couple of turns. See the Delos come down. It's gonna choose this Headless Horseman, give it -2 strength, draw us a card more importantly, and let's see, what are we trying to do here? Gotta have this Rhino come down, use that Lilo yet again. We love to do it. Even more cards going into the discard pile.
So, and it's worth noting this Headless Horseman now has 1 strength going into his turn.
Oh, jeez. This is oh yeah, because the Rhino as well. Oh no, Wesley, the writing is on the wall. 14-8. It's gonna be a scoop up in favor of Will. Come cool and collected there. Gonna take that win on Amber Ruby compared to Wesley. No, excuse me, Will on Amber Emerald compared to Wesley on Amber Ruby. And it's unfortunate because again, earlier when we saw Wesley playing, and we even saw the deck, I think, on the round one, the control version of it looked super
Sure.
dominant.
With no context, would you give the advantage to Ruby Amethyst there? I mean, I think we were saying
It's pretty good,
it should
right?
be good.
It's getting pretty good.
So,
Yeah, I mean, honestly, with no context, I think I would just because when it is firing on all cylinders, when you have the Webby's Diary, when you're able to see the card draw, it just goes. But I mean, like you were saying, it's a card game. These things happen. You're at the mercy of the top of your deck, and sometimes it's not there. I think the important thing to note though is like both of these players know that Wesley's deck wasn't doing what it wanted to do.
sure.
And I think Wesley's not going to be shaken by that. He's going to know, hey, if I just see what I need to see, I can make something happen.
Who was on the play draw there? Do you remember?
I think it would be based on seeding. I'm not sure of the standings. So the answer is I don't know.
I think Will went first.
But regardless, Wesley's taking this one.
He is.
No, but yeah. So we'll have to see what it's going to be. Taking a look at the hand here as we do these alters. Maybe it means that Wesley's going to have to take a little bit more of a more aggressive alter to find something like the Webby's Diary. Does he have it in hand? I think he might have seen it there. I can't tell actually. It's a little hard with the
Let's
board.
see.
Oh, that's
Yep,
it. That's
he
it.
does have it.
So card draw. We find some of it.
Correct.
On the other side, though, a card you pointed out, Pat, that Mickey Mouse Expedition Leader, I did see in Will's hand.
So, did you see that one? Because I saw the Amber Champion.
I definitely. Well, it's this one right here. These are two Amber champions, and then
Yep.
this
No,
is
you
the.
are correct.
Yeah,
He's got a
Expedition
handful of
Leader.
Mickeys.
Yeah, lots of Mickeys. So
But with that said, the two of those go hand in hand.
absolutely,
That Mickey's able
Absolutely.
to solo sing, under the sea, and so he's going to be looking to employ those on these turn with him being on the draw. So.
yeah, but it looks like okay. He only puts two back. I wasn't sure what he was. No, okay, no. He gets rid of them. He's not interested.
Okay.
He wants to start with maybe a more explosive open. Maybe he realizes, hey, I'm on the draw. Wesley probably is going to be able to find a lot more things than he did last time. Maybe he just wants to go as fast as possible,
Sure.
try to get under this, and maybe he's confident that he can draw into some of these cards. Looking at the hand strat is crazy. Looking at the deck strat is crazy.
I think he's just making sure everything's seated properly. Just going into a shuffle.
No, I'm just messing around, but that's the new meta. Be like, are these cards in my deck? Yes, they are. Great, and then shuffle it up.
But with that said, though,
Yeah.
I think one of the big things to mention is if Wesley's able to get that Della's library or Webby's library, excuse me, into play, I don't think Will has any tool in the toolbox to get rid of it.
No, I don't think so. I think you're absolutely right. We see a Maui Half Shark hitting the Inkwell. That Tinkerbell gonna come down on turn one. So we're ready, Will. Let's see what you got for us. Because we got the Webbies. Hopefully we have a boostable character. I think I do see the Scrooge Ghostly Ebenezer. So Wesley's deck is ready to do the thing that it wants to do. Can Will's keep up and do the same? I'm seeing a lot of uninkables, maybe. We got two daisies in hand, so that is a little bit more of an explosive start because we could have Daisy, then turn to Grandmother Willow and Daisy. So,
Well, the key thing here, though, is Daisy is great in a Tinkerbell.
oh, fantastic. You're absolutely right. It's going to just totally turn off this Tinkerbell here. Starting off, I think we're going to ink the Della's Moon Lullaby, play out one of these daisies. This is, yeah.
And the interesting thing is, and I may be wrong here, I don't think we're going to see Will questing early with this Daisy either. He's just going to use her to intimidate this Tinkerbell and stop Wesley from jumping up in lore early.
Well, I wonder how long Wesley can wait because we do know, or excuse me, William can wait because we do know that Wesley has things like that Sisu, even things like the Headless Horseman. So you're right, but also could it come back to bite him?
Sure.
And that's going to be that delicate balance that I think Will is going to be thinking through. And again, we saw him be super methodical. So I believe that he's going to take his time. We do have to ink an Amber champion here in this Mickey Mouse, but that's okay. It's because we have a much better line and we like our other cards that we have in hand. You're calling it. He's not going to even go on a quest because we know that we have that Scrooge McDuck available to us. But there it is, Pat. We do see the Sisu getting rid of the Grandmother Willow. Do you think that's going to be a big disruption to his game
I
plan?
think that's the right call. You wanted to kind of disrupt, even though it's not technically ink, that Willow is giving an additional ink per turn for characters.
Yeah.
And I think that definitely helps slow it down. I don't. I'm torn. I feel like if I'm Wesley, I want to get my diary into play as soon as possible because I have to check the list, but I definitely think if it's in my hand, I'm susceptible to Mowgli.
Yeah.
But with that said, I don't think Will is on Mowgli, so maybe it's just a next level call on Wesley's part, and he's building the board. Removing that Willow is definitely a heads up play, and I could see his reasoning behind that, and that makes sense.
One thing I do want to point out, though, as now both of these players are kind of matching each other in board presence, both of them having 4 characters on the board, we did see that Mickey Mouse Expedition leader in Will's hand, which could potentially help to shut down some of the strategies that Wesley may be trying to employ. Because even though right now, some of his characters, like this Aladdin, like this Scrooge McDuck, even the Tinkerbell, considering some of the characters we have on board, would normally be very powerful, this Mickey Mouse, if we are able to deploy it, could help us just totally quest out. But we're not just slamming it down. We're staying, thinking about what it's going to be. Do you think he's going to feel safe with this many characters on board to start questing out, or do you think he wants to wait?
I think when you mentioned the Mickey, I think the key thing we're going to want to do is when we start questing, we're going to want to encompass that with a Under the Sea.
Okay.
We're going to utilize our minions to quest.
Yep.
We're going to lower our opponent's attack or strength,
Mhm.
and then we're going to Under the Sea and ideally board wipe.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's not in the cards. Will right now, what's running through his head is, do I want to play Tramp now? Do I want to wait? It's right on curve for Wesley to counter it with a Headless Horseman.
Headless Horseman.
So he may be waiting, hoping that Wesley plays the Headless Horseman to kind of, to take out some of Will's. Sometimes playing stuff off curve.
Yeah.
Your opponent will use that tool too soon.
Yeah.
And then that lets you kind of free play something that's way more impactful.
No, you're absolutely right. That the mind games here of sort of like, does he have it? Doesn't he? Is it worth it if I play it now or not? Makes total sense to me because, like you said, if Will does have the Headless Horseman in hand, or excuse me, Wesley, it might not matter to him whether or not the Tramp was played. It might just matter that he needs to get things like these Daisy Ducks off the board before Will can quest with them, which would kind of like activate Will's trap card, so to speak, and then we have the Tramp come down. So, but again, I like seeing this slowdown from Will, like the fact that he, along with you, is able to identify these crucial turns shows us why he's here in this top 8 position. Because for me, I'm like, la 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 la, quest them all out, give everybody minus strength, you can't challenge. But you're right, like you're seeing the things that are like, hold on, this could potentially have, if we take some short-term pain in not getting our lore, we can have long-term gain in completely wiping the board. So even if the Webby's Diary does come down, we no longer have these characters with boost to draw. So he's thinking, he's considering it, and I think this is a crucial turn that could potentially be the difference maker here, depending on what Will's got in hand. We know he's got a Webby's, but I don't know what the other card is. So it's interesting. It's interesting to see, and maybe it's all for naught. Maybe we wait, and then he draws into the Headless Horseman, anyways. Starting off though, we're gonna go ahead, ink the Tramp, Enterprising Dog. We are gonna go ahead, deploy the Mickey Mouse Expedition Leader, Exerted, and it looks like we are just gonna start by going on a quest. Decided to do it. Maybe with 2 cards, he likes his odds. Daisy Duck gonna reveal that Maleficent Dragon. Then we are going to quest again, give minus to the Scrooge. Gonna reveal the Devil's Moon Lullaby, going to the bottom. Let's go. Next up, questing with the Lilo. So we're getting perennial lore as well. We're up to 6. No Daisy triggers this time. And are we gonna keep
So we've done
going?
a -2 on Aladdin and Scrooge. We just did a -2 on the Tinkerbell there.
So the Scrooge potentially only swings for 2 if he boosts
If
it.
he boosts it, correct.
Okay, so protecting his board pretty nicely here. And I think we're gonna pass it on over. This is gonna make the math weird. Man, this card is so good. The Mickey Mouse is so good. That ability, I don't know, maybe it is a super rare ability, but it's so good. Like,
A super rare ability.
I'm like trying to think if it should be a legendary or
Yeah.
not. It's like so good. Maybe if it had more like better stats. It'd be like
I think it's slightly balanced in the sense that he has to be susceptible for that ability to trigger.
for sure, for sure.
But the fact that he can come into play exerted is huge because it's almost like an action card. You know.
Yes,
I could
absolutely.
instantly get value on this if I wanted to.
Absolutely.
So
And it's a character, so it's even better than an
it's
action.
so good.
It's so good. All right, so let's see what Wesley's going to do. He's going to start by inking that Maleficent Dragon. We are leagues away from having the ink available to us for that. And look at this. Look at what Will has forced him to do. He's going to have to use 2 characters to banish just one thing when normally he would be able to do it, with just one. So we're going to put the Webby's Diary down. We're going to boost to trigger the draw. I think we did find a Headless Horseman, so not able to deploy it this turn, but coming down the pipeline soon. How do these challenges go? Got to get that Mickey out of here. Yeah, it's the first thing he goes for. He's like, this has got to go. Oh, man. Really, really tough. There's the spell book, the Sisu going on a quest there.
I think I'd like to see Scrooge go into this Lilo, but
You think it's worth it? Oh, he doesn't even go for it. He doesn't even go for it. He chooses not to. Wonder what he's valuing there. Maybe he just wants to keep a boost character vulnerable for the
Yeah,
Webby's
I think
Diary,
that's fair.
which makes sense. Maybe he's Daring Visitor. That's that Sisu. I'm like, I gotta remember what it is. We just call it Little Sisu. And here we go. Now we deploy the Tramp, but he does have the Headless Horseman now. So it's gonna be interesting to see. Look at that. There's the Under the Seas. They come together. Is that 3 of them? It's definitely 2. It's 3 Under the Seas in
Yikes.
hand. Oh, no.
That is rough.
And right when he gets the rough. Come on. Right when he oh goodness, man, the expedition leader, the Mickey goes away right when we find 3 Under the Seas, and it's not even oh goodness. So you can see it on Will's face. Doesn't look too happy with this.
So what one card are you keeping here?
Yeah, we've got the Daisy, we've got the Ursula Deceiver. I mean, doesn't look like we're interested in those Under the Seas. Wesley's gonna see them hit the discard pile. Do you agree with this choice?
He's looking to get. I mean, any other choice, he's not getting any value on.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I mean, look at this. He's questing for a bunch. He's at 7. Gonna go to 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Gonna go to 14. Yeah, because he doesn't get the boost there. So only up to 14. If he had one more character. Oh, and did the Daisy just hit twice?
yes, I believe so.
Oh, let's go. 2 cards down to the bottom. One of them was definitely that World's Greatest Criminal Mind. Oh my goodness. So what do we do here? Oh, this Ohana means family could be huge. Well, we have insurance because we have the Headless Horseman, we have the Ohana means family, and I think we have one more card in hand as well. So we have a couple different lines available to us, and with Will up to 14, Wesley's just trying to figure out what's my best line.
What happened to the Sisu there? Am I missing something?
He's just moving it off to the
moving,
side.
okay,
Yeah, I
gotcha.
think he's just trying to figure out like what's gonna do what, and he's like, yeah, the CC's not doing anything right now. All right, so what do we banish? Started with the Tramp, makes sense. That was readied. Then the Sisu has now extra attack, but to start, we're gonna banish those daisies. Thanks again to the extra attack. Now the Sisu swing at anything it wants. It's gonna go ahead and take that lady stick around. After this leaves the board, going up to 18, but a lot more fragile than it once was, especially considering Wesley has some decent removal here. The Ursula Deceiver added to hand, not what you're going to want to see. Has some decent removal in the forms of things like this Headless Horseman. So Will's in a tough spot.
Yeah, he does have a huge lore lead though,
Yeah.
and sometimes, your opponent just does not have an answer.
Yeah.
And sometimes just by sticking a character, he's gonna hold that.
Daisy does not miss.
Oh, maybe not.
Oh, gets the no, it's not a song. It's not a song. I thought it was Mowgli for a second. I thought it was Mowgli. It's Ursula. Gets to check the hand. Doesn't get a song. Goes up to Should be 18, right? Because he quested with them both.
Yep.
So maybe he just forgot to put the lore on there. But Will is up to 18. Can only go to 19 if we can't remove this Ursula. We don't have any immediate target removal for the Ursula. Oh, it looks like he's getting ready to do the Ohana Meets Family to heal the Aladdin to draw 3 cards.
That's a juicer.
Yeah, so
I wonder if
he's
they know
supposed
that
to
he's
be
at
at
18.
18. Yeah, we'll have production let the players know just so we can make sure all of our math is correct there. But let's see.
I would just let him know he didn't add the lore from Lilo.
Yeah, he's just forgetting the last bit of lore there. Unless I'm blind. Happens, but I don't think so. I don't think he did anything else with that Lilo. So Wesley's thinking. He's in the think tank here. He's trying to figure out what his best thing is. He knows that he can banish a couple different characters. How does he want to best do it? There we go. We let him know. We're up to 18. I think Wesley was going to banish those characters anyways, but it's still important. We want to keep the competitive spirit, as I've been
Of
saying all
course,
day, the
of
competitive
course.
integrity, and make sure that Wesley's able to make the best possible options. And he only does that by knowing what the lore
What
actually
the
is.
actual total is, yeah.
So great, awesome. Thank you, production. Running, zooming over there. Shout out to production, putting in so much work here. All right, so we get that Daisy off the board. Then we get the Lilo off the board. Now what do? Maui Half Shark, not half bad.
Not half bad at all. Especially if he's able to get his hands on a Pirate's Life, which really just kind of,
Oh yeah, just chain him.
this creates a weird situation where, does Will want to squeak in one lore and then open up the challenge for Maui Half Shark, or I think he just holds here.
Yeah, it's
He
interesting.
saw the hand. He saw he doesn't have anything. He can wait a turn and then quest for 2.
Yeah.
And that even more impacts.
Ooh.
What the half shark,
Wait.
what the half shark does is he also stops you from Liloing.
Yes, he does.
But he's just going for it. I don't think he.
Well, because he has no actions in the discard, so the
Sure.
only action he's going to be able to get back is the Ohana Means Family, which means that he's going to have to pay 3 of his ink for it. And right now, Will's up to 19. So, funnily enough, even those 2 Ursula Deceivers off the top, not necessarily what you want to see, it might just be enough.
It might be enough.
I mean, what do you do here, right? Because like, do you draw with the Webbies? Do you draw with the
Well, his removal is limited to what? Just the
Horseman?
Just the Horseman, or
Maybe Fire. I don't think he plays Firefly Swarm. Is that in the deck
I'm
there?
not seeing it.
So we start by healing with Ohana Means Family. We're gonna draw 1, 2, 3. I see, because if we had the Horseman, we could ink 1 time to be able to play another Horseman, but we don't find it. So he gave himself his best chance. I'm
He
trying
might
to
still
think.
have outs here. If he challenges in with Horseman, it would go to the graveyard, or excuse me, go to the discard.
Go to the discard pile.
And then if he had the rewrite history,
Yes,
he could
or
get it
rewrite
back.
history.
He could sing it.
And the Dellas can also draw him a card deeper, and he does have a Singer. He has multiple Singers available for the Dellas.
But he has to keep the 5 ink is the problem. So he has to have options that aren't costing him anything.
Well, he can sing the Dellas, right? So he can sing it and still
sing
be
Dellas,
able.
excuse
Yeah.
Excuse me.
He can sing Dellas and still have an ink to boot. So yeah, we're trying to figure it out. I think it's definitely a Dellas for sure, and then it's another Diary, a Scrooge McDuck, and a
Ariel.
Yeah. So
I think he has to sing.
has to sing Dellas, yeah.
With Sisu. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I was gonna say, he could have. Well, you're right though. That still depends on the or rewrite history. Did he get it? I don't think so. Oh, he didn't get it. What do we have in hand though? If he's gonna do the paying, what's it gonna be? Can we do it off of the back of an Ursula Deceiver? Oh no, we're gonna do it again. No, but what are we looking for?
It's not an option. He's just
looking.
He's just.
He got Trials and Tribulations, maybe. I think he might have added a Trials and Tribulations to it. I can't quite. Yeah, he did. So we didn't find it. We did not find it. Oh, he's the writing's on the wall. But
Here's what I think should have happened. Maybe.
Yeah.
So he Delazed, right?
Yep.
I think he should have challenged the 1 Ursula with his shark got the Della's back and won again.
And kept digging for it. Hard to
Yeah,
see it when you're in it. Congratulations
sure.
to Will
Great
coming
job,
out
Will.
as the winner in this top 8 matchup against Wesley. The dogs are on top. Maybe they never left.
They dogs is just tough.
Yeah. It is tough to pilot. You saw
Oh,
the the methodical plays that Will was making. I think he piloted it like expertly.
that is just different, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, really, really good there from Will. Congratulations to him. That is the conclusion of that top 8 match. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have top 4 and then the finals. And we are playing for a sweet, sweet, sweet champion.
Were you able to show that to them?
Playmat. Yeah, we did. We did see it.
Excellent.
Yeah, it was nice,
Yeah.
foiled
A
out.
huge shout out, and I'm sure you guys already gave credit, but one of the employees here, Tristan, is just an excellent artist.
Yeah, and it looked great. And shout out to Matified as well, helping us out and getting that foiled. You guys also raffled one out.
We raffled one out, yeah.
Yeah. So super interesting. I mean, we have some time. We're gonna go to top 4 next. Before we throw it to a quick break, I want to give you, and we're gonna have you back in the booth again. But I want to give you another opportunity just to let people know what we're doing here at Versus, the good moves that you're trying to make in the community. Maybe even shout out the local. I know they're doing both Infinity and Core. Talk to us for the people at home who might be wanting to come by.
We recently made an they made an adjustment here, which I think is huge. You know, the player base said that, hey, we've got this big DLC coming up that's Infinity.
Yeah.
Can we start doing Infinity? And Versus didn't just say, yeah, let's do that. They said, okay, well, we're going to add a night. So people that enjoy Core can keep playing Core, and those that like Infinity can go to that. And now you have 2 nights to play here, which I think is amazing.
Yeah.
And you know, I can't, biggest shout out in the world to Raph here at Versus, because his prize support for even locals is just the most competitive thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
For $11 per person, he puts 3 packs into the prize pool.
For
Now,
each person that
for
enters.
each person,
Crazy.
3 packs for $11. You tell me anywhere else where you can get that. You just can't.
Yeah.
And all for the sake of just building the community and get people out to play so that we can have these big events. I mean, it's not from a stance of, you know, trying to line pockets. I mean, he's just doing it all
3
for the
packs for
players.
11. Yeah.
And as you mentioned about me, I'm all about on the player side of the equation. And I don't miss an event when you know the ROI, you know, where you know, where your money in and your prize out is just so good.
Yeah.
I personally think you're crazy to miss it.
And that is what, Monday and
so Mondays here on Versus, we're switching it to Infinity at 7. And then the night that we're adding is Tuesday, which will now be our Core night.
there you go.
So
Monday night for Infinity. Get ready for DLC Indianapolis. 3 packs entered to the prize pool per person for only $11. Come on, you can't get that anywhere else. Tuesdays, like we said, if you're a Core enjoyer, like we're doing today, Color keeps mentioning it. The set championships are coming up. That's something to play
for. Alarming late. Have you ever seen set champs?
Goodness.
I feel like we just got the set, and I think like next week they're going to start it.
Yeah, it's something crazy, you know. So plenty of reasons to play Core, plenty of reasons to play Infinity, and at Versus, we don't think you have to choose. So once again, before we kick it to a break, thank you to everybody for being here.
Thank you.
Hanging with the stream. The support helps more than you know to keep these events continuing to run. Thank you to people like yourself, Patrick, for advocating for both the players and TOs, being able to find that balance of something that is sustainable for both long term and helping to cultivate the Lorcana community. We're going to throw
so
it to
much
a quick
fun,
break,
you know, like
we love it. We love it. We're here in the booth. We're having fun. Don't go anywhere. We've got top 4 and top 8 coming very, very soon.
Hey, and we are back. I am ColorIsLaw, and this is Patrick, and this is actually my first time casting with you, so I'm pretty excited. You and Willow rocked it last round.
Oh, stop.
At our top 8, and we're straight into it here in our top 4 of our Core constructed here at Versus games. These playbats change every single time now. I'm loving it. Sorry, I always get distracted by the playbats. That's I'm like, we could talk about the rounds, we could talk about the decks, but look at the swag. Oh, that was actually foiled out. Look at that.
Yeah, I believe we have someone local that does it for some of the pre-made Disney Lorcana playmats. They then go and add the foil after the fact. It's pretty common around here.
We love that. We like things shiny here in Florida.
Sure. And so talking about these two are best friends and I
Are
believe
they
testing
really?
partners. Yeah, so Ben and Akaika, this will be interesting. They definitely know each other's probably decks inside and out.
Oh, that's so funny.
So this will probably be reminiscent of them testing probably at the kitchen table last night because I know they prepped for this. So
This is one of my favorite plot lines in a TCG. It was like,
yeah,
all right, they probably rode
yeah,
together, bro. If you beat me in
exactly.
top
Oh, the
4,
last thing I want is to sit around and watch you play finals.
I know, right? Yeah, it's like, man, oh man. But I guess it's like if you guys get out of the Swiss and you knock each other out in top, then it's probably okay.
The
But
best
you've
case
knocked me out of
scenario.
contention for top 8, and then I have to wait around and then wait for the ride home. Hopefully, we're not doing that. As we've seen this deck before, this is Amber and Amethyst. We see the Willow of the Wisp come down. We haven't
Kind of
seen
like a
this.
zombie too, you know, like kind of. I mean, it comes back to your hand.
It could be.
Similar.
We ink a Mowgli, and we do get to play that Angel Siren Singer here. The experiment 624.
Underdog.
There's I was like, there's a million angels in this thing, but that is an underdog as we just go double ones on 2. What
He's
are we
just
doing?
Getting them out there, getting that board presence. And I really like this Luisa. I mean, so a lot of people are kind of on the fence on whether we play Luisa or we play Rafiki, but this Luisa just complements your Dale so much better, I think.
Yeah,
And I think a
absolutely.
lot of people are changing over to this, and she's a great card. She's a tough one. Tough gal.
Absolutely. Got a lot of willpower on her in comparison to that Rafiki. And again, when we're working with our 1-drops, our 1 willpower difference is huge. But now I think we haven't seen this on stream yet today. As I see the deck list, you see the deck list, but this is our Amber and Steel. We haven't
And-
seen this yet as the Troubadour comes down.
And no song there for Angel to sing, which is, or maybe he does have one, and he's just maybe he's waiting. He's waiting for probably a big Akud turn next. And with we talk
Well,
about the difference between
Yep.
oh,
That's
gonna
a
see
Mowgli
now.
coming on down, being able to snipe out the only thing in hand, and
The
you were
only
correct.
song.
It was the Akud. It does say you can choose, but hey, if you only got one,
Yeah,
then you
not
only.
much choices.
This deck is beautiful, but like, oops, all epics. What are we doing here? Is this a fully max rarity deck, or are we just
He likes his. You mentioned that we like our shinies here in
Okay,
Florida,
all
so
right.
he's definitely vibing with that. It looks like, did he draw another Cood?
He did. He rips an Akud off the top. Never didn't have it. Go ahead, draw a card. Get a cost of 2 reduction on our next character, and that is a Chief Powhatan in hand. We will be able to ink and play that this turn if we so choose, but we're going to ink.
I think we're going for that Stitch.
Yeah,
We
that's a
wanna draw
better
some
5
cards.
cost. That is a better 5 cost. Now, we do need to have at least 2 characters on the board for that Carefree Snowboarder to quest and be able to draw a card. But we got plenty of cards in hand. I think we will be fine. Oh, that's a Willow Dock. That's actually pretty good.
That's pretty good. That's exactly what we want. Because next turn he's going to be able to quite literally play all of those.
Oh, Library coming down here. Now, Library plus the Will-O-the-Wisp has quickly become one of my new favorite strategies to employ here in this Wilds Unknown new meta.
I'm just seeing if I know that Kaika's list plays Raging Storm, but I was seeing if Ben's does, and I don't think.
Well, it'll be something
does.
that will surprise a Kaika out of this world if he does, because typically these Amber and Steel decks don't employ the Raging Storm as
Correct,
well.
correct.
Now we do see the Sonic Warrior on the mat. Is it in the deck? How Steel Song are we going to be? Is the question here.
I'm thinking he's going to play quite a bit of characters to board here. Probably draw with Doc. And then we're going to see a quest from Stitch, potentially. And then, ideally, maybe get a song that we can sing Troubadour off of Stitch's draw or from Doc's draw here.
I think
probably
I would
be
want to just
ideal.
empty our hand, definitely, and
Yeah.
then quest after we dock,
Correct,
because that
correct,
would
correct.
be the best. That way I get to keep 3 cards instead, but we don't have enough ink to
Yeah, I
do
think we're going to see an
all
ink on
of
the
that.
Troub and
Yep.
then Doc.
Look at
Perfect.
that. Just like you drew it up, now you quest with Stitch, draw another card, and you end your turn with way too many cards in hand for Amber Steel to legally do. No, I'm just kidding. It is fine. It's fine. I don't like it, but it's definitely fine. As we go ahead
Get
and
some
quest.
more cards.
You shouldn't be able to draw this many cards with us. Oh man, this is an infinity. Get these cards out of here. I do also have quite a bit of bias to the Amber Steel strategy. I know Steel Song is a fan favorite, and we've only seen it once here today, but man, when it does its thing, look what it's doing.
It's hard to stop.
As we do go ahead and take out the Troubadour, and he throws hands. Truby doesn't normally do that, but we do get a card off of that
Bonk Luis
library.
on the head with that guitar. He's
As we do be able
Now,
to draw a card.
Luisa was in the library, correct?
Correct, so
he
we
was
did-
able to draw there. Interesting.
Absolutely. Yeah, we did say that, hey, listen, I don't really want you challenging in with that Louisa. I guess I can give you a card because it
You're gonna draw
notably
either way here.
you're drawing either way, but here's the deal. Oh, never
Uh-oh.
mind. I was about to mention the strength and power of these cards, but listen, the Will o' the Wisp, that oh my gosh, that is now a 3/3. So we are going to move that one over to the library, challenge in both of our Will o' the Wisp going into our hand and then into the discard
And then
and
he
then
drew
drawing
off
us
the
a card.
library.
Yeah, I was about to say lots of stuff going on there. Now, this Dale is a powerhouse. If anything, though, if any deck can handle it, I think it would be Ruby is really good at getting rid of Dale, and also being able to sing Strength of a Raging Fire
Sure.
is also very good with Dale. So if we see a song, which I think we do have one in hand, and another doc, because of course, oh my god,
Why not?
no!
Docs get more docs.
Except for Doc always ends up 86 docs in my hand. However, we do see potentially, I think that is an Akud. It might not be a strength, but if we are able to, we might be able to empty our hand and then dock again. Oh, that's actually gross. Taking a little bit of time to sit here and think about it too, because again, that becomes a little bit weird. We have the 2 cost reduction from
Yeah.
having 2 Willows in play, so that could be a free character. That could be a 5 cost character because of course it is. And
Double
then
Willow.
absolutely double Willow giving
Didn't
us
even
this
need a
cost.
cood.
Not even, not yet. Not yet. We don't. Oh, so I think maybe we are trying to hang on to our singer. Maybe we ink and play Doc just to see if we can rip a Strength of Raging Fire off the top because, again, that Dale is going to be problems coming in for us here. So maybe not valuing the Akud, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to try to find that strength. Did we get it?
Nope, looks like a chief. Oh,
It's a Thunderbolt, though. That's
just
4
as good.
damage.
That's what we want.
Oh. Expertly played by Benjamin there, making sure that he dug for the answers, making sure he recognized that Dale is a threat. Like you said, these players play together all the time. He's like, bro, you can't have that card. That's the best card in your
That's
deck.
too good. And you know, I noticed Ben's keeping his Willows back. Says those are too valuable for my gameplay. I don't think, you know, putting any damage on your library is worth it. You can keep getting that lore per turn. I'm just gonna build up my army.
Absolutely. Going wide in this deck is a little scary though, because I mean,
Extremely.
hey, we are at 9 lore. Are going to need to do something about that library because coming in at that 8 ink turn is going to be an actual board wipe. So we are saying, hey, you didn't exert that. So let me just go ahead, play that Elsa Fifth Spirit, come on in, take out that Willow, take out some of that, the resources that you have that you're playing, you're doing too much. You're doing too much and I
Let's
don't
slow
like
you
it.
down. Let's make that strength of the fire when you get it, because it's coming. Let's make it a little less powerful, and let's try and manage how big of a board you're building over there.
Absolutely. I mean, it does look as though we have our 86th Akud in our hand, but we will go ahead quest with the Stitch to see if we can draw into that Strength of Raging Fire. It's coming. We did get the Thunderbolt, so we know that the deck can do the thing that we would love it to do. As we see a Chief Powhatan, I think, is there as well. Here we go as Akud. And off the top is a Mowgli. Now, that's kind of good, kind of bad. I don't know how many cards in hand we have on Akaika's side.
I don't even know what songs are. I guess maybe we can get.
You could get libraries, you could get all kinds of other
libraries.
things.
We're learning about Raging Storm eventually.
Oh, now did we pay for it? Yes, we did. Let's go.
Oh, got that Raging Storm we're talking about.
Wow, exactly when we needed it to. It was a couple turns off, but at the same time, let's just get it out of your hand for good measure because we were definitely playing up to kind of what Will was mentioning before was that he's like, yeah, dude, I got it. He's like, you want my Dumbo too? You can't have it. Look at that. I mean, you said they were good friends, and it definitely shows.
Clearly. It does look, though, like on a Kaika's turn, though, he will be able to potentially draw a card with that Dumbo he plays off his Elsa. So
Interesting. Now we're feeling a little bit more safe because we did get the Raging Sword out of your hand. So you don't only have the Dumbo. So please don't rip that off your hand, on top of your deck, which is entirely possible, less probable. But at the same time, we went for a full quest because Akaika's at 11 and Benjamin now is at 5.
correct. And I think a lot of that confidence comes from that big old chief sitting out front saying, not today, not my tribe, you know?
He absolutely did kind of sneak that giant Chief Powhatan out there, which is a 5/5 with Bodyguard, which seems to be pretty good, turns out.
He's a pacifist, though.
He is. He cannot challenge, but he can protect all of your little darlings here. as we see everything questing off and making sure that we're just kind of keeping up on lore. Again, hopefully we can draw into a Raging Storm. It would be hilarious. We just kind of maybe spin this turn, moving everything to the library.
Yep.
I kind of love that. That is my favorite thing to do. Move everything to the
Correct.
library and then be
Make a
prepared.
choice. Yep.
Yeah. So either you can take out my library or, I wipe my own board and draw my deck. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But this is a lot of lore on the board.
I think either way, because of the state of Benjamin's board, is if he makes that decision, he's taking a huge lore turn off. I mean, he's having to choose between taking out that library or getting 4 to 5 lore, if not more. So it definitely creates a weird paradigm where Benjamin, does he want to take out that library? Is he overvaluing that potential combo between the Raging Storm and the library? Or is he saying, you know what, I'm ahead on board. Let's race. Let's see.
Yeah, I think at this point I would really love to be able to refill my hand a little bit, get a little bit more card advantage going because if, we are a little bit more safe here because we took that one Raging Storm, but at the same time, I want a game plan that is going to help me if your deck is nicer to you than my deck is to me.
Correct.
So again, I don't know if I would worry about, we are going to just commit more to the board and say, hey, you ain't got it. And we will go ahead boost potentially having a song right there, the Thunderbolt taking away that card advantage. Dumbo gone, drawing a card for the Aerial Ethereal Voice. So I do like that. We are putting some things on the board that are really going to impact us if you don't have it. And if you do have it, at least I drew a little bit deeper into my deck.
And I think with them, we mentioned friends, they know each other, potentially know each other's list. We see here that Akaika's only on 2 Raging Storm.
Oh.
I got one of them.
Yep.
You've got, what, 40-something cards left?
True.
I'm going to roll the dice on this. I don't think you've got that second one.
You ain't got it like that, said Benjamin. And he might not. Now, oh my God, what was that? Stop
it. Was yellow, I think.
I know it was an amber card. I'm like, wait, hold up. But we even have...
He does have options here, though, because he's got stuff in the library. Your
Oh,
opponent does have things
true.
exerted. We could see some kamikaze action here just to draw some cards.
And then do we ink it? And then we're digging. We're digging for it. I don't know if we found it. We didn't find it. So that's all right there. We're going to go ahead and scoop it up. Listen, hey, you said they know each other. They know their decks. And we are here in the top 4 match. And they said, let's not even worry about it. Let's just go next. You've done a whole thing over there. I'm over it.
I think I even heard him talking about planning for dinner after this. So they're just trying to get to it, so.
Absolutely. The dinner afterwards is really where it's at. We're playing for
sure.
the mat right now. We're playing for the 6K situation. We know that it's important, but at the same time, if we're friends, I'm opening those packs with you. And I swear to God, if you open a buzz, I will be upset. I'll be upset, actually.
I've seen people open such good stuff from this.
I know.
I mean, the drop rates are insane, it seems. That, I wish I was as lucky from what I've seen, so it's...
Oh, no, yeah, my luck is abysmal. But I did get a box, and I think it did have 7 legendaries and then 3 epics in it, which is crazy to say that my luck was abysmal because, that's just standard, it seems, for Wilds Unknown.
Sure.
That feels like... That
seems below average, but if that was any other
I know,
set,
exactly.
you'd be like,
I'd be like, I'm a god. Yeah. But yeah, I'm like, oh man. And my friends are like, oh man, I opened 2 Milo enchanteds, or I opened 2. They're getting so many enchanteds that they're getting duplicates of enchanteds that they have already opened. And I'm like, yep, I got the Buzz Epic one time.
Yeah, it was shiny.
Yeah. It is really pretty though. But I was actually opening packs with Humble. And I was like, oh, I got the Buzz. And he looked up and I was like, oh, it's the Epic. My bad.
One.
I yelled really loud because the floor is low for me and my luck, but the Buzz is exciting. So, apparently, yeah, you can't yell that in Wilds Unknown that you opened a Buzz because, people assume that you just struck gold there with with one of the prettiest.
Buzz.
Oh, God, I know. Oh, my gosh. So good. They really nailed it with that iconic.
I think the Merida is good. I mean, I'm kind of we love to do great art for our princesses in this game, don't we? I mean,
I like the detail on the strength and willpower, how her actually has that starburst stuff behind.
Really, I didn't look at that.
Yeah, the Buzz doesn't actually have it, and the uninkable symbol actually has the starburst as well on it. So there's a little bit more detail in the Merida than there is the Buzz that I just kind of thought really complemented the card very well. As we off to the races here, let's see what you got, man. How many things am I going to make you discard? As we have quite a few options.
Looks like double what is it? Thunderbolt or
Oh, that's
Strength?
Strength of Raging Fire and Thunderbolt as well. I thought our max rarity deck. All right, take it down a notch. Woo, that he does like his shiny
But
things.
once again, Ben getting, he's on the draw, but he keeps getting to do that underdog that was a huge, kind of a, evener, if you will, for going second. And that's an amazing card to play on turn one.
As if Amber Steel needed any other ways to just
Yeah.
close that play draw disparity. You guys are already singing and getting so much value that off of playing songs for essentially free with the cost of exertion. But at the same time, listen, hey, it's not max rarity. I see you. That's not enchanted. I called it max rarity, but I was wrong.
It's funny because there was enough complaints about the old one-drop Cinderella, and then they essentially made her slightly better with the underdog ability. Instead of her being a 1/2, she's a 2/2 and an alien.
The thing is, we don't have Let the Storm Rage On in this format, and I thank every
That's fair.
Disney Lorcana god there is for that exact thing, because being able to play a turn 1 Cindy and then just singing Let the Storm Rage On whatever one drop is like a Strength of Raging Fire is fine. You can have that. You're not really going to be playing a 1/1 into my Angel, and I don't mind. But at the same time, Let the Storm Rage On is brutal. It's like 2 damage and I draw a card.
And did you see the double Mowgli there from Akaika? He says, "I know you like songs. Let's try and remove those early." With the first one, he was able to see that there's enough in there that you're not going to be able to get rid of them before I play this next one. So let's get full value and start removing those options. So now Ben is only down to I'm terrible. Is that a Thunderbolt?
Yep, there's a Thunderbolt in hand as well as a Willow, and then I think a Carefree Surfer as well. So his entire game plan seems to be a little bit dismantled there.
2 discards.
Yep.
That's big.
Oh, that is very, very big, especially since we do not see a dock in hand, but they're never that far behind, as we do play the Willow here, being able to just pass our turn because you have dismantled our hand, and there's nothing on the board that I would think is super Thunderboltable at this point. I think we are really just trying to get to the point where we can play this Carefree Snowboarder out, as we do go for the library. We gained so much advantage last game on that library that we've gone exceedingly wide, and that's the perfect thing to do with our characters. It's just, let them go read books. Yep.
He's going to load it up.
Kind of deciding, hey, let's just full quest while we're at it, because, hey, the library is going to be ticking up. These Mowglis and Willows and everything else, you have so many things that you're going to now have to decide. Let's let you shake it out, right?
I do think that if I was going to quest Willow there, I would have put the Willow in the library, I think that's definitely going to be public enemy number 1, and I don't think Benjamin can resist taking out that Willow, and I'd like to see a draw off that, so...
It's definitely a lot more difficult to take out the Louisa, but you are not going to take any damage back. And those characters do not do well. They're not really great at challenging, as we've all known, as we did actually rip the Akut off the top of our deck because we never didn't have it. Let's go. Seeing that, drawing a card, and being able to play that Carefree Snowboarder out that I wasn't expecting to see for a couple more turns.
No, not at all.
Oh, just kidding. We still had a Strength of Raging Fire in hand. I don't know what, so did we draw the strength off of the Akut? Never didn't have it. That couldn't be me.
Card games for you.
It's not my luck, as we go see a Dumbo drawn off of that, but we do have the Dale. So now we decide which 4-drop is going to be more impactful. It is actually hard to tell. Probably the Dale, I would assume. But we do, ain't the Dumbo.
Dale lets you instantly challenge.
Yeah, you're right.
If you want to.
And we already have the card draw in the form of the library sitting there, which, listen, you're questing with that Stitch. You're not challenging my library.
There is a world where he plays Dale, maybe inks something. I'm not sure exactly what he's got in hand. Unfortunately, that may have to be Dumbo. Moves a Mowgli in, and then he utilizes that Mowgli to challenge that Angel. He's able to clear something off the board, and then draw a card as well.
Well, let's draw cards first, because you know what? We're gamers, but I guess you're probably right. We're going to have to...
Unfortunately, he won't be able to...
Yeah, you're right. Goodbye, Dumbo.
Yeah. Well, he might just be loading it up. So
let's double challenge. Okay, wait a minute. We're drawing two cards.
Drawing 2 cards.
Listen, he's thinking he's playing. We're playing Disney Lorcana. He's playing 3D chess. Look at that. He was like,
agree.
you know what? What if I just get 2 cards for this challenge? Being able to get a little bit more options
he wants to
into
get
my
value
hand.
on that library while he has it. So it makes sense.
I love to see it. Get that angel on out of here. And we got Noodle Arms, Troubadour, and Willow. You're not taking out that library alone. We are going to go ahead and quest here, opting to say, hey, I'm the aggro deck now.
Yep. Essentially putting bait on the hook, saying, "I know you want this Willow, but I want some cards. So
Absolutely.
let's make a deal. Let's almost get Hades."
And again, I mean, I've mentioned it, you've mentioned it. They do play together quite often. So, like that deal does become a little bit worse when your opponent knows that your entire deck is hinging off of that. So,
Correct.
Ikaika doing an amazing job of making sure that he's utilizing the cards in his deck without saying, "Hey, let me just slap a Dale and just say, hey, now all my cards are good." Oh, but this Mickey Expedition Leader is coming
Wow, I
out.
did not know that was in there. That is such a good card,
Oh
as we
my
saw with
goodness.
Will. I
Absolutely. Being able to reduce if that I mean that Willow's what, a -2 strength now, which is kind of fine. Actually, that does actually make a huge difference because it's a -2 strength because we quested out with the two characters giving it the -4 because if you do slam the Dale, it was going to challenge in as a
I don't think that
no, it
affects
doesn't
it because I
actually.
think Dale states that
It's just
when
willpower
you
alone.
challenge,
Yeah,
it's willpower, so it's completely irrelevant. So, eh,
it's still funny. We do play that Hades looking for a deal
and
and
looks
going
like he
ahead.
got the draw, so we like to see that.
And we did go ahead and choose that Stitch. And Benjamin said, you know what? This card's a little too good for me to be giving up. So you can draw your 2 cards. I don't care. I will make a deal with the Lord of the Dead here.
Inking Cheshire, that's never a card I want to go in my inkwell. It's just so good and really helps with these small, small willpower characters that Benjamin's going to be employing.
Absolutely. Yeah, as we see him, everybody's going to a library. We're just doing a library party. And I think if that's really what you want to do with it, I mean, that's what I want to do with that card. So going in, throwing everything on the library, saying, hey, if you're going to take this out, then I'm going to profit. I
And,
will profit unless you take out this library, which at this point you can't because Mickey is a 2/3 and Stitch is not enough as well. So we'll go ahead and just go for the quest to draw a card.
and Akaika's playing the game where he just needs to get to 8 ink so he can Raging Storm. And
Oh, yeah.
I think he wants to draw cards and essentially buy time. Maybe put out some characters, hoping that his lore lead incentivizes his opponent to do some challenges, let him draw some more cards, and not quest up himself and get, turn into a lore race. Kind of keep Benjamin in that seat of having to counter what Akaika's doing.
Absolutely. As we see the Willow coming down and the reduction onto the Mowgli. What do you got in your
Oh, this
hand, my
might be the
dude? It is the
Raging
Raging
Storm.
Storm. It's the second
But
Raging Storm.
there's 2 of them there.
No, no. Okay, well, he's like, hey, I'm just going to get rid of this guidebook. What if I just got rid of the guidebook, my dude? Oh my God, they're
Oh, I
both in
get
his
to
hand.
choose, right?
Yes, absolutely. Mowgli says your opponent reveals their hand and they choose a non character card of their choice
Yeah, I'm gonna
and put
choose
it into
this
this.
one.
Yeah, whatever, man. I'm drawing cards with this library.
Yeah.
I'll keep my 2 board wipes because, hey,
Your
if
board's
I
getting big over there.
yeah, it absolutely is. And I don't know what ink turn we're on. Thankfully, we don't have the black sleeves on the black mat like a diabolical TCG player, but it is definitely not our 8 ink turn if I
I
am
think he's on
correct.
6. He'll be able to ink up to
Yep.
7 here. So he definitely needs to create a board state where Benjamin is able to swing back for the win, which he currently can't do. But we definitely don't want to get it where he's super close. So I think we might see some challenges here.
Oh, yeah, definitely throwing in some challenges, maybe cleaning up the board just a little bit there to make sure that, yeah, like you said, we're not able to remove the library, first of all, and we're not also, try to make sure that we don't win the game as well. But Akaika is at 10 and Benjamin is at 11. So both okay, well, the Lumineers still keeping up in lore totals.
Yeah, I mean, basically dead even.
Yeah.
And the cool thing, obviously, with Akaika keeping that
Ooh.
library, he ticks up every turn. And so as long as he's able to prolong the life of that location, he's in a good spot.
And notably here, Okaika did wait till the very last second to play this Dale. That is an amazing situation where he did save that to make sure that it could come down when it was necessary. So now that Hades will be challenging it as a 4/4, our Willow's a 2/2, and the Will-O-Wisp is not nothing. That sucker's a 3/3 now. Trying to make some decisions here. I really want that Stitch out of here, but that is a 5 willpower character. But we are going to go ahead and take the damage into that to draw a card, potentially throwing the Grandmother Willow in there as well to draw a card, which I do love that. Get your card draw engine out of here while also drawing myself cards, which seems pretty
Hey, and I might
good.
put this Willow in here, who I get to just reuse infinitely.
Absolutely. I don't know if I would love to commit that much more to the board. I think I would just try to make sure that we ink here and have enough to get rid of this Raging Storm. I wanted, and I agree with this play because we have the Mowgli. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 challenging power over on the board. So this library is quite safe. And hey, let's put this Will-O-the-Wisp because listen. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is so good. This is why
So
Dale is
good.
horrifying as we challenge in with our 3/3 Will-O-the-Wisp.
That I played for one, that when it's
Yep.
banished into challenge, comes back to my hand. I
And
can
draws
just
me a
play
card
it
now.
again. It's just...
It is very, very strong. And seeing that we do have everything on the library, that Raging Storm is going to be hilarious next turn.
He may even be a situation where I mean, depending on what Benjamin plays to the board, I don't know. I mean,
I know the Dale is nice, right? Like we do have the Will-O-the-Wisp. If you do get rid of those, they're not coming back to your hand. You lose that advantage there. But again, we have the Thunderbolt
Okay.
coming in. So now we've lost our Dale.
we're definitely going to be Raging Storm
I'm
next
ripping
turn.
that cord off here as much as possible. But now, notably, Benjamin did hard play the Thunderbolt, which did save him the lore, being able to quest out and get even higher up in closer to that. But I think we just have was that a Willow in hand? That's not what you want to rebuild the board
I
with.
think Akaika added a lore for his library that turn. He should be at 12.
All
He was
right.
at 11 the previous turn.
Yep. As we do go ahead and ink that, now we will go ahead quest with our Will-O-the-Wisp. That was such a good
He should be
play.
at 13 now.
He actually did the coolest thing in the world there. Oh, the Akaika is like really manipulating this deck in an extremely proficient way. Throwing in the Will-O-the-Wisp to grab a card and draw the card off of that, put it back in your hand, ink the Will-O-the-Wisp, get the card advantage, then quest with the other Will-O-the-Wisp to Raging Storm and draw another card off of the library, completely clearing Benjamin's board. And now the lore totals are correct. We have Akaika at 13 and Benjamin here at 14 with 2 cards in hand.
And Benjamin knows that Akaika has another Raging Storm.
There's another one in hand.
And we're getting close where that one lore per turn with that library is so massive that he could just get across that finishing line with that one tick just by controlling the board. So
over the next 7 turns, I got you, my man. And this is, hey, we're in top 4. This is an untimed situation. Or close to it, pretty much. I don't know. It's either untimed or they give you like 100 minutes for a game. I don't know. Top 4 is wild, depending. I will have to check on that. But at the same time, we got time. That's basically what I'm trying to say here. That library can do so much work as we actually ink, and it was a Willow. Oh, no.
And he has no cards in hand.
He has no cards in hand. Now,
Oh
I
my
think we're having to
goodness.
ink up because we have things like Goliath in our deck. We have
Sure.
things like...
We're going to hope for something like that.
Exactly. We want to be able to play those high-costed characters that do exist in the deck, and the Willow will help us get there. But just kidding. Akaika said, what if I had a couple of Willows of my own to then play? Oh, my goodness. It hurts to see...
Oh my.
Watching Amethyst
Oh,
do all the
no.
things, inking the Demona, because I'm not giving you any cards. We'll just move this Willow on for funsies.
Don't
What
mind
has
me.
happened? Why is the board so wide?
And just like that, Akaika presented board.
Absolutely.
Game on the board.
Absolutely. This is exactly what you do. Going here in game 2. My goodness. Like, that's how you do it. If you're going to have locations and a board wipe in there, then absolutely. Let's play it proficiently. As we got some, like,
Good
onlookers.
game, Akaika. That's showing exactly his game plan came to fruition there. Essentially stacking up, utilizing the draw through the library, wiping the board when your opponent ran out of gas, didn't have their draw engine going, and then you drew after wiping the board, and they literally had a Willow in hand. I mean,
Yep, that's pretty much what we want to do. Run them out of resources because, again, Amber Steel sometimes has a little bit of trouble with that. Not always, but sometimes. And Akaika correctly assuming that we're not going to be able to rebuild the board. We saw a ton of Aku's early on. We saw a ton of cards that were your main card advantage. And it's like, hey, dude, I got this library here. I don't know if you know this, but I'm about to get the most value out of this thing that you've ever seen.
and it seems like Ben keeps opting to quest with whenever he establishes that Stitch snowboarder, he values that draw and that 2 lore more than putting 4 damage on that library. So maybe in their testing, he's learned that he wins more often than not by going that way instead of removing that library. So that'd be interesting to see, and I know for one, I'm gonna ask him about it afterwards because me, just from the old days of Ruby Amethyst of putting locations out and then board wiping,
Oh yeah.
I see locations.
Get
I
rid of them.
hyperfixate on
Yeah,
them.
yeah, get rid of them.
Probably overly so. That I don't want to get into that gameplay where you keep getting lore. All my
Characters are just
characters are
basically
just yeah.
fuel
I
for
play
this
them and you
library. Yep.
wipe them. It's just not the gameplay I want to walk into. So
Definitely not. And now that is kind of a problem too, right? Because notably, Amber Steel does have a little bit of a noodle arm situation where all their characters typically have 1 strength, 2 strength, and they're really
Yep.
relying heavily on the song based removal, which now you could start shipping into the library, but if you're doing that, then you're losing your ability to build up to have Strength of a Raging Fire be very impactful because again, that is a character based removal song as well. So you're kind of giving that up, but again, we saw Akaika attack really taking advantage of that weakness of the deck and saying, "Hey, I'm just
Exactly.
going to throw this library early and often."
Ben's meatiest character,
Is
Chief
the
Powhatan,
right?
but he's a pacifist.
He will not challenge.
He will not challenge. So he's a great wall, but as far as removing something on your opponent's side, he's not going to do it.
He doesn't like to take down those libraries as we see this Goliath probably destined for the Inkwell, but at the same time, he is a decent challenger. This is the first time we've seen him in this matchup, but if you're going to keep throwing libraries like that, maybe I need a
Maybe he should stick around
gargoyle.
in my hand for a
Yeah.
little bit, you know?
But again, we see a Dock, we see a Willow, and this high uninkable deck. We're not trying to get to that Goliath anytime soon.
Oh, I wonder if Akaika was able to get, I don't want to say lucky, but if he was able to plan out his mulligan to get those early Mowgli's that I think were huge in that last match. You know, double Mowgli getting 2 discards on your opponent is massive.
Ooh. Now
But a
we
Willow's
basically
good
set,
too.
yeah, I was going to say, we have the Willow here. We probably don't have a 1-drop to follow it up because it did kind of look like oh man, let's just put this down. But again, Benjamin does have a Willow on the board. That is not a singer. There's no, ability to go ahead and remove this Louisa, remove, like our Willow is now safe over here on Akaika's side. So at the same time, I think that was a safe play. It does look like we're doing a little bit more slow things here, especially if we do have to throw out a troubadour or something. We need a singer, essentially, is where I'm going with that. And hopefully, there we go. That's a pretty decent turn 3 play. Yeah. Shruby Tuesday, as it plays, we had the reduction from the first Willow to play our second Willow, from the reduction to our Troubadour, making this board wide, and Amber Steel doing Amber Steel things.
Now, Akaika has an option here where he could get an early Dale if he wanted to. He's on 3 ink. He's able to play out, but
it's an early Genie. We love card draw in our Amethyst players. We just can't help it. Our Illumineers are like, if I don't have a million cards in hand, yeah. It is like a brain worm that most TCG players have. I believe so. We saw cards like Gizmo Duck earlier that was like, if you have no cards in hand, you're like, well, then I'm banished inside.
Yeah, that doesn't sound.
This ability is really strong, but that means I have no cards in hand. Yeah. I ain't doing that. Lots of discipline there for those no cards in hand strategies.
See a Thunderbolt in hand though, and that's great with our Truby, especially with Genie hitting the board. So.
Absolutely. That's why you hold the Thunderbolt.
You're right.
You get that Genie out of there. Evasive characters are really difficult to deal with, notably with Amber Steel. But at the same time, hey, the Thunderbolt doing exactly 4 damage onto our 4 willpower Genie makes them a little bit easier to get rid of.
But with that said, do we think Akaika is, I don't want to say big brained here, but by
100%.
he's taken the Thunderbolt kind of out of his opponent's hand by baiting out the Genie. He got the value from Genie. He drew his card.
Absolutely.
And then that Dale comes next
I'm
turn
with you.
and gets to kind of establish the dominance.
Ooh.
And we played it.
We hard played the Akud there. We did not sing it.
But
drawing
we have 2
a card.
Willows, so he gets what, -4, -5 on this next play.
He gets -2. Wait, no, yeah, -4. Because he did have the characters already out there. So the -2 from the 2 Willows and then the -2 from the Akud will give him a free 4-cost character, but we will be able to ink a card for turn. So yeah, you are correct. We could go ahead and throw out a 5-cost character, but at the same
I
time,
see Thunderbolt and Doc. Does he have a 5-cost character?
he
I'm not
probably
sure.
doesn't. So if we ink the strength, I do believe. Oh, this is a bummer when you have the dock in hand, but you're like, I need
He was
literally
sending it.
anything
He was
else.
really hoping for that coup draw to be
I
that
think
answer.
so. I think so because that is a Mickey
He
Expedition
does have the
Leader in hand.
Mickey. So that's already free at this point, so we don't need the ink. And our other 2 cards being that Thunderbolt and that Strength. I think we might just see a Mickey play here and then potentially sing that Thunderbolt, or he could sing Strength and hold the Thunderbolt.
Yeah,
I don't know what we...
Well, no, we don't have. Okay, yeah, we do. I was like, where did it go? So yeah, you play the Mickey Expedition Leader for free, eating up the Akud and the Willow, which means you don't get that. But we are able to sing Strength of Raging Fire onto that. And this is kind of the thing too. We are doing big brain plays here. We're basically saying, hey, you baited out my 1 removal song, but I need to keep my other removal song for this Dale. And like I said, as soon as you said it, I was like, ooh, I see the plot. I see what we're
And then he's
doing.
got that Doc from when he empties next turn. Hopefully we still have our... Hopefully our Truby survives, because then that lets us sing it. So.
Absolutely. Well, now Mickey is a 4-cost character, so we are able to.
Oh.
Nope, he's a 3-cost character.
Nope, 4. You're right.
All right, I was about to say Mickey. We are able to
was thinking
sing
it
the
was 3.
Thunderbolt with the. That card would be disgusting. Don't put that evil on us. Hold. He's got a cost 4 with that ability.
So he opted to have it come into play exerted, but he didn't quest. So that's interesting.
I think potentially here trying to get you to say, hey, listen, maybe if you challenge in, you have to challenge in with Louisa and your Willow to get rid of the Mickey. And then that would make some unfavorable trades here, and you could just go ahead and, yeah. So, I mean, making sure, but that does seem, he's showing a little bit of distress over there, so maybe he was like, hey, I shouldn't have done that exerted, but we are a little bit too far into it, as we do get an inkable card, which I'm assuming goes directly into the inkwell. Truby's going to sing that Thunderbolt onto this evasive Elsa. We'll go ahead, and actually, we're just going to play him because Chief Powhatan's a real good card.
Okay.
He is a 3-cost 5/5. I mean, hey, listen, the fact that he doesn't challenge is sort of fine when you're having to challenge into this bodyguard.
You like to just kind of autopilot. Yeah, I'm gonna quest.
Yeah. That is a nice hybrid between the Steel Song of old and now this more aggressive deck. And there's the Dale holding it back, baiting out the 2 pieces of removal, making sure that everything that we have in our hand has been utilized to where our Dale is now safe. And this is incredible. Akaika is already deciding that, hey, listen, I know that Dale is powerful, but I also know that there are a ton of answers for this Dale. How do I make sure that I keep him as safe as possible? As we see the Lilo Escape Artist into the dock, coming on down, getting that reduction from the Willow for the first one, and then the dock coming down for 2 ink as
He's got
well.
another Doc in hand.
Let's see the docks come.
That's Doc Mowgli?
Yep. Doc Goose. I hate it here. I'm fine. It's fine. I'm happy for Benjamin. I get 3 docks in my opening hand. Benjamin gets them perfectly spaced.
Now, I think the key thing, whether it's lesson learned, but timing our Mowgli, we want to wait till our opponent's at 6 or 7 ink, and that's when I think a Mowgli is perfectly timed, just to make sure we get that Raging Storm if Akaika ends up going down that gameplay route.
Absolutely. Making sure that we just kind of take that out of your hand. Again, I think it is so huge that we do know that there are only 2 in the deck. That made a huge difference the first game. The second game, we kind of Mowgli'd and saw like, oops, all non-characters. Yeah, like,
and I'm gonna get rid of my my diary or guidebook. Excuse me.
The Junior Woodchuck's guidebook went right into the inkwell. We already had a source of card draw there, so being able to keep the 2 Raging Storms means that, like, hey, yeah, I've got it for you, and then I've got it for later.
Yeah.
Now, we are doing a little bit of math here. Truby sitting here. Maybe we're singing, maybe we're dancing. What I have no idea if we're just going to try to get some lore or just go ahead and finish off this Louisa because she is now a 3/3. But Troubadour has resist +1.
That he does.
So he will take the 2 damage back. Is it worth it? It seems to be worth it. These players, I love how well, like we've been saying it all day, these decks are new, these cards are new, but it seems as though these players have done enough testing to where they're actually accurately playing with these cards.
Correct.
And I do enjoy that. I mean, of course, I love the beginning of a meta, but I also love when everybody's playing their cards correctly.
And maybe I'm crazy here, but I just always feel like Chiefs I'm questing every turn with him. To keep him upright, it just seems like an interesting call. Maybe he's saving for singing potentially, or I just don't know what on from a Kaika's side he'd be hesitant of.
Now we do see that. Well, that's actually kind of funny because now you've thrown the Demona and it does have our chief, but we're not doing anything here. We're just going to go ahead and pass the turn after getting the Demona on the board. Now we've seen quite a bit of removal coming in. We see an Angel Experiment 64 in their hand, being able to play that. Now don't discard the Mowgli. You're going to need that. Discarding the Duck of all things, being able to do 2 damage to that Dale. Now, what are we throwing
Oh,
into it?
there's another dock in his hand. That's what's
Oh, the docketing as it happens. Okay, so Doc's not perfectly spaced, but hey, that's 3. So we are going to be able to, I don't know, maybe I'm throwing that Lilo in there, but at the same time, I kind of want the lore. All right, it's the Doc.
it's the dock.
I was like, I'll get the Lilo back, but I'm like, no, I don't. I don't want that. I don't need that Doc. He doesn't have 2 lore. We're just going to go on a
Putting up the
super
chief
quest.
wall.
Yep. And that's going to be really good to refill our hand with that Angel's ability where she can throw some snowballs, being able to say, hey, listen, if I discard this card, it becomes a Fire the Cannons. Now, it's not going to be very good into a Demona here, but we'll figure it out. Oh, 5 damage, not 6. As the Chief Powhatan is a 5/5.
Huge value there.
Yep, we're going to be able to boost our Cheshire Cat and take some of that damage off to go ahead and take out your Willow. Look, this board is looking a little worse for wear.
And what's huge there is that puts Demona out of Angel's range with her snowball.
Ew. That was my professional commentary on that.
Oh, yeah, no, that
Yeah.
was excellent.
Yeah.
I think that encompassed feeling, emotion, everything that we needed.
Oh, man. But again, we do have the option. We can throw our Lilo into
And
that
then throw a
Demona, and
snowball.
then we'll be able to. But now, again, that is kind of the same thing. I know that Lilo wants to be questing, but at the same time, she comes back. And so throwing her in for the greater good, I think, might be here. But we have an Akut, so we'll go ahead, play that, draw a card, and see what we can do shenanigans-wise.
What I think is shocking is Ben's still on 3 ink here.
Is it shocking or is it disgusting?
A bit of both, I guess. He's on the wire here. He's had to keep just deploying things, utilizing different methods, whether it's Willow or Akud to get his stuff out there. But
What do we got in our hand? It's 2 things that you don't want to see. A way to refill our hands and a way to make our board real spiky, real aggressive. Deal with the spike suit is actually crazy flavor. Like, that's wild. He's just putting on spiky acorns and then like unleashing arms, making everybody like go call the battle. But
there's another card in this set where Chip is like loading him into a catapult while he's all armored up.
I
It's
missed
neat.
that entirely.
I'd have to see what card it is, but it's definitely super cool. that
Let's
they
go. We did battle Lilo. Sorry.
Yeah, no, of course, and they definitely established that this set on this wild island or wherever they are, that Chip brought his armor and everything he's doing, he's wearing that.
Battle ready Chip and Dale, which is hilarious because again, that card also gets Dale back as well. So like it's ridiculous. You're like, hey, I could just have 8 Dales in my deck if I put these chips in there, but we're not doing that. That's a crazy amount of Chip and Dale strategy. But hey, Horseman Strikes.
Just to draw a card.
Do you have to choose your own genie? No, you don't. That'd be hilarious. It does say May. It says May. I was like, if it doesn't say May, you have to choose your own genie. That card would be terrible, but it doesn't. We're good, guys. Everything is fine, but we did employ that Angel's ability to get rid of that Demona there.
I think Akaika hit his sweet spot, though. He's at 8 ink now. So,
Oh, dear.
But based on Benjamin's board, I don't think we're really worried about him going super wide right now. I mean, he's kind of fighting to stay in it.
I do see we are flipping some cards around. I'm not sure what card draw we have. We are deciding, hey, do we want to get this Willow out of the discard? But again, like you said, we are functioning on 3 ink. So if we get this Lilo out of the discard, it is going to be, 2/3 of the ink that we have available to us, and we'll be able to ink for turn. But listen, we're not. We're just going to play in the Nani. We're going to look at the top 4 cards of our deck and put a 2 cost or lower into our hand, which at this point in the game sometimes sends the best cards in your deck
To the
the bottom. Yeah, and you're like, sick, I guess I'll grab this Willow or
great,
whatever.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Nani. Why?
We put it in our hand. If I do,
Yep.
okay.
Whew.
Akaika was like, please, dude, don't do this to me. Not on stream, man.
Akaika Mark was about to sprint out there again. You saw him?
I saw
He
it.
was
I saw
rustling
it.
his
He was like,
seat. I was
bruh,
worried.
no.
Thank goodness.
He's like, I don't play a lot of Disney Lorcana, but I know that was
Dude.
crazy. Nani just got broken, you guys. No, I'm just kidding. But hey, listen, we're all on it here. We are going to go ahead play the Elsa. Oh my God, I can never say it. You go for it.
Angel? No,
Elsa.
Elsa.
Elsa Fifth Spirit. It's a long day, y'all.
We're going to tap it down.
Exert this genie, have it in, go in. Everybody doing some challenging, moving some stuff back, and making me wonder how we got here. But at the same time,
I believe in that.
oh
I was
fire
confused as well.
Yeah.
Elsa challenged into the Angel, and then we utilized Cheshire Cat
Got
to
it.
move onto that Angel. I was curious if the same thing. Because I would have thought Cheshire Cat challenges in
Fast
there.
hands, fast hands.
He's quick.
As we do sit here and wonder how we got into this mess. And I think your first thing was registering Amber Steel. I'm kidding. I just have an age-old feud with this deck because I was always this Ruby Sapphire player, which obviously I'm favored, but at the same time, stop it. You know? And now it's just a very relentless deck. It's doing super powerful things, which is crazy to see kind of being on the back foot here against this Amber and Amethyst strategy where this deck has seemed very, very strong, but I didn't think it was this strong.
Yeah, and Ben's in a weird spot here. I don't think there's an evasive character in his deck. So if he doesn't find, these powerful song cards to remove these evasives, Akaika is just going to keep questing, keep going on quests, keep racking up that lore.
Yeah, opting, we said that Hades looking for a deal coming on down and opting to say, hey, listen, I'm going to go ahead and let you draw 2 cards. This Willow is too important to me because, listen, I don't know if you've noticed, the casters have noticed, but I've only got 3 ink and this Willow is
And I'm not putting any more down, by the way.
No, it's real important for me to get to where I need to be as we are going to go ahead and pay 1 to grab this Lilo out of the discard. You've only got the 1, unfortunately, but it's okay because you get the discount from your Willow. So Willow, Lilo, Nani, everything else, hopefully being able to draw a Strength of Raging Fire to make your board a little wider to have that strength be a bit more impactful.
I think that's definitely a telegraph that we're seeing a Doc coming.
Yeah, Doc as well.
He was confident playing the Lilo. He's maybe looking to in order to stay in this game, I think he's going to look for one of these songs, potentially sing it with Nani, and ideally, I think we now have a different target. Do we take out Dale? Do we take out Genie?
That's what he's saying. I think literally you are like, I don't know how you're reading his lips and the future at the same time. That's crazy. Yeah. He's like, bro, you've literally put me in a rock
spot.
Yeah, like this is not great. Like if I take out the Dale, sure, fine. But if I don't take out the Genie, you're just going to win the game being at 8 lore. And we have Benjamin at 5. So we're definitely on the back foot here. And this is sometimes what can happen with the lower to the ground Amber Steel strategies. But now we're seeing it happen into, this seems kind of like a, it's like Steel Song, but it is still kind of a lot faster. As well, like the way that the deck is built. It does have the Goliath. It does have the Pluto Steel Champion, which is like, securely in the inkwell right now. Yeah, we had it. Never didn't have it, but we actually went for the Cheshire Cat.
Chose the cat. And I can understand that because if you look at the board in its current state, Elsa would be able to challenge that Lilo, taking it out. And then Cheshire Cat would have been able to move over to the other Mowgli. So it preserves a bit of his board, but long term, I just don't know.
That's a little, like, you just play a second Dale and then, like, a guy with support that didn't really even matter. But at the same time, we're going to dock. Hey, let's go. That's our 3rd dock, I think, this game. So we have been digging in our deck. It's not for lack of card draw. And it's not, well, what do we have in your hand? It's like an ethereal voice. He's like, bro, this card ain't winning me the game.
Yeah, I think.
Now we're doing that. We're doing our bad beats thing.
Yeah.
Yep. He's like, dude, my deck.
Dude, you saw my draws.
And there we go. The handshake goes out in our top 4 here as
Akaika
does take the win here, expertly piloting this Amber and Amethyst strategy. I mean, hey, if you play the deck like this, maybe Dale isn't so bad. I've been down on Dale because I'm like, listen, guys, he's obviously powerful, but like he's fragile. But not when we play it the way that Akaika has here
today. It just goes so well. You do your Dale on 4, and then Alpha coming in on 5, coming in as a 5/5 essentially. I mean, it's just.
But and I keep talking about that. I'm like, oh yeah, the Dale comes down, you get the reduction from Willow, and that seems fine. But however, if you know that that's the strategy, then you know to take care of the Dale, and boom, you blew the deck out of the water. The whole deck is built around Dale, and now your cards are just little guys that don't do anything.
Correct.
But Akaika correctly identifying that we're saying, hey, this is how the deck is built, but I'm going to save the removal as the gaming was there. The layers were there.
For sure.
He knew that the deck was built on Dale. I know that you know it's built on Dale. I know that you have multiple forms of removal. I'm also going to bait it out. So
and I'm going to drop these evasives that your deck just doesn't have any. And
Exactly.
so you have to make that decision. Are you going to take out my Dales that are extremely powerful that you should be using your removal for, but then you don't have an answer for
But
my
wait, there's
evasives?
more.
It's just it's a bad spot to be in unless you get that amazing start that we did see that game one.
Absolutely. Now that's kind of crazy. Okay, of course, Dale definitely reads very, very powerful, but then when you play him like that, it's basically what I'm saying is like I read Dale and I was like, well, yeah, he's powerful, but now seeing him play it, it's like kind of a higher level and being like, oh no, this card, it's
No,
powerful, and he put it.
they shouldn't have made that.
Yeah, if you put that in an expert player's hands, it's even scarier than it reads. So
Exactly.
that's a little bit wild here.
And that I think that's what's amazing about having these these tournaments right out of the gate, right after a set's released. You get to see these synergies that like we can all dream up with these when we see these early releases of the cards, like, oh, that's gonna go good with this, that's gonna go good with this. But how many times have you seen a card that people hyped up and then it just never
It
delivered?
just falls flat.
Just
Right.
never delivered.
Yep.
But then I'm pretty sure everyone that saw this deal come was like, oh, we're gonna see that. And now to see that the hype matched and was delivered on is just.
That's I think yeah. You accurately described what I was trying to say in 1,000 words. Was basically this card was overhyped, and then I was like, "Pff, it's so overrated."
Yeah,
And then
exactly.
I'm
We've
like,
seen
oh
that
god,
before.
oh god, put Firefly Swarm in your decks. But we are going to cut to break. We've got finals coming up for you next. It'll be Willow and I think we're gonna get Patrick here. Blake, you've been playing, you've been casting, and it's time for you.
Like I said, it's so much fun. Like I love this game. What I obviously I prefer to play, but when you have a history of hitting 9th place every time like me, and then to get the opportunity to come do this after the fact and talk with you and Willow about what I've seen, and then getting to watch it, it's just amazing. So I'm super thankful I get the opportunity to do both. So hopefully one of these days I get to play in that top 8. It eludes me every time, but.
I don't make top 8. I just cast. But we are gonna hit a break and see you next for the
Yeah, it was fun.
finals coming up next.
Welcome back to Versus Games. We've got the final. Color, we have had 6 grueling rounds of Swiss. Now we had the top 8, the top 4, and we are here in the finals. We've got Will. We've got a Kaika. These are 2 Illumineers that we have seen on stream all day long, and they are back trying to duke it out for a chance at that beautiful champion playmat, one that got raffled off. We just saw, as well as being awarded to the winner, we just saw Kaika win, and now we've got Amber Emerald in the form of William against Amber and Amethyst. Who's favorite here? I don't even know. It's all new. It's such a new meta.
I just listen, hey, the fact that Amber and Amethyst is in the finals right now, and we've seen it and a lot of Amber and Amethyst.
Everybody's playing it.
a lot, to the point where I'm like, wait, what? Who sent out some kind of weird memo where everybody was like, listen, put Dale in your decks and see if you can profit? And William said, no, I'm playing dogs. You don't tell me how to play this game. I play this game.
Will said, I'm just going to keep it real simple. We're just going to hit the Amber Emerald and call it a day, okay? Yep. And to be fair, I mean, it's been working. We're here in the finals, but you can't take anything away from Amber and Amethyst. Clearly, it's doing something right, because it's also here in the finals. So it was an interesting top cut. We actually saw a lot of Amber and Amethyst. Maybe, the reason why it made it so far is because so many people in the room were playing it. It was we didn't get a chance to go over the meta
large
breakdown.
Representation, yeah.
But yeah, it did
and
have
not very many Blurple decks and not very many dogs decks.
There's very low Blurple, very low dogs. There might have only been 2 dogs players, I think I heard, and Patrick, who we had in the booth with us, was one of them, bubbling out at 9th. So the dogs did do well, obviously taking themselves all the way to the final. I am surprised to see the lack of Blurple here. Does that surprise you, or do you think that makes sense?
That was actually really surprising for me. Maybe it's the fact that, hey, we do have this deal. Is there going to be answers? Is Ruby isn't really heavily represented. But I was actually honestly, I will say the meta share coming in this weekend was very, very surprising for me. I really did feel like we were going to see Amethyst Steel, we were going to see dogs, and we were going to see Blurple. But instead, all of these Illuminators said, you're wrong. Straight up. What if you were actually wrong about everything in core? And I was like, you know what? You right. So Amber and Amethyst in the finals against dogs. Yeah. Dogs, I did predict. That's not surprising to anybody.
Sure.
What they're facing off against, though, is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be one to watch. I think the big takeaway here, like I said, we have seen both of these players. And clearly they're very talented. Both of these players have done well for themselves at various, Florida Lorcana events or otherwise. And so it's going to be interesting to see. But here we go, off to the races, missing the one drop
Ooh.
for Akaika, but we are putting that world's greatest criminal mind into the inkwell. On the other side, it's time for the dogs.
Not a lot of things in dogs over 5 strength. So that the world's greatest criminal mind is the best card in your
Good
deck
shout, good
until
shout.
it's the worst card of
Card
your
in.
deck. 100%. As we try to sit here and take a little bit of a look at our deck, though, what do we have? We are going to go ahead and throw that Mickey immediately, insert it
That
into our
should be a
inkwell.
crime. That should
Yeah.
not be allowed.
Listen, we've got some things in our hand. We have some plans, and it does seem like we do have that Tramp 7 in turn.
Yeah.
So we were probably going to go. There are a few different lines in a dog's deck.
Sure.
And you have to choose one of them. Now that we are in the finals, we definitely know the matchup. William has been playing all day into this deck. He's been watching it all around him, so he knows which line is going to be the best.
Fair enough.
And
Yeah.
so that probably powering out the Tramp and getting to an Under the Sea is probably what you're going to want to do, going as wide as possible to get that as soon as possible. And now we've also seen over here on our Amber and Amethyst Hero.
Missing that 2-drop there. Did put the Hades looking for a deal into the inkwell. Didn't see a turn 1. Didn't see a turn 2. Curves that we know this deck does have. We know it has things like the Louisa that it can play. We know that it has insert 2-drop here that it can play.
Fantastic,
Grandmother
you're doing
Willow.
it. Yep, there you go.
Sorry, long day, guys. But it doesn't see any of it, right? And on the other side, we see Will continuing to press this lore advantage here, gets this lady down, goes on a quest because, frankly, there's nothing on the other side. Gets the Daisy as well and the Tramp to boot, giving it that plus strength to allow it to quest for 3. So Akaika's going to want to find something.
That's a pretty good
quick.
something.
Yeah, very good against this dog stack.
Yeah, now, unfortunately, we do know the dogs does not like to exert a lot here, so we're not going to be able to throw a ton of damage onto this Cheshire Cat, but if you are exerting, if you are doing any kind of shenanigans, hey, that cat will come in and inexplicably ruin your day. Now,
Nice.
unfortunately, for Akaika here, we do have the Mickey Amber Champion in hand. Now, we can't play it this turn. We only are on 2 ink. Everything in William's hand is actually kind of quite big. I know we have the
normally doesn't
Nani
happen.
stage manager could come down, be able to find us like, oh, okay, the neck roll of like, hey, this hand blow. I'm just kidding. It does. It's not ideal, right?
Sure.
So we are going to have to see which line he takes here because a lady into a Daisy into a Tramp is decently aggressive. It does get us to be able to ink, but we won't be able to play our Tramp 7 as we do go ahead and ink the Amber Champion to throw down the Nani.
Let's take a look at what we have here. This is Nani allowing us to look at those top 4 cards.
Okay.
Choose a character with 2 cost? Strength?
Yep.
Cost? 2
It
cost.
is the 2 cost
There
or
we go,
less.
guys.
And
Listen, you take 1 break and you're done. You
I
forget
told
every
you that's
card
why I was
that's
like,
ever
no,
been.
as we whip
mean,
with the
yeah, well, we
Nani
do
throwing
whiff.
everything down to the bottom of our deck. That was our Under the Sea. That sucker's gone. That was a Mickey.
2
That sucker's
Tramps, I
gone.
believe,
I
as
know.
well,
That is
so-
actually the worst timeline for William here. I'm freaking out because when does Nani do that for me and my opponent?
But William has some space to breathe here because again, Akaika just
I
didn't
just got
see
jealous,
the
that's all.
golden curve that he wanted to see. So I mean, we still have a game here. It's gonna be interesting to see. And again, Will does still have a Tramp in hand, so we're gonna ink this Mowgli Man Cub, play out the Dumbo. I just think that
Interesting.
like William is quote unquote stumbling here in terms of what he's seeing off the top, but Akaika's deck is almost stumbling harder.
I know we inked a Mowgli, which, by the way, I don't know if you know this. That's typically how you get those Under the Seas out of their hand. At least being able to rip Adela's Moon Lullaby or the Under the Sea to protect some of your characters. Notably, everything on Akaika's board is 3 strength or more, so you will need that Mickey Expedition Leader. You will need the Della's Moon Lullaby. You will need the Rhino, things like that to reduce the strength. But since we're inking a lot of that, I'm kind of wondering, like, what we're gonna play the Tramp here. Try for another dig. Just kidding.
Unexert that ink, re-exert it. It's okay. We're figuring out what we're gonna do here. I had a chance to talk to William on my break there, and he obviously had won his match, and I was Boom, there it is. There's the tramp. We're looking for it. But I told him one thing I appreciate about the way that he plays is he's so methodical. Like, you can really see him taking his time and slowing things down. And in a finals that is untimed, this is what you should be doing. So here we go. We play this tramp. We get to draw, 4 cards, right? And we're going to discard 4 cards as well. So before we sculpt this hand, we're taking our time. We're analyzing the board state. We're thinking about what could Akaika potentially follow up with as he begins to make these decisions. And I think that that is the sign of a great player and shows why he's here in this top cut color. He's slowing things down when he needs to.
Absolutely. And now, notably, you will be able to throw down 4 cards into the discard, which, if you're able to find that Lady Park Avenue, we do have a shift target available to us. So you can go ahead, throw your 1s and 2s back into that discard. It's okay. Get rid of them. They want to be there anyway because you'll be able to buy them back later with the shifting of that Miss Lady Park Avenue. However, we do see like Adela's Moon Lullaby. We did keep a Rhino, I believe, so we don't want to have to rely on getting the Park Avenue to be able to have that Rhino in hand. I think we're absolutely kind of leaning heavy onto that Under the Sea strategy as we do.
Yeah, we're thinking about it. Looks like we put
Oh,
2 Lilo Escape Artists, a Daisy, and Adela's Moon Lullaby. Those Lilos, we say it every single time, loves to
interesting.
be in that discard pile.
But
That
we're
is where
inking, or we're
she's happy
actually
to be.
okay. We are inking the Rhino. I was like, now I don't understand why we throw the Delos, but we keep the Rhino. I guess it didn't matter. We were inking either one of them.
Sure. Yeah, but no, you make a fair point. One of them you can grab back with the Miss Park Avenue, but maybe he's not interested in it. One thing I've learned watching Will today, I don't know much about the dog's deck. It's not something that I've played. It's more something I've had the pleasure of watching. But I trust him. I trust him with my life. Okay, this guy has crushed every single opponent that he has had, and he has made it here to the finals. So I believe that he can do this, but Akaika,
Oh.
not someone to forget about either. Super, super strong Illumineer, and there we go. The Elsa the Fifth Spirit comes down. We had to Anchor Cheshire Cat to get there, but now we have some damage floating. Next turn could potentially be very powerful if we can utilize it and leverage it properly.
But we are going to go ahead and play those 2 Willows out of the discard, which is going to give us a -2 because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll ink and play a pretty much a 1-cost tramp. Seems pretty good to me, you guys. I don't know about you, but let's just keep throwing those onto the board. You did play that Elsa Fifth Spirit, get rid of my tramp, but we do see the Lady Park Avenue in hand, so we will ink the Nani, play the tramp, and probably just keep. I'm just
Boom.
going to keep the Park Avenue. I don't even care what I draw. Don't even look at it. The Park Avenue is the way out of this.
Interesting. That would be so baller if that's what he did. Just didn't even look at it.
Just
and
like,
just
I don't
throw
even
it
care.
into the
Boom.
discard. But no, again, we are gonna take a look. But you're absolutely right, Color. We are not interested in anything else there. We just wanted to establish
He's like, let me make sure,
that-
because he did draw a second Lady Park
Yeah,
Avenue.
yeah.
So he was like, yo, wait, hold up. Okay, never mind. It's the end of the day. Sometimes these cards start to duplicate in weird ways, but we wanted to make sure we have a way to shift and come back and be able to buy back some of those characters, put them back into our hand. And let's take Daisy on a quest. Because you know
Going
what?
on a quest.
You do have actions, and it's an
Oh,
Ohana
it
Means family to
hits!
the bottom.
Dude,
Let's
the
go.
Daisy never misses. This Daisy has gone absolutely crazy. We saw it in his last game on stream. That Daisy was like 3 for 3 against Wesley or something crazy like that in one of those matches. And it's going 1 for 1 so far against Ikaika as well. Now, Akaika, we've talked a lot about William. Let's talk about Akaika here, okay? It's not a very dominating board Color, and there's a really dominating board on the other side. Has the Cheshire Cat, but doesn't really have a lot of strength on these characters.
Well, the lady is a +3 right now because we did play the Lilo Daisy. So she does have
Sure.
+3 strength. So we will have to double challenge. But I think if we. I don't really love getting rid of my lady at this point if I was trying to do the fun, funky
Yeah,
things with
shifts
the Lady
so
Park
hard.
Avenue. So we are going to take the Nani and be able to get rid of that. We will go ahead and quest and get the 3 lore from the lady there, going all the way up to 9 with the tramp as well. So we are threatening a lot of lore on board. We're threatening some floor cards.
It's okay. It made it back to where it is supposed to be in that inkwell. Looks like we've passed it on over to Akaika, who was just waiting very patiently. And
Bro, what you doing? Oh, the little Psyduck hand counter is adorable.
Yeah,
Hey, let's
super
take a look. Oh, of course, it's a Lady
it's the
Park Avenue.
Yep, of course. And we knew that here in the booth, but Akaika had to check, got to make sure we don't have any Under the Sea or anything like that crazy if we can, minus the board and what have you. So we're going to go ahead, ink this Demona. Don't typically want to give cards to the dog's deck and exert our ink to play a Genie Wish Fulfilled. And it looks like we added another Wish Fulfilled to hand. starting off challenging that Lilo, even though it's going to come back. We got to get it up on out of here. Going to also use that Dumbo to challenge that lady because it has no strength. That is a favorable trade there. Passing it on over. Will going to ready up here. Now, Akaika's kind of matched the board a little bit more.
Yeah, we're doing good here. And again, every single one of these characters becomes a little bit more terrifying when that Dale does come down. Now, no, I was looking to see if we had a Go-Go in the deck because, again, that is something that can really load up damage onto those Elsa 5th Spirits when you have those Lilos jumping in and out of the discard over and over again and being able to Go-Go kind of for the win at the end there. But I can't actually find the deck list, so we'll all find out together.
Yeah,
As
we'll
Daisy
see.
goes for a quest, that's Donald's date. And did she give you a gift? Yeah, she did.
She sure did. Well,
One of
we
the best
haven't-
cards in the deck at that.
especially against this strategy. Yeah, you mentioned that Go-Go. We haven't seen it yet, I don't believe, not even for the Inkwell. So I doubt he has it, but hey, you know, it could be a cheeky one of. Now, we did see that Miss Park Avenue grab back this Daisy Duck along with the Bobbies and Maruski. So we've deployed this Daisy here. I think what Akaika needs is, like, well, a lot of things, but one of them could be a Dale to help because
he's
our
got a
Cheshire
Dale.
Cat
Oh, he's
is
got one.
gone. So we want to make sure that we can swap the strength and the willpower so that way we can get things like this Daisy off the board a lot easier than we can right now.
Now the problem with that is Dale is quite under the seeable. So
Sure.
if we are not able to clear off this board and you're still able to go ahead and sing Under the Sea, now we don't know that that card in your hand is not Under the Sea. We did take a peek at it last time. It was the Park Avenue. We do know, actually, yeah, we do. We actually know it's the Bobby and the other one.
But here's
But at the same
thing.
time, oh, we are at
We
16.
have no choice, right? Yeah, we're at 16 lore. We kind of just it's
Oh, we're scooping because, like, listen, dude.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
Hey,
It didn't have it, and that happens. But there we go. William, cold-blooded. He's ready to go. He is just he keeps the Ed shoes there. He keeps it nice and he's winning them all. So congratulations, him taking the first game. But Akaika on the other side gonna be trying to make a comeback here, thinking about where he can go wrong. And look at all these people in the background, by the way.
Yeah.
Both of these players have a lot of friends in the community, but there are so many people watching this match. There is a TV behind the players above this sign behind Akaika that is displaying the stream live. And he has, like, you can't tell, but he's got like 6 or 7 people back there just watching his games. Well, both of them really. Again, both of these guys, all their friends are out there. So it's a good show of community.
this just in, William has no friends, according to Willow.
No, it's a good show community here at Versus. Like I said, a lot of these guys are locals. They play with each other all the time. And there's a lot of support here. And to be fair, this is kind of just like a grudge match for what it's worth because the players did split in top 8, but we're
Oh.
still playing for something, Color. We're playing for that beautiful champion mat that we showed earlier. And hey, both of these players willing to play, you know, so that means they want it. They're taking this seriously. William up a game here. Akaika just didn't really see his deck doing the things it wants to do. Do you think Akaika can come back here on the play?
Probably. It's been all day. She got me. She got me at the
I'm
craziest
sorry.
time.
I looked over.
It was
and-
so funny. She looked over me mid yawn, and I'm like,
My
"Oh
bad. I
man,
didn't
you
know."
got me." But listen, hey, we're all stirring our hand again. This is a difficult matchup as far as I'm concerned because, hey,
Sure.
we do have the ability, but that is the Elsa. Oh my gosh. At the end of the day, I can't say her
I
name.
know, all the words
It's
just jumbled
Elsa,
together.
And she's the 5th, the spirits. And she comes in and she exerts, but she doesn't do it until that 5 ink turn. Now, if we can get a Willow down, we can have that combo a little bit sooner. We are on the play, so that also makes a huge difference as well. Being able to exert these cards over there a little bit earlier and making sure we can challenge down and make sure that we keep you off of your game plan. Now, we did see last game, Akaika did not play a 1-drop or a 2-drop.
Or 2-drop. Fair enough, Color. You make an excellent point. Here we go. Going to be trying to rewrite history here with the Ohana Means family going into the Inkwell and a Will-o'-the-Wisp hitting that turn 1. So we got one. We got one. Now let's see a 2 and a 3 and keep on cruising from there.
That's typically how you curve out, but we got a little bit of scratchy scratch going there. We got to get Akaika some new sleeves over here. So,
It's grimy.
yeah, we don't love that. But listen, hey, if they're your lucky sleeves, what can you do about it? As William sits here, he's got that neck roll thing. I love that. Like, sometimes for some players, I know that's like a tell.
Yeah.
Sometimes it means they're doing well. Sometimes it means they are stressed out of their minds. But here we go as we see the lady decisive dog coming down. And that's a pretty good turn 1 play.
Absolutely, especially when we saw, you know, last turn how we were able to get 3 lore off the rip with it. This Louisa Madrigal pushing through, gonna come down on turn 2. So we don't see a 2-drop, but at least we still get to play something. Had to ink the Woodchuck's guidebook to do it. On the other side, let's see what we're gonna do here. Color's
Absolutely.
giggling.
I just can't I can't with the thing. I'm gonna get him some new sleeves. Anyway, so basically we are sitting here that Will-O-the-Wisp we know is a 0-3, but so is Lady, unless you play 2 characters.
Nice.
So you know what? We could go ahead and play 2 characters here, and
Grandmother
then
Willow?
we could challenge in and then put your Will-O-the-Wisp back in your hand. But unfortunately, we do have that Challenger +2 on that, which doesn't actually cleanly take out of the Lady. So this is kind of an interesting thing. So you probably should just do the dogs plan and just play a couple characters, because that's going to get you a little further here.
Grandmother Willow coming down is the start. Going to give minus. If we have the 1-drop, we do have it, and it's the Rhino.
Safe.
Taking away a strength from that Louisa, not even interested in challenging into that Will-O-the-Wisp, though. So, gonna keep this lady straight up and active. Makes sense to me. Oh, sorry, because we didn't play the trap this time, so it doesn't get the buff anyways. Library, going into the Inkwell, gonna play out a Cheshire Cat. What are we gonna do?
We're
Go
questing.
on a quest.
Absolutely. These cards are super under the seeable, so let's get our lore out of them while we can. As we do see, I mean, hey, that Will-O-the-Wisp isn't doing any challenging unless we see a Dale anyway.
Hey, we see one in hand.
We have the Dale, so we're setting up. We're getting lore. I know that you're not challenging back. You're trying to set up for your tramp, but you're also on the draw. So getting that tramp out is not going to be as easy. We do have the Willow that's going to reduce that, so we can potentially sculpt our hand here.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're looking at a nice little curve on the other side. Looking at Akaika, gonna have this turn 4 Dale into the turn 5 Elsa. William gonna be looking to not play into that game plan, right? He doesn't want that to happen. How fast can he get to Under the Sea? How fast can he just sort of disrupt everything that Akaika's trying to do? Because this game is a lot different than the previous one. Akaika's hand much, much better than it once was before. So we have a couple different lines available to us. As you mentioned, this Grandmother Willow helps us get the tramp out a lot earlier than we used to. But we're going to have to ink some cards to get there first. So starting off, looks like we are going to go ahead, ink the Nani Stage Manager.
And we're going to go for the Amber Champion here, saying, hey, listen, you're going to throw a Dale, and when you do, these things are going to be challenging pretty hefty. So why not make sure that we throw this Amber Champion down and give all of our Amber characters +2 willpower, to where if you do start doing Dale shenanigans, doing Elsa 5th Spirit shenanigans, it doesn't matter. My characters are beefy.
Yeah, so I think this was a great call by William, because we're not to the Elsa 5th Spirit turn yet. We still have to establish the Dale first. And so what we do is we get this Amber Champion down in the form of this Mickey Mouse, and then we can play Tramp next turn, find the Under the Sea, and the Amber Champion is a singer all on its own, because we have 2 or more other Amber characters out. So we ink this Hades looking for a deal. Instead of playing the Dale, we go for the Genie. Now this board is super vulnerable to Under the Sea color. What do you think about this?
Shift Lady sing Under the Sea. What do you think?
Let's go.
No,
Let's
actually
go.
the Amber
No,
Champion
yeah,
can
we have
sing
the
it
Amber
right by
Champion.
himself. He is a singer 8 if you have two or more other Amber characters in
Yeah,
play.
absolutely.
So listen, he can sing that little diddly all by himself. Under the Sea. Actually, that's like
indeed.
really high pitched. Like, can you I'm trying to think of. Okay, I'm getting a little off
way
rails
that,
here. Yeah.
Mickey would
Yeah,
sing it.
would sing Under the Sea, and it was like
I'm
nails on a
tracking, I'm
chalkboard.
tracking.
It was a little rough in my
But
brain.
Here we go. Will is looking at the cards that he has in hand. I don't think he has the Under the Sea. I think he does have the Tramp though. So let's see how we elect to do this. Might start with the Dellas to give -2. Yep, the Cheshire Cat. So that's gonna make everything on Akaika's board Under the Seeable. We get to draw a card as well. So now when we play this Tramp, we are going to hopefully find that Under the Sea, board wipe. Akaika only going to have 3 cards in hand. Maybe he expected this Under the Sea. That's why he decided to hold back on that Dale. Just draw the card with the Genie.
Pretty much refilling our hand and setting up for this later game, hopefully being able to just have everything be a little bit more resilient, because sometimes you can't stop it.
Yeah.
Again, like being that the Elsa 5th Spirit wasn't able to come down and start to maybe get rid of these characters or get rid of that Amber Champion, like you said. I mean, him being a singer 8 on his own, maybe if we would have had that ability to exert that and get that out of here, but you still could have shifted the Lady and then sang Under the Sea. So there were so many avenues to get that Under the Sea out that you really just have to plan for what happens afterwards, right?
Sure.
You can't, with this deck, you can't just say like, oh, maybe, like I'm going to make them have it. Bro, they always have it.
They always have it. And but William has the Tramp, does not yet have the Under the Sea. So we're gonna be able to dig plenty of cards here, but William trying to decide how many characters do I want to establish first before how many characters can I get away with establishing before this Tramp. So starting off with the Tramp, Enterprising Dog, gonna go ahead and buff up that Rhino that is chilling halfway out of that sleeve.
Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, what just happened? That Rhino's trying to jump his way out of that sleeve, making it look like there was like, I was like, that's not a boost character. What are we
He's-
doing?
yeah, okay,
Get back
fixing
in
it.
there for you.
But
let's scoot that
the
guy
reason
down.
why we play this Enterprising Dog first has nothing to actually do with challenging and has everything to do with that's one card deeper that we get to look with our Tramp, because that Tramp, as we know, gets to draw a card for every other character on the board before we then discard. But I don't think we
Oh my
found-
god, 3 Lilos in the discard is disgusting.
We did find it! Oh my god, I didn't see it at first!
Gosh. This is the worst timeline for Akaika, but William is sitting so well as we get that Under the Sea wide board, 3 Lilo Escape Artists into the discard. This could not have went any better for William, our dogs player, as Akaika's like, bro, what?
Yeah, and
I'm happy for you, but also, haha.
And we have some characters to quest as well. So we got the quest with that lady for 3, quest with the Rhino as well.
There she is.
There's that
A
fifth
little
spirit.
bit late as hey. Well, I'll actually no. I'm just gonna yeah. So unfortunately for Akaika here, that was sort of like the most insane thing that could have happened because
Sure.
again, there are a lot of characters we were able to quest up to 4 here. Because the Mickey Amber champion is able to sing by himself. But again, I keep saying this Lilo Escape Artist in the discard. That is just going to happen over and over and over and over again because this deck, Amber and Amethyst, does not have a way to get this loop out of here. Sapphire can ink the Lilo Escape Artist. You can do literally anything. You can put them under the sea at half of the point. You're not going to be able to with Amber and Amethyst. They just do not have the capability to get rid of these escape artists. So 3 of them being at our beck and call at the beginning of each turn.
And
yeah, that's it.
And that's it.
I was
And
like,
look at that. William with 12 lore. Akaika sees the writing on the wall, just not able to do it. William is your versus games Lorcana multi-case tournament winner. Gonna get that super snazzy playmat with the nice little champion writing on it, foiled out, thanks, of course, to Mattified Customs. I mean, what an amazing day. Is it a new meta? I thought somebody said that Wilds
Bro, don't.
Unknown
No.
had the new set had dropped, but
You-
instead
no,
it's
don't.
dogs
No.
back on top.
You notice I wasn't really yelling about anything, but as we see the dogs player being able to go ahead and take it now, expertly played. But again, this Dogs X team is still good. Dog's
Yeah.
still good.
Dog's still good
Still
in
good.
Wilds Unknown. You heard it here first. That is the conclusion of our tournament. We have our dogs winner. Congratulations, William. Color's not happy to see the dogs
No.
win. I don't
I'm
know that
happy
many
for William.
people
I'm
are.
happy for
William.
The
though. He
mat
played
is really
great.
cool. The mat's really cool. Again, the deck, there was only 2 dogs players in the room because the deck is not that easy to pilot.
Yep.
You also kind of get, you get a little bit distracted by the new shiny cards. You
Yeah.
want to do the fun things, and at the same time, William correctly assuming that, hey, I don't know if you guys know this, but the deck is still good.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go win with it.
Hey, guys,
And that's
just
what he
wanna
did.
let everybody
So
know.
super props to that, but also no.
Yeah.
2 more months, you guys, rotation.
So what an incredible tournament that we had here at Versus Games. We had 6 rounds of Swiss, cut to top 8. We had I think it was like 38 players, and for those of you that are just maybe catching us here at the end, we were core constructed. So I know that we have Infinity is going to be the new DLC coming up, but for anybody who's not going, for anybody who enjoys playing side events like Color Shared, you're going to be doing, and really just for set championships, like you keep saying, that Woody playmat, that beautiful card as well. I mean, there's still a reason to play core, and core is like more fun than it's ever been. I think like somebody at the start of the day was saying it's the wild west out there. I'm looking at all the deck lists and it's crazy. How fun is that? We got a ton of new toys, pun intended, to play with. Thanks to Wilds Unknown, and it's just been a really great day. Very diverse. The top decks, if you're wondering, we saw obviously dogs win. We saw a ton of Amber and Amethyst in the room, so that was a lot of the top cut.
Absolutely.
We saw Ruby and Amber be absolutely dominating. So yeah, that's just a little bit of a recap. Do you want to let everybody know where we are, what we were doing, and where to I don't know where to find us? Do we want
It's
to?
getting close to the end of the day. We're wrapping up here, but thank you so much for joining us here. I'm a little like again, I don't mean to be super overly bummed, but at the same time, you're like, Ashley, we're gonna have you playing. I'm gonna be in the side events. If today is any indicative of the meta, I might be playing limited and staying as far away from dogs as possible, or you're gonna catch me at set champs playing dogs. So
Yeah.
hopefully you guys is the beginning of the meta. You can get in there. We can do something about the dogs. And if we can't, I'm going to join them because I want that map.
Yeah, and speaking of the mat, this is what the players were playing for here today. Sorry, color.
I
I'm
was
trying
like,
to
I
see
want to
where
see
it
it.
is.
It
So,
smells good. Thank you.
Matified Customs came through, and Tristan, who is an employee here at Versus Games, was able to do the illustration and then the champion and foil it out. And it's just incredible. Thanks to Matified Customs. Thanks to Tristan. Thanks to Versus Games here in Oviedo, Florida. If you are local to Florida or if you're ever visiting Disney World, take a 40-minute drive over to Versus. They have a really great, they have a really great team here. We're super thankful to them for having us. And it was an incredible event. So if you
Absolutely.
want to know what to play for Core Constructed, go back, watch the VOD, study up, okay? Because we have been shaping the meta in real time, as I like to say. But besides that, we're gonna let our producer of the stream do some thoughts before he gets out of here. But thank you to him as well. Cramylad Productions was incredible, helping this stream be as smooth as it was. I am Willobeez. I'm one of your casters in the booth today. I appreciate everybody rocking with us. As Gabe likes to say, we've had him here at Versus before. We miss him, but we're so happy to have Color with us.
Aw.
There's a lot of places that you could watch Lorcana today, and we're so thankful that you chose to watch it with us. Color, I'm so happy to have you. Thank you for joining us here at Versus. Let the people know where to find you and anything else you want to say before we throw it over to production.
Yeah, I am ColorIsLaw. I really enjoyed being here. This was one of the smoothest days that
Yeah.
I've. They bought. We got lunch. We got
Yeah, they're
snacks.
great.
It was pretty awesome. And so, anytime you guys want me back, I will be here. But follow me on ColorIsLaw1. I'm on Twitch. I stream pretty much every day.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty. I'm a goblin, but I'm there on Twitch. We're streaming. We're building decks. We're dancing. We're hanging out, and we're going to spend Monday. Trying to figure out how to beat dogs.
Okay,
That's what we're doing
that's
on
what
Monday.
We're focusing in
Yep.
on. All right, cool. Well, that is going to be it from us. We're going to hear from production in just a moment, so don't go anywhere. Let's give him the love that he deserves. But thank you all for being here so much. Thank you to Versus for everything, and we will see you all very, very soon at the next one. Bye.